welcome to John Jones from Norway, who's a great friend, and we've done stuff together in Norway, and he is basically doing the same as us in Norway in peace and justice work. So, John, do you want to come forward and give your message to the meeting? Welcome, John Jones from Norway.
Thank you, Jeremy. I'm here just to say greetings from Norway. We have a group called Peace and Justice in Norway. It's actually a party. We just passed the parliamentary elections last week. We managed this threshold so we can continue being a party. You would know that Norway is a home of the Peace Prize. What you might not know is that Norway is per capita the biggest ammunition and weapons producer in the world, which we try to fight. The former NATO ambassador, NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg, who then visited the Bilderberg Group, is now our finance minister, and his motto is "Weapons are the way to peace," and we beg to differ. So greetings from Norway and good luck with the seminar.
Thank you, Steve, and solidarity, good luck with you to try and turn Norway back to the voice for peace that we always thought it to be. And we know that your fantastic movement is part of that, and I'm grateful for all the welcome and support you've given me whenever I've been in Oslo. Thank you. We now got a half-hour session on economy with Steve speaking now. Steve is at UCL, Steve Keane at UCL, and we're going to be talking about monetarism, inequality, and justice, and how we understand and empower ourselves. When we were just having a chat just now before we started, I was trying to, in my head, trace the beginning of monetarist thought, which invaded social democrats and the left. And I take it back to, roughly speaking, 1976, when Milton Friedman willingly persuaded a willing government in Chile to introduce the most disgusting monetarism possible on the people of Chile, rapidly followed by Reagan Proposition 13 in California, which destroyed so much of public services in California, followed by Margaret Thatcher in 1979. But I have to say the Labour government of 74 to 79 also set the path for it as well, with accepting of IMF conditions and a renewed economic strategy under Callaghan just before we lost the 79 election. So I think it's important to understand these moments in history in order to understand how we can develop a strong, robust economics that is understood by people about how you genuinely do redistribute wealth and power. And I'm utterly determined that the founding statement of yourparty.uk will be a fundamental and irreversible shift in the balance of wealth and power within our society. Can you give a very warm welcome to Steve, please? Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Jeremy, and thank you, audience. We've always heard the refrain that Rachel Reeves first made herself famous with: if we can't afford it, we can't do it. That is the exact opposite of the truth. What you need to do, you can afford. You can create the money. And that's the part where mainstream economics is completely wrong. And I want to explain why everything you want to do in the final session is feasible with government money creation, which is what should be happening. So, we've been through 50 years of this. As Jeremy says, it goes back to the mid-70s, actually dated even further back to 73 in Australia, as it happens. And there is something better than what they've done to us in the last 50 years, because what underlies austerity is a mistaken belief about money. It's a completely false set of theories. And I'm going to show in this presentation, it isn't just the government can run deficits. To have a well-functioning capitalist economy, the government must run deficits. Okay? The opposite of what you get told. And it should finance long-lived assets using that, not the private sector. And we can revitalise both the government and the private sector at the same time. There's not a clash between the two. In fact, both have been damaged by austerity. What we have lying behind what's happened for the last half century is mad, bad economics. And it's all based on the supply and demand thinking that I think is the most successful meme in the history of humanity. Those intersecting supply and demand curves have poisoned people's minds about how the economy operates. We simply have to throw that out. It is nonsense. It's as sensible as epicycles and equants were in astronomy before Galileo. That's what supply and demand curves are. I'm going to show instead you can use double entry bookkeeping. I never thought I'd say accounting is sexy, but you'll see why I use it immensely in this presentation. It's actually how the real world works. And if your model is inconsistent with double entry bookkeeping, it's a fallacy. And that's the case of mainstream economics. So they think in supply and demand curves terms because they've done a one-year course in economics and a PPE degree. And that's what they get taught in those degrees, is that government has to borrow the money. And it's all a fallacy, and I can prove that using double entry bookkeeping. So what's the foundation of the last 50 years of mistaken government policy is not understanding accounting. And that's why to take it on, you have to understand accounting yourselves. Now, what they get taught at university by conventional economists, obviously not by me, is that households lend out and government and firms borrow from households. And the Bank of England said that was false in 2014. And at that time, I thought there had to be a revolution in economics coming forward. And that isn't what happened. But the Bank of England said that the reality of how money is created differs from the description in some economic textbooks. Some means 99% of them, okay? There are a couple of heterodox textbooks out there. And they said rather than banks receiving deposits and lending them out, bank lending creates deposits. That's the paper. And this is how it's explained by one of the authors.
Economy, where does money come from?
Now, while this is nothing new, it is sometimes overlooked as the main way in which money is created. And it runs contrary to the view sometimes put forward that banks can only lend out deposits that they already have. In fact, loans create deposits, not the other way around.
Now, that's a revolutionary notion. It's going from flat earth economics to understanding of the sun and not the earth as the centre of the solar system. And you'd think economics textbooks would listen to the Bank of England, but they have not. They continue teaching the nonsense that the bank called out in 2014. And that's the foundation of the opposition that conventional economists and politicians and journalists have to deficit spending. So what they get taught is that deficits reduce the supply of money and crowd out private investment. And that's why you get the arguments that both supposedly progressive Labor and proudly conservative Conservatives both say the government's got to balance the books. They learn this as impressionable youths at university and they trust their professors. Normally that's a good idea, not in economics. Okay. And then they act upon those fallacies when they get into power. So this is the sort of thing they get taught.
Econ students, question, is it bad to save money? Let's find out by looking at the loanable funds market. Loanable funds are the amount of money that's available to be loaned out, and this is usually done by financial institutions like banks and credit unions. So the loanable funds market brings together borrowers, which make up the demand curve, and lenders, which make up the supply curve. The amount of money a bank can lend out depends on how much money people deposit into that bank. The supply of loanable funds is made up of private savings. That's savings by you and me, but there's also public savings. That's the money that the government has left over after paying for all its expenses. So the supply curve is made up of both private savings and public savings. And that brings us to the question that you're most likely to see on your exam. Show what happens on the loanable funds market when the government increases deficit spending. It's with a decrease in supply. Remember, there's private savings and public savings. If the government's doing a bunch of borrowing, that's going to decrease public savings. There's all this money to be loaned out, but the government comes in and starts to borrow it, so there's less money left over, and so the supply of loanable funds shifts to the left, and the real interest rate goes up. The point is, no matter how you draw it, when the government borrows, the real interest rate is going to increase, which causes crowding out. This is the idea that government deficit spending designed to help the economy actually ends up hurting the economy because it increases real interest rates and decreases investment and growth.
So that's why Tory and Labor both speak from the same gospel. They've been taught in the same church, and it's a fallacious church. Those assertions that government borrowing causes crowding out, decreases growth and so on are fallacies. And it's easy to show their fallacies using double entry bookkeeping, which I'll show you in a moment. In fact, deficits create money for the private sector and they encourage private investment. If you're wondering why it hasn't happened in the UK, austerity is part of the reason why. So why do economics textbooks teach fallacies? What on earth is going on there? Well, there's a long story behind it, but fundamentally, mainstream economics is delusional, anti-government and anti-worker. It's an ideology. You can't call it a science anymore by any stretch of imagination. So it blames unions and governments for problems that are caused by the finance sector. They're told that unions cause unemployment by getting above equilibrium wages, not the finance sector causes financial crises like the global financial crisis. They disparage inequality. Here's a lunatic mainstream economist saying that it doesn't matter to whom you give any money because it'll be spent in exactly the same way. So why worry about inequality? It is just simply delusional. I wrote an entire book on why. I'm going to start the 3rd edition shortly. I have worked on an alternative. I'm not the only person who's done this. I've stood on the shoulders of genuine giants. Mainstream economists stand on the toes of pygmies, in my opinion. Okay. So they teach all these fallacies. And the main one, the most damaging, is about how banks work. So if you want to see how banks actually work, throw supply and demand curves out the window and do it in double entry bookkeeping format. So what I've done is I've taken what they're taught in textbooks and put it in double entry. And the argument is that savers lend to borrowers and banks are just conduits for that lending to occur. So a saver lends £10, so saver's account goes down by £10. The borrowers go up by £10. There's still just £100 in existence, no money has been created, and that's the basis of what they're told about the functioning of banks. Now, in the real world, banks lending creates deposits, as the Bank of England said. So you simply put say the loan is actually an asset of the bank now, the loan goes up by £10, the deposit account goes up by £10, £10 is being created as a result of that, and also £10 worth of debt. That's the real world. Now, what's the impact? Now, Nick, you're going to love, we'll not believe this is published in a journal. Sorry? Sorry? Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about my half-hour time limit, but okay. So they teach, they believe that it doesn't matter if you teach a fallacy. And here's how these economists put it. I have a benchmark result for the relationship between the two models, and they show that both yield the same allocations when there is no uncertainty. And then say, in such a situation, using the simpler model does not imply any loss of generality. I mean, these are lunatics. Okay? This is just facepalm nonsense that lies behind mainstream economics. It really is flat earth economics. That's what's been dominating us for the last half century. It's completely wrong about the creation of money, and the real world's always uncertain. Try to find somewhere where uncertainty doesn't apply. I'll wait, okay? So I can take that myth that banks are intermediaries and I can convert it in my Ravel software to the real world. So there I have the model that get taught in the textbooks, and you have increasing amount of credit, nothing happens to GDP. Reducing amount of credit, nothing happens to GDP. You can ignore credit. That's the argument they get taught in the macroeconomics. But it's not true that households lend to governments or firms. It's the banks that lend. So I can delete the debt as being shown as an asset of the savers and make it shown as an asset of the bank. That's all I do there. And then I hit run again. And now run the model. Now we have credit. GDP rises. Okay? Credit goes negative, GDP falls. Credit is absolutely critical to how the economy functions. And these idiots leave it out completely on the basis of simply stupid assumptions. So if they're that wrong about government debt, okay? I call the real world money BOND, by the way. Stands for Bank Originated Money and Debt. I think it's a useful acronym. So if they're that wrong about private debt, what are they like about government debt? It's slightly more complicated to show it, but this is now showing what they think happens, and that is they imagine that the government sells bonds directly to households, and that therefore would mean that households are left money to lend to firms, and so you're going to have crowding out occurring because of that function. Now you rearrange it and say the banks are the original buyers of that debt, and the deficit itself creates money, and so does interest payments. They both create money. They're not borrowing money, they're creating it. There's a slight difference between the two. Okay? So the primary bond sales change the asset that banks the money, but it doesn't access money at all. There's no doubt that those auctions are going to be fulfilled. So deficits crowd in private investment because there's more cash flow. And with more cash flow, you can have more investment out of turnover. You don't have to borrow the money in the first place. So they tell us there's going to be a catastrophe. And in their model, this is again putting their model into double entry bookkeeping form, everything's fine as long as the government doesn't run a deficit. But as soon as it does, you can see what's happening to debt down the bottom there. It goes exponential. Nothing happens to the money supply because in their model there's no money created by the banking system. and you end up with a government debt ratio from simply a 1% of GDP deficit, which is tiny. You end up with 2,000% government debt to GDP ratio, obviously a catastrophe, can't allow that to happen. That's what lies behind Reeves's thinking. But again, it's not true that the households are doing the lending. And I can rapidly say it's the banks who buy the bonds, not the households, so get rid of the household entries there. It's not true that the government banks at the private banks, it banks at the central bank, so I can delete that, come down here and say, as well as having reserves as a liability, the Reserve Bank has the government's account as a liability, then show the transfers happen at the central bank between the government's account and the reserve accounts of the banks. Put those entries in. Hit a switch to show it's actually the banks are receiving the interest now. And now run the same model. And what happens? Nothing if the government does nothing. When the government spends more than it takes back in taxation, it creates money. That leads to a rising GDP. And rather than the debt level becoming infinite, it stabilises. It tapers in this particular case to 100% of GDP. I could show you how to make it 50%, but that's another story. Okay? So there's no reason to panic in the real world. This is all people being afraid of the dark, not knowing what's actually going on. So in the real world, government deficits create fiat money, and that finances public services and enables economic growth as well, and debt levels stabilise. The thing they're scaring us with in the Financial Times is garbage. It's not how the banking system actually operates. There is no government debt crisis. Now, mainstream economists have everything backwards. They blame government debt, but if you look at the data, it's private debt that's dangerous. This is American data. You can see which one is bigger. Private debt is much larger. Credit, which is the change in private debt, that's what causes booms and busts. That's the correlation of credit, the annual change in private debt, to the unemployment rate. And deficits come in and they attenuate the damage done by private debt bubbles. So they don't cause the unemployment, they reduce the amount we experience, which is why we haven't had a Great Depression. And it's a global phenomenon. This is the UK data and Spain, the same sort of pattern, not as obvious as the American case in the UK's position. It is actually for Spain. But this is a rule around the world. Private debt is bigger than government debt. Private debt causes the bubbles and the busts. That's what we should be controlling, not government debt. They've got it all, to use an Australian expression, they've got it arse about tit. So it's not fit for purpose. There's no way you could win the election and continue using the same economics. You'd end up destroying your credibility. You've got to change the economics completely. Now, they say deficits reduce the supply of money and crowd out. The reality is they increase the money supply and encourage private investment. So the state should run deficits to finance the long-term assets the private sector won't build or runs down. Public health, as we know, public education, all the things that the privatisation has destroyed. That's why you can't go swimming in Britain's rivers anymore. Okay, they don't bother doing the maintenance, reduces profitability. So the error actually comes out of the whole theory of banking. And remember that guy said the supply curve consists of both public and private savings. The sum of public and private savings is zero. Not positive, it's zero. And you can see this by realising that somebody's financial asset is a claim on somebody else, a liability is somebody else's claim on you. The sum of the two is zero. So fundamentally, what you have is a seesaw. If we start off balanced, we can't actually start off balanced because banks are required to have short-term assets that exceed their short-term liabilities. So banks are up there. And that means the non-bank sector, and that includes the government as well as us, is down here in negative financial equity. So if we just leave it with the private sector in that sense, we're going to be in negative financial equity and nobody enjoys having debts that exceed their assets. But if the government goes into negative equity, so the government's down here, then it's possible for both the banks and the non-bank public to be in positive equity. And a government without debt actually forces the private sector into negative equity. Banks have to be up there. Otherwise they don't work. If the government stays here, then the households and firms are down here in negative equity. The only way that you can get households and firms being positive short-term equity is if the government swaps places with them. Then you can have positive net worth for the non-government sector, and that leads to much more stability, like we saw in the 50s and 60s, and the chaos ever since the 70s. So conventional economic advice is completely back to front. Government surpluses drive the private sector into negative equity, and that encourages them to speculate and gamble on share prices and on property. And when you take a look at what happened over the very long term, this is using American data, which is more detailed than the UK, there is a 10-year period where the American president ran a 1% of GDP surplus in the 1920s. There's the Great Depression. There's not a coincidence that one followed the other. Equally, Clinton was proud of his surpluses. We had the global financial crisis shortly afterwards. The government running a surplus causes financial crises. It doesn't avoid them, it causes them. Now, nobody likes being a negative equity, and obviously that includes politicians, but the government is the only institution that can afford to do it, and one of the reasons is non-financial assets. Those are things which are assets to the owner and a liability to no one. That includes the bureaucracy and the legal system, the military and police. They're not doing too good a job at the moment. Hospitals, schools, public infrastructure, all that stuff supports what the government does. And the government actually needs to have liabilities with the rest of the world because partly that's how you define your country. Where your government's liabilities are accepted as money is where your country exists. So being a negative equity is a sensible thing. And government funds and government bonds aren't our liability, they're our asset. The bonds are owned by the private sector when they're sold. The money's held in our pockets. They're not our liabilities, they're our assets. So it's time the many took control from the few, and to do that you have to understand money creation, which is why I'm labouring this point so much here. Now, when you look at all the objections you get, they're all a fallacy in the real world. So one of the many is, what about bond vigilantes? Okay? These people are supposed to say, no, we're not going to accept the government's bonds anymore, we're going to refuse to buy them. Well, that doesn't happen in primary auctions. When those primary auctions are held, if you have an account at the Reserve, at the Central Bank, it's Bank of England, then you can bid. Of course, nobody in this room does. Okay? It's the banks who do. What they're doing is they're swapping reserves, which they can't trade and used to not earn them any money, into stuff they can trade, which does earn them money. And there are auctions roughly every 2 or 3 days. Now, if you look at the scale of the government deficit, it's never been, for decades, more than 10% of GDP. That means, on average, at each of these auctions, about 0.1% of GDP worth of bonds is traded. Now, the reserves that exist after the global financial crisis are equivalent to 30% of GDP. That means there's 300 times the funds that are necessary to buy the bonds that are on auction, offer at each auction. Okay? They will never be, they're always oversubscribed. There'll never be a failure to sell bonds at a primary auction. It's simply a myth. Okay? And the crisis we had with trusts was because putting up interest rates devalued existing bonds and put a large number of pension funds into financial jeopardy. So the inflation-fighting efforts of the central bank, based on neoclassical economic theory, caused the crisis. Okay? It wasn't trust so much. She had the bad luck of being Prime Minister at the time, but it didn't last long, fortunately. Okay, what about interest payments on debt crippling us? Again, the government creates the money. It doesn't borrow it. It could give too much to the finance sector, and it definitely does do that right now, but it can't go bankrupt in its own currency. So the government is not like a household. You'll see this analogy all the time. Government's like a household. No, it's not. Unless your spouse could buy all your outstanding debt and therefore cancel your need to pay interest. So, can your spouse do that? Oh, gee, no. Okay. So you're not like a central bank. Okay? The central bank could buy all outstanding bonds today. Could buy the whole damn lot. Okay? And that would cancel the need to pay interest completely. Now, who would complain if that were done? I guarantee you it'd be the banks. Okay? Because they actually want the bonds. They don't need our money. But we don't need their money, they need ours. They'd be the first ones to complain about the government not issuing bonds anymore. The world is upside down. Okay. What about inflation? We've heard Milton Friedman say that inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon. Have you heard of helicopter money? This is the article in which Milton Friedman first put that forward. And he assumed a stationary society with a constant population, given tastes, fixed volume of resources, given state of the arts, capital goods you can't sell or create, okay? No money, no borrowing allowed. You couldn't even sell goods, you can only sell services. And there's pieces of paper floating around, and you've been in this situation for an infinite period of time, so you're in equilibrium, and then a helicopter flies over the top and drops another 1,000 notes. Well, yeah, that'll cause inflation because there's nothing else left to cause inflation. It's a mythical world. In the real world, we have changing population, changing tastes, changing everything. And of course, lending exists and the economy's in disequilibrium. So their starting point is a myth, and it drags you into thinking in terms of a myth. And when you look at the data, it's not the banks so much that control the creation of money, it's the bank contracts we've signed with credit cards. The amount of spare room in credit cards in America right now, if everybody accessed those credit cards, could create $5 trillion worth of additional money. And the banks couldn't stop you doing it. So the causation doesn't go from government money printing to inflation, it goes the other way around. Okay? The primary causes of inflation are social conflict over the distribution of income, technological progress which reduces inflation, and rising energy costs which increase it. Those are the basic causes. And when you look at the amount of money created by the government, as it happens, because both the private sector and the government create the money, most of the money created in the last 40 years has been created by the private sector. The 91% of the money created since 2000 in America is privately created money. And you may not be amazed to know that during 1980 to 2000, government policy actually destroyed money. 144% of it was created by the private sector, therefore the public sector was actually cancelling money. Now, how on earth could government policy cause inflation if government was destroying money across that period of time, not creating it? All the stuff you're taught is back the front. And the global experts are those two people on inflation. So if you want to get sensible people advising you, get rid of the Bank of England's research staff and get Isabella and Blair in control. Now, I've been dominated by the belief that you have to slash spending since even before Friedman and Thatcher. It's been something that's been part of people's thinking for centuries. But if you look at the level of government spending, the American average over the last 125 years is it's run a deficit of 2.8% of GDP. Looking just at the post-war period, it's 2.6% of GDP. Now China, and thank God we have an alternative example to look at these days, China has used fiat money creation, which is what a deficit does, to build their economy. They've run a deficit twice the scale of what America has run for that period of time. And when you look at where inflation comes from, it's government deficits which create, where money comes from. Government deficits create money, private sector credit creates money, and a trade surplus creates money. Put those three together, and China's harnessed all of them and used it wisely for an incredible level of development. And if you look at the rate of economic growth that means, China's per capita income has grown by more than 9% per year over the last 40 years. The UK's has been 1.5%. Now, what that means is the UK would take 45 years to double per capita incomes. China is doubling them every 7.5 years. If that kept on going for another 45 years, the UK would double its per capita income by 2070. China would be 64 times richer. Okay? China's doing the right thing, not the UK, not America. And its industrialisation has been radical. That's a photograph I took in Sichuan in 1981-82. There's actually alligator skins being sold in the back there. Now it's a high-tech powerhouse. You have to see it to believe it. I literally saw it in this state 1 or 2 years later. The big buildings were Russian and French. On one side of the border, there was nothing on the other, virtually nothing. That's it now. So China's got the public-private divide right. The public sector provides the infrastructure and the socially beneficial facilities that the private sector won't provide because they can't make a return in time. It's not worth their while waiting that long to get a return when they've got to pay interest costs or pay dividends. So the public sector creates that. The private sector is highly competitive in areas where innovation and new technologies matter dramatically. And one of my colleagues, Avner Off, has done a great book on the divide between what should the public spend on and what should the private sector spend on. So that's the real world. That's the world you're in. You are finally, it's a turning point. I hope this is a turning point to get away from garbage economics, telling us we can't do what we should do. In fact, what we must do. So when you look at what happens without a government, according to the neoclassicals, things are better. When you model it using the technology I've developed here, mathematicians said that leads to a crisis. A debt deflation will happen without government spending. When you have government spending, you can avoid the catastrophe that occurred during the Great Depression. Without it, you just go down the plug hole. So there's strong mathematical foundations for the ideas that I'm showing you here. It's not just verbal logic, it's solid, empirically validated information. So we need better tools. And system dynamics, which is the area that engineers tried to bring into economics 50 years ago and got pushed away by the economists, those tools now exist. They're sophisticated enough to manage a national economy. And you can't manage the economy using the same tools that gave you the stupidity of austerity and the decades of stagnation that came with it. You need new tools and new theories, and they already exist. So throw the neoclassical textbook away and find people like myself. There's quite a few colleagues that I have who want to overthrow this nonsense. We've been trying to do it for the last 50 years without success. You can find my work in those two sites, and there are those alternative tools which support progressive politics. You will have to use them to be able to survive and succeed as a government. And my software is called Minsky, or Ravel, and that's what I've been using in the presentation so far. My most recent book talks like an engineer to Elon Musk, and it tells him to leave the economy alone and stick to blowing up rockets. Okay? Now that's you can get a bit of a detail on my approach there. I'm giving an online course these days as well, so this is a bit of advertising here, but it's advertising because you need it. You need the right tools, you need the right advisors to be able to succeed in what you're trying to do. You can't defeat the Tories without changing to that sort of politics. You can improve both the economy and the lives of the many at the same time. And you need a realistic approach, and that exists. And please, when you see this on the YouTube, share it. We've got to get rid of that meme of supply and demand curves. Thank you.
Steve, thank you very, very much for that. Absolutely brilliant. And I loved the headline there, why do Labour and Tories have the same economic policy? Absolutely perfect question. We've got 10 minutes, or 9 minutes actually, for questions to Steve. So I'll take 3. If there is, I've been asked to make sure there is one about NHS cuts and the creation of that environment which enables them as well. But if nobody asks that, I'll ask it. Yeah, up there. I'll take 3, then we'll get Steve to reply, so we finish on
It's bad hearing too, so speak loudly.
Hi. Yes, Gary Howkins. In the creation of money, it's the Bank of England that actually does that.
No.
No?
No.
Okay.
The Treasury does it.
Well, this is my question.
Through the avenue with the central bank, but the Treasury creates the money.
So, but this is my question. Where does the real power in creating that money actually lie? And I ask that question because we're thinking about the Liz Truss administration. 6 weeks that government actually lasted, and it was a standoff between the governor of the Bank of England and a politician, an elected politician. You know, no matter how bad you think she is, which she was, but you know, where does this real? Because personally, I think that the real power has actually been handed over to the Bank of England.
Hold that one for a second, Steve. We'll take a couple of others. I think there is a point about Gordon Brown making the Bank of England independent in 1997 was part of it as well. Yes, up there. And was there somebody else? And then those two here, then we must move on quickly, yeah? Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Found that very, very interesting. Look forward to reading your book. I had always understood that a barrier to kind of radical economic change in terms of higher spending is the potential reaction of international credit rating agencies in terms of downgrading our credit rating, which raises the cost of government borrowing and other things. So do you see that as a risk when recommending pursuing these policies? And if so, how would you mitigate it?
Okay. There was a hand over there. Yes, that hand there. And then, yes, the one there. Yeah. Sorry, Ruth, and then one over there. Is that all right? Are you feeling very fit this morning?
I am. Yeah, I don't want to get my stats on. So working in the civil service, but speaking very from a personal level, when we get told to make cuts, to make savings, how do we how do we talk about the cost of making cuts today and how that would create deficits in the future in a way that's persuasive within the civil service, that you can push back on gently and, you know, with respect for politicians, but in a way that speaks this language accessibly for political leaders?
Thanks. Last question over here, then Steve to reply, because we must finish by 1:45. That gives Steve 7 minutes to reply at the most. No, 6. Sorry, Ruth.
No, I love us. Oh, no, I must.
Yeah.
Oh, well, if they're really quick questions, we'll take you and you, yes. Be quick, please, both of you.
No. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I wonder, it's I love your talk about infrastructure, the need to invest in infrastructure. How has the story got out there? And we need to increase economic understanding, but billionaires, what about their economic understanding? Is there an acknowledgement that they need that infrastructure in order to build their fortunes?
So it's money for rockets, yeah?
I can ask after. Project. Oh.
Okay, lovely. All right. Steve.
Okay. Well, okay. In terms of where the power lies with the Treasury and the Parliament. Okay? And the central bank is owned by the Treasury, fundamentally. I'm not sure the situation for the UK. I've read too many central bank documents, but central banks either remit all their interest earnings back to the Treasury, or if they own bonds, then the Treasury doesn't pay interest on them. So the power lies with the Treasury, and once Parliament has passed an act, then the act requires the Treasury to do an appropriations. There's a lot of complicated mechanical movements, what are called open market operations, and so on, to make sure there's enough reserves at different times. It's a complicated process. Okay, but the fundamental thing is once the government has said we want to spend this money, the Treasury then designs the transactions that are involved, the bonds are sold, and there's so many bonds, as you saw, that out there, if there's not enough reserves available, then the central bank buys the bonds to make the reserves available. There's no possibility of the primary auction being unfulfilled. What goes wrong is banks then sell those bonds to the private sector, mainly other financial institutions, but also rich individuals. And then when the interest rates go up, that devalues bonds. So a lot of pension funds bought bonds when interest rate was 1%. Interest rate goes to 5%. The value of the bonds they hold plunges. And fundamentally, we came very close to destroying the financial sector by increasing interest rates from 1% to 5%. And the only reason the financial sector didn't collapse is they have this fiction they call hold to maturity. So they have some bonds they mark as mark to market, so the bond values changes with what happens in interest rates. But they pretend that most of them are going to be held till maturity, and therefore they keep a constant value. They don't write the asset value down. If that wasn't done, it wouldn't just be a few pension funds who collapsed because of rising interest rates. Could have been the whole banking system. And again, neoclassical economists are just unaware of those sorts of dangers. So the Treasury, the government is controlled, the Treasury owns the central bank. We've given far too much power to neoclassical economists because they're the ones who run the central banks, and according to their theories, the central bank is the control mechanism. They're completely wrong about that as well, but the power lies with the government and then the Treasury, in that sense. I sort of missed the third question, the credit rating question. That is a danger. Credit ratings are dominated by the same people who believe the government has to borrow money. The same economic thinking goes through. They probably will downgrade your debt. That might have an impact on the value of the pound. So that is a danger. But it's an irrational reaction to what you're doing. If I had to say one area I'd like to see progressive parties focus upon, you have to reduce your trade deficit. And one way to do that is to promote food production, because the UK imports more than 40% of its food. And I would not like to be here if there's a global famine, which I think global warming is going to give you. So an easy way that doesn't involve having to outdo China and technological powers is to get food production up in the UK. And you can learn from the Netherlands on how to do that too, which makes it rather easier. Billionaires, if you see the stuff that Trump spews, that Musk spews out, they live in their own little bubble, and the bubble is sitting on top of the mainstream economics they've absorbed, however they learned it. He did actually do an economics degree at Wharton, I think, the same place that Trump supposedly learned economics. So they're all living in a mythical world. They're telling you these things are going to happen, but in fact they're dependent upon government spending for the scale of their profits. And the sensible people on this is a Polish economist called Michał Kolewski, wrote in the 1940s and 50s and 30s. And he proved that the government deficit actually turns up as part of the profits of the private sector. So they're shooting themselves in the foot. I think we should let them.
Steve, thank you very, very much, and that's absolutely a brilliant way to end. So, Steve, is it okay if we put your papers up on the PJP website?
I'd be massively offended if you didn't.
So we will put them up because we don't wish to cause you any offence whatsoever, and we can use those as a tool for further debate and discussion. But thank you very, very much indeed, Steve. That's absolutely brilliant. And we're now absolutely on time for me to hand over for the next session, which is on health and social care. Who's chairing the next session? Claudia? Alia.
Yeah.
Who?
I think Alia.
Okay, Alia.
Thanks again.
Okay, put this out. Let's see.
No, perfect.
All right, I'll take this away. Okay. I've got to grab all my bits and pieces here, so give me a second to do that. Okay, that's it there. Yeah, okay.
to this session on health and social care campaigns. My name is Alia Butt. I'm a psychotherapist, and I'll be chairing. Sadly, we have apologies from both Francesca Martinez and Deborah Harrington, who aren't able to join us due to unforeseen and very unfortunate circumstances. They would have loved to be here, so sorry about that. But we are very lucky to have two wonderful speakers joining me to talk about this very important topic. So we have next to me Claudia Turbot-Deloff, who is a person-centred psychotherapist and independent Hackney counsellor. She is the mental health champion for Hackney, a committed trade unionist and social justice campaigner. So thanks for joining us, Claudia. We also are joined by Mick Cooper. Mick is a professor of counselling psychology at the University of Roehampton, where he leads the Centre for Research in Psychological Wellbeing. He's a founding member of the Therapy and Social Change Network, which aims to explore how therapeutic practices can inform political action and contribute to broader societal transformation. And he's the author of Psychology at the Heart of Social Change, developing a progressive vision for society which emphasises the impact of socio-political factors such as economic inequality on mental health. So thank you. So, as I said, I'm a psychotherapist. It's lovely to be joined by two fellow psychotherapists, very unusual and special. But I've worked in the NHS for a long time. And have been able to, I'm just launching in, but yeah, I've been able to see the impact of cuts, of privatisation, of the dismantling of the social infrastructure in this country, as I would put it, on the mental health of the people that we work with in the NHS and on the NHS itself. But it wasn't until the pandemic, perhaps, that it became very apparent how privatisation, how the disruption of social healthcare actually has been so vulnerable during times of crisis to corruption, essentially, and to further dismantling. You know, it was a time where things became very difficult for everybody in society. And I think what also became very apparent is how healthcare, social care, mental health care, emotional health care, is kind of the centrality of healthcare and how it is so important to every part of society, of human life, actually. So I just wanted to ask, to begin, how do you feel about the way mental health care, healthcare in general, impacts different parts of our lives? And you know, is there anything in particular that you think is really quite pivotal to the impacts of mental health?
I mean, I think just to follow up on what you're saying earlier, I think that mental and psychological distress is often something that's really hidden, and even on the left isn't something that we always talk about or think about what it really means. And, you know, when you're talking about the cuts and the impact on, for instance, waiting lists and kids waiting for mental health services or adults, these are people who are, you know, with depression, who are maybe waking up every day facing the bleakness, the hopelessness, the feeling of kind of worthlessness, and not just the kind of thinking it, but feeling it really deeply as a kind of body, or if they've got anxiety problems, a kind of shakiness and a fear and a terror that they face every day. So the problems we're talking about in mental health, I think politically across the board often get forgotten about, or I guess it's easy to see it from a distance in conceptual terms, but actually to really think about what it means. And I guess many of us here will have, you know, I know for myself, have experienced mental health problems. And it's a very real, visceral phenomena that I think we really need to take seriously and think about how do we get to a place where we have equality and we have social justice around something that is so core to who we are as human beings. It's fundamental to who we are. I wanted to talk about social and emotional literacy, but I'll go on to that in a second.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Mick. I think that sets a tone of what we want to sort of bring today. I just wanted to correct something. I'm not the current mental health champion for Hackney. I was taken that my role was ceased after I supported Palestine in the council. I was suspended, and I proudly left the Labour Party, obviously. I was already with one foot out when the anti-migrant rhetoric began, and me as a Boliviana, Latina, proud migrant woman, I already knew that was the way out, and then whatever happened, and then I was suspended for even supporting Palestine. So I'm not anymore, but I am proudly the former mental health champion for Hackney, and I know why my role was taken away, but my work continues, and that's why we're here today, so thank you, everyone. I just wanted to shall we maybe get started, and I'll set a bit of examples. Yes? So, I mean, one of the reasons why we started working on this campaign about emotionally healthy schools was because, so as a counsellor in Hackney, I started seeing the number of residents and families experiencing school exclusions. I'm a former youth worker. So when I worked as a youth worker back in 2011, 2012, the situation about school exclusion was bad, but it wasn't as bad as it is now. Now, when Mick talks about this sort of silence, that distance that we have sometimes with mental health, we talk about it, but we don't sit to unpack it. If for me, and as Mick was saying earlier, in a very person-centered way, I think this is the process, and today we have this opportunity to talk about it, so it's great. Now, I just want to first also say thank you to Peace and Justice Project, because really not many people are taking the time to talk openly and transparently about this issue. Now, one of the things that just maybe to put into context as we start today is to say that let's just imagine a young person in a class. These are some example, of course, I'm not going to say, not going to give identifiables or the school or anything. But let's just imagine a child just finishes a paper, an exam, and as he gets up, cracks his neck. And as he cracks his neck, the teacher says, 30 minutes detention because you make noise in the room. The child says, or the young person says, what? Another 30 minutes for replying back. That child now has 1 hour detention. And if you know or didn't know about this, the school doesn't have the legal right to tell a parent that your child has had a detention. So they will inform you when the child has an exclusion. That needs another day to unpack that, but just I'm going to give you the main headlines. So that child can get 30 minutes or an hour detention, even for just saying what or what happened. They get detentions for forgetting their pens or for not having the right color of socks. We have had, and I'm sorry that, I hope this is not too triggering, but and we're going to manage, as sensibly as possible this session today. But we have young persons that do wet themselves in the classroom. And we have had schools where they say, we have a room full of new trousers and skirts if they want to change. We have had young girls that their periods have come through in the class and they're not allowed to go to toilets, otherwise they will get detention. The examples are long. But where we are with this is that we fundamentally understand that this is a system that really needs to stop. It's systematic and disproportionately affects children and young people of global majorities, which is where my passion is as well, for all young people. One is too many. Just to give you some figures, we have roughly 190 school days, okay? And school exclusions have risen dramatically over the last few years. At the moment, in any academic year, and this is the data that we have online, which of course probably is even more and worse. This is the data that we know, and I see some heads nodding. And we do need to campaign on that as well. Again, please invite me for another session on unpacking all of this data. But we have 10,900 permanent exclusions in academic year. These are children. These are 10,900 children excluded. on a yearly basis. And this is a 16% increase from 2002 to 2023. So this is for the academic year for 23-24. That means that we have an equivalent to 13 permanent exclusions for every 10,000 pupils. That is a lot. But what I find also shocking is suspensions. So remember that suspensions are, you didn't bring the right sock, you didn't bring the right pen, and these are the ones that are recorded. A child could have between 60 to 100, 200, 300 school detentions. And we haven't got yet to the emotional side, and Mick is going to talk about what we believe could be the way forward. Now, suspensions. There are I can't read as well, so 955,000, so it's nearly 1 million suspensions a year that are recorded. And I just want us to stay with that thought, that the emotional impact that this has. We have children and young people having panic attacks because they have forgotten a specific pen. I have seen it as a mother, and I know my child has asked me not to share anything that has happened to him, and of course I wouldn't. But I tell you as a mother, and I'm a therapist myself and I can process, I will never recover from seeing my child having a panic attack because he doesn't have the right pen. Ever. That image will never leave my mind. And I'm angry. I am fuming that the system allows this. And it happens to children across the country. So for me, this moment that we're taking today is a piece of social justice as well for all the young people and families that suffer in silence. And we have many that don't speak the language and are struggling in the system. Just to kind of wrap up in a bit about data, just to set the context. And by the way, this isn't about being alarming you or being, wanting to sort of give you really shocking data. This is mild, what I'm telling you. It gets to places where there is physical attack on young people. The shouting, the public humiliation. In Hackney, we have done some work, and I have colleagues that have done brilliant work. My colleague, Councillor Penny Root, has managed to get to a place where we are having an independent review. Of course, I'm not going to give names of schools and so on because it's in process. But we hear stories about children and young people being made to kneel. And this is because academies don't have a responsibility, or local authorities don't have access, or they don't have the right to change their school behavior policies. But it's having a tremendous impact on people's mental health. And what it does is that we have young people who come to school, we're teaching them a system where there is a punity system. You punish for everything you do, for just being human, for just forgetting a simple ruler, for just forgetting a simple pen. And again, I'm giving you the mildest of examples. For simply talking online or in line, you will get a punishment. Now, why we want to bring this? It's also affecting SEND students. In fact, it's 15% of the school population that account for SEND students, and then they are receiving as well. They are predominantly in the permanent exclusions. So students with special education needs. This issue on school exclusion is huge, but the part what we bring in today is about the impact on mental health. There is an ongoing public humiliation that happens to children and young people on a daily basis that we're not challenging as a system. And the reason why this happens is because mostly it happens in academies. Now, this is not an attack on the teaching education system. In fact, we want to support that because there are teachers also suffering from this. We need to look into this, and that's why it's so good, the Peace and Justice Project, and I heard Jeremy, we were here all day yesterday, that the priorities is education system. But what's happening is that we're breaking some of our students in school, emotionally breaking, damaging them, bruising them. And then they go out from the school, go to homes that potentially are also experiencing difficult situations, and there is a breakdown of relationships with families. And as you probably have heard, and I know that Daniéle Obono has spoken openly about this, that the pipeline between school exclusions and the justice system. 70% of the juvenile jails are young people that have been excluded from the schools. So we really have the data, and we really need to stop and pay attention to it. Just to conclude on this bit around data, for me personally, and we'll see what this wonderful panel thinks, and also yourselves and people online, I personally feel that this is colonialism being implemented in the schools, because there is a praising system about the best grades. I personally don't think that the UK has an education system that has an orientation for humanity. It's more about the grades and know that you can do the best, and the people that are not doing well, we just put them in the back and we forget about them. I just want to say to kind of conclude, and then we'll come back to data because there is more to talk about. Today is Bolivians' Student National Day. It's a day we celebrate students. And this is such a culture that we have, and I would like to see it happening as well here in the UK. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Claudia. And I think there's a point there, isn't there, that you're making about the way that society is structured, the way that the education system is being restructured, how that has an impact on not just young people, but families, on society. We're essentially teaching young people that, their behavior is to be penalized. It's so punitive. And I think that's how society is at large, really. Healthcare is taken away, social infrastructure is broken down, working people, just ordinary people, are blamed for all the problems in society, when it's so apparent that actually that's not the case. There's a lot more for all of us, but we are being treated in such a way that people's mental health is suffering just by living in a society that is so dehumanizing. Every day, getting up and having to prove your worth and not being treated fairly, no matter what you do. And those of us who can't work all the time, those of us who have issues, illnesses, penalized, treated so badly. And it starts in schools. It starts in our schools. It's so damaging. Having worked during the pandemic, for example, I was working in child and adolescent mental health services, in pediatric mental health services, which, that feels kind of bizarre to think that we have to treat people who are so young for their difficulties that are very, very much, societal, systemic. But that's where we are, and it's sad and difficult. I just wanted to ask the next question around what you both think are the most important things to allow a more compassionate and fair and equitable and human society, actually.
Yeah, thanks. I really agree with both of you and what Jeremy was saying yesterday about schools being a fulcrum where people learn how to be and how to relate. And I think what you're saying, what you're describing there, Claudia, about the kind of the punitive culture, and often because teachers are so stressed themselves and don't have the resources to be able to support young people that I know that they would like to. We've done research about pastoral care teachers, and what we know is that the kids really value that contact. But the pastoral care teachers are saying themselves often that they just don't have the time to be able to put into supporting the kids emotionally. And often they're really in the front line in terms of dealing with really high levels of stress and emotional distress. Kid comes to them, tells them maybe what's going on at home, or that they've been bullied or been beaten up. And the kind of traumatization, vicarious traumatization that they can experience themselves, listening to that needs support, that needs supervision, that needs help itself to be able to support them. So I think this, I do think schools are the fulcrum, and I think if there's a way, as a movement, as a socialist movement, of radically transforming the culture that we have in our schools, and I think particularly secondary schools, if I think about my own experience of bullying, of shaming, of kind of dog eat dog, that you have to fight really to have some standing in the hierarchy, or if you're on the bottom, God help you. that I hear from my kids still describe something very similar, and around particularly, I think, kids with neurodiversity, something we might want to talk about, can really experience that victimization. If there was a way as a socialist movement, we could transform that into school environments that were caring, that were nurturing, that were supportive, that weren't excluding in the ways that you're describing. And I think also ones that, and something I really passionately believe in, is having schools that teach kids how to communicate and how to be compassionate and empathic with others, how to be able to understand what others think. I think, for me, and I think for many of us here, at the heart of socialism, the values are about a refusal to see other people suffering, as Edward said about humanism. It's a willingness to. Socialism is about, when we're talking about Palestine, when we're talking about kind of racist attacks and being something so different from what we saw last weekend, it's about that willingness not to blame, to victimize the first person in front of you, but to try and understand people's suffering when we think about refugees coming over, to see them as humans, as you're saying earlier, to see that humanization. But I don't think that's a skill that we are just born with. I think that that's something that we also need to learn. And there's some fantastic programs in schools now, social and emotional learning programs that have really good evidence bases. We know that they work, that can help right down from the earliest ages, kids to be able to understand and think about how others might feel. So very, very young child, it might be something as simple as that they're given a picture of somebody who's lost their doll, and that they're asked to think about, what do you imagine that young girl feels, or what do you imagine that young boy feels? And that through learning to how to communicate, how to talk in ways, and to, for instance, in situations of conflict, how do you role play a conflict when you want something and somebody wants something else? What do you do to try and find a way forward rather than fighting, rather than violence, through ways of peace and cooperation? These are things that people have the potential to learn. And I think that if we can, and the evidence shows that it can be learned, and that people can learn empathy, they can learn compassion, they can learn that ability to think about what might be going on in not just the mind of the other, but the feelings of the other, and to really imagine how others might feel. And I think, so when we're talking about schools and kind of changing the culture in schools, as well as changing things like kind of punishment and exclusions, also if we can bring into our schools more learning about others, about self, about relationships, about empathy, I think that'd be one of the most fundamental things that would make a difference. We learn about geography, we learn about history, maths, all really important topics. But when it comes to things like actually learning about what's most fundamental to what makes us happy, like how do we have close relationships with others, how do we find meaning in life, the teaching is so sporadic and intermittent, and it's in some schools and not in other schools. I think we need, on our curricula, a real commitment to have learning about social and emotional skills, so that we can, this isn't a short-term solution, this isn't something that's going to happen overnight, but I think in the long term, this gives us genuine possibilities to create the kind of world that we would all love to see for the future, which is caring for selves, for others, and for the planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think what we're talking about is or sort of what you're talking about, Mick, I think, is this idea that actually the society we've built and we perpetuate, not us in this room, but generally as a human race, it's it's not empathy based. It's not based in empathy. It's kind of the opposite of that. I feel like there's two opposing ways of being, or many more, but in terms of what we're talking about, there's the way that the world works, sadly, which is very much about the other things, not empathy, but competitiveness and the other things that we were talking about. But actually, it's so important to notice that and to talk about that actually it's such an important thing and it can be developed. We just do need to talk about it more and learn about it more. I try not to talk about Elon Musk, generally speaking, but he's a very influential person. And he'll say things like empathy is what's wrong with the world. And I think that is a big way that many people see the world, because people are so damaged, frankly. People are so... that's taken away from everything we learn about is kind of the opposite. So it's taken away from us. And actually young people are the ones suffering most. And we really, that's where we need to start in lots of ways, because they are the adults of tomorrow. They are the ones who are going to be picking up the pieces. And actually we need to help them support each other in ways that we just don't see in schools. It's so brutal, having lived in this country myself my entire life. It's brutal, the way children treat one another in schools. And we learn that. We learn that from the adults around us and the teachers and the way that teachers are bullied, the way teachers are marginalised, treated so badly. People don't want to harm one another, but that's all we're taught, is that it's important to harm one another so that we can get by. And it's so destructive, yeah. I just want to ask a little bit more about what you think need to change. I mean, I know you've spoken about it a little bit, but what do you think needs to change, whether it's in schools, but also more broadly? Are there things that feel are possible, and what are they for us at the moment? We're living in a particularly difficult time, I think, where people are being encouraged to turn away from the horrors that are going on around the world, despite it being so obvious to everybody. It's social media has made the world so small, but it's also difficult to experience without trying to find a way to ignore it, I think, for a lot of people. So, yeah, I don't know, but perhaps you have some thoughts.
Yes. Well, I think we would like to know that a child goes to school, a young person, and just feels safe. No? And it sounds like a very simple wish, but truly feel safe and just being seen as the human being that they are. That if they need to go to the toilet, they go to the toilet. If they want to say hello to their mate, they say hello to their mate. And they're not giving 30-minute detention because they talk in line, because they're happy to see a friend. And this is the point that I've been sort of pushing a lot on, because for me, when I was a child, home was extremely difficult. So school was my sanctuary. So if you have young people that are already suffering at home and they come to school and you receive even more punishment, just by seeing a friend who you're happy to see, you connecting on a human level, you can't say hello. And if you say hello to them, you have to be like a robot. So my point here, and Mick will probably talk more about the emotionally, so the emotional health side of things, is how, for me, the impact it has, and in worst cases, children completely being excluded from education. The prospect, the life prospect completely decreasing and completely turning just because they just like to say hello to friends and they go into low attention on a daily basis. And again, I'm really emphasizing that these are really mild examples. There are many parents watching, probably summing you here, or families that know that the cases really get really bad. So I think for me, what needs to change is that we need to see the humanity of people, of the teachers, of the young people. We need to be able to feel safe in the schools. I think for me, the biggest issue is that it leads me to a question. What are we teaching kids at school? So I'll give you an example. When as I was saying, that child that maybe cracks his neck and then they get to 1 hour detention. the parent doesn't know because the child is not allowed to bring a phone to school. Now, what we're teaching kids is that they are on their own in this problem. Because the school doesn't need to tell you, there is no legal basis for them, there is no legal requirement to tell you that they had a detention. So often the child would just say, yeah, right, I had detention, but actually we don't even talk about it because it becomes the norm. Now, there are other punitive systems that happens at school, which leads me to wonder, what are we teaching our kids? We're teaching them, some kids we know and young people, because they actually need to communicate to the parents, might hide their phone, or might hide a set of keys that supposedly they shouldn't have, and so on. So what we teach, I think what we're learning is how to trick a system, to navigate it. And that for me is fundamentally wrong. Because we are not allowing a young person to have the needs that they have and to meet them at school, right? But instead, a young person is learning to navigate a system, to trick it, to survive. And that for me is fundamentally wrong. And I see, again, heads nodding. I think if we go back to, let's think about how we can make the school a safe place again, where humanity is seen above grades. Again, it's our socialist agenda, isn't it? And I love what you said about we don't want anyone to see anyone suffer. Now, there are other things that are happening at the moment, and many youth organizations know this, that have done great work in, showing there is a huge waiting list on mental health for young people, and we know this, there are people waiting up to 3 years. I would like to cover that maybe in a little bit, that actually that in itself is really wrong, because we have a system where we have a dropout rate on mental health between 30 to 70% in some places, and that's unacceptable. And many of you don't know about this, and I'll be delighted to talk about it in a moment, because I feel so passionate about it, being myself a therapist in NHS in the past, and knowing how we actually, the money is there, but we are malusing it, and it's not, we need to repurpose it. But I'll pass on to Mick, and we'll come to that. Thank you.
Maybe say a bit about schools and then, like, more broadly your question. So I think that in terms of schools, some of the things that we've been thinking about that are going to be important and organisations to engage with is Ofsted, and thinking with Ofsted about criteria that reward inclusivity and nurturing approaches rather than grades. Developing social and emotional learning, thinking about how we can support school staff and funding. I mean, so much of this requires more funding to come into education through ways that people have talked about already, but support for school staff so that they aren't under the pressure that they're not able to support children and young people with their emotional needs. There's a movement to develop school-based mental health support teams. And actually we know that there are some real advantages of having mental health in schools, in the sense that it is a place that's very accessible for all young people. And they find that up to 5-6 times young people are more likely to attend mental health services if they're in a school than in a clinical setting. And that can be very important for disadvantaged young people where school is, I think as Claudia was saying, is a safe place. Funding early intervention and wraparound care, I think is very important, and training for teachers around anti-racist work, trauma-informed work. There's a real development of trauma-informed practices in Wales. They've got a programme, for instance, called TIPS that is developing trauma-informed practices for teachers so that they can then support students and young people in trauma-informed ways. As Claudia has talked about, ending the kind of zero-tolerance behaviour policies that means that children and young people are excluded, and really making that a last resort, and requiring schools to publish exclusion data that disaggregates on things like race and SEND and socioeconomic status, so that we can, really see what's happening. So I think that's one thing for me in terms of how we can really develop a more compassionate society. The second thing for me, and this is putting the kind of economic issues to one side, I think, which are obviously incredibly important, and it's not a question of either or. I think these things both go together, and economic equalities allow for so much of this to happen. But another one I think is really important that can run alongside that is around positive parenting. Again, just this thing about social and emotional learning that we don't have. Also, parents have such little training in how to bring up infants in a way that supports them to feel safe, as Claudia was saying, that supports them to feel nurtured, to feel a value and worth, and that they are somebody who can find meaning in their lives. I think we know very much from the psychological literature that if somebody is hurt and damaged, if somebody feels a victim to the world, that it can be easier for them to then see others or to take that on others because they feel so much hurt and anger inside themselves. And if they are able to be brought up in a way where the parent can relate to them in a way which mentalizes, which helps them think about their mind, and that they see in the parent that the parent recognizes what's going on in their mind, then that's something that they can also learn in terms of empathy, in terms of caring for others. So that parenting, and again, we have positive parenting programs that really show that we can improve parenting. We can move towards more trauma-informed, more supportive, more nurturing parents, which isn't just about being liberal and letting kids do whatever they want, but is about having boundaries and having clear boundaries. Philippa Perry's written a brilliant book about this. Having clear boundaries, but also within that having deep attachment, security, care that can help young people grow up to really bring out the best in themselves. So I would put that very much, that positive parenting. And I think that is, again, a kind of socialist question. It's a socialist issue. You know, these might seem like kind of soft issues. It's not the hard kind of economics and finances and all those issues. You know, perhaps these are seen as more feminine in some ways, these issues around parenting, around emotions that are kind of more pushed to the sides. But if we as a socialist movement can think about parenting and how we support positive parenting, that can really run along so well the development of a more caring, more secure, more nurturing society, which I think is what we all want to see.
Thank you, Rose. Yeah, and I think it really speaks to, you know, the need for this type of education, really speaks to how society has been broken down, how divided people feel, and how disconnected people feel. And actually, I think you're right about this domain maybe not being seen as important, as relevant. And actually, it's everything to, you know, it's the most human basic stuff, you know, children and parenting and, you know, just living together and encouraging each other to develop into people who actually do care about each other, because that is at the heart of everything we talk about. And I think you're right. I think it's very sidelined, but actually it's all very linked. You know, in the NHS, the cuts, privatisation, the discounting, the kind of you know, the kind of just discredit that is given to these very important social infrastructures. You know, in the NHS, mental health care is so limited, and it's so sidelined, and actually we don't get to talk about it much at all. And I think, Claudia, you sort of touched on it. What people are being offered doesn't feel like it's enough, and it just doesn't feel like it's appropriate, actually. People can't even take that up anymore. People wait years to be seen by somebody in the NHS, adults I'm talking about. You know, people wait for years to be seen, and when they access the support, often they're so psychologically burned out that they can't even really engage with it in a way that feels meaningful. You know, clinicians are absolutely distraught by working in a system, I think. I mean, I certainly feel that. Working in a system where we can't offer the care that people deserve, nowhere near it. And it's really disheartening. And I feel like that's also at the centre of society, actually. Dismantling the structures that we already have, devaluing people's mental health and physical health as well, actually, for the profit motive. And it's so disgusting, but it's everywhere. It's in schools. You know, marketisation is the reason, I think, or is a reason why schools have become so punitive, because they're trying to get these grades and scores, and actually children have just become part of the marketplace. They've just become these numbers that have to produce. It's so inhumane. But yeah, Claudia, you touched on mental health services, and I wonder if you want to just elaborate on that.
Yes, you can see, I mean, I've explained I'm also a therapist myself, but a lot of my work has been on campaigning, because I've seen the worst of what can happen when you are in a system that is just about numbers and data. Now, I just want to very openly and publicly say that this isn't an attack on any model of therapy or any sort of system per se, but it's about the society changes and the needs of people also changes, and we need to adapt to that. We need to really meet the humanity and the needs of people that are accessing the mental health support that we offer. Now, what I want to touch on, and at least just leave the seed of curiosity, so that you can also go back to your wards, to your boroughs, to your local authorities or your communities to ask these questions, because this is national data that is available for everyone around the dropout rates that happen in NHS in the talking therapy system. Now, of course, everyone who has bless you, comrade, everyone that has that we experience a mental health challenge, we should receive the support. And what happens, as you probably know, and we hear it often, is that there is a long waiting list to receive therapy. Sometimes we have people that wait up to 3 years or even more, and we know that many people give up in the process. And what happens then is that people go and seek private therapy. And when you seek private therapy, then many get themselves in debt because they need the support. So we are in a very unhealthy cycle. Now, but just to bring, and again, this needs even probably more time, but just to give you the main headlines. Around 1.6 million people request a referral or are referred for mental health therapy, okay, in the NHS. This is a national level. There is data you can go and look into each borough, into each ICB, each area. Actually, the data is phenomenal, and it's there, but we just don't look at it. But not until now, because now you know that it exists. You're going to go and have a look. So around 1.6, 1.7 million people on a yearly basis request therapy support. 1.2 million people are seen, meaning they're given an appointment. At least that's the data that we receive. But only 600,000 people complete treatment. And of that completion treatment, I just want to just put it to the audience. How many sessions do you think is required to be regarded as completed? From 8 sessions, because it varies between 6 to 8 and sometimes 10, but let's just say 8 sessions. How many sessions do you think it needs for completion? You know that I'm asking because it's serious. 2. Thank you. 2. So 2 sessions can be regarded as completed, and those 2 sessions, one of them could just be the triage session, which is a 20 minutes phone call. I am so pleased that we are on the same page here, and you are as disgusted and as shocked as I am, because that is not okay. Reportedly, we have 1.2 million people on a waiting list on a yearly basis. And many people actually come off the list because they just had enough and they're going in debt themselves because they need the support. So if we're having over 1.2 million people or 1 million people not actually accessing the service, then where is the money going? And that is the question. Now, I am not claiming that there is a fraudulent situation happening, no at all. But I just think it's just one slither of what's happening in NHS, that we are absolutely bleeding dry our NHS. Because now as a therapist, and maybe colleagues in here, might have their own experiences, there is also the myth that we don't have enough qualified therapists. Absolutely untrue. We have a 60 to 70% qualified workforce that don't have a job in the NHS and don't have a secure job. And they are forced to go into private therapy. Now, we used to, and I get very often phone calls or texts or emails saying, Claudia, tell me the love counselor, we need a therapist in such a place. We pay £35 an hour or £45 an hour. These are private companies that are getting a big, big commission, as opposed to employing people and having secure employment of therapists that are going to be in NHS on a yearly contract. They offer you £45, £50. They used to, now they're offering 25, 19, £18 an hour. And they're keeping themselves a big commission. There are a number of these private companies doing this. And they're offering 3 hours of work a week, 7 hours of work a week. And in the meantime, we're wasting all that funds. Now, I just I'm going to close today because the topic is complex, but really the main headline is that this is a system that needs changing, and we need to repurpose that. Now, the 10-year plan for the NHS, and of course, I think there is a lot of us are in agreement that I don't believe, probably you don't, and I'm sure that's why we're here, that West Streeting has the best interest for the NHS. Thank you. There is, and I'm also a trustee in a mental health, in a health trust, and we hear, of how the ICBs are going to be stopped very soon. Suddenly, they have to cut with 15,000, jobs going. Suddenly, with month's notice, and then they have to redo the whole thing by the end of the year. But where I'm going with this is that there is an opportunity. And it's that some of the services offered in hospitals will go back to communities. But it's going back to communities that don't have the resources and money. Just in our council, we cut a huge amount of money for the grants that the voluntary sector receives. So actually, our communities are exhausted. So where I'm going with this is that I hope that all of us, you can take action. We can ask for this. We can go back to our boroughs. We can go back to our local authorities, and we can ask. Please submit questions to your public, to public questions in your councils, because very often people don't, and that is our democratic, right to do. And ask, how are you managing the money in a local GPs and a local NHS? How is the NHS managing that? Or public health, the public health budget. Just to conclude, and I'll pass it on to Mick, because I can go on forever, Mick. She needs to stop me, because I can go on forever. I think, ultimately, what we do need to do is repurpose. Because we can appreciate that there isn't, say, money, because it's in the pockets of the millionaires, and until we wealth the tax, it ain't going to happen until we nationalize our resources. It's not going to happen. Because we're not going to have the money to pay for the public services, the public programs that we need, and social services. So we need to repurpose, at least to put pressure initially to repurpose that. Because the money is there and we are wasting it. And it's public money that should be supporting the lives of many, including young people who are in a horrendous waiting list for support. Thank you.
Thank you both. So we're now going to move to some questions and contributions from your lovely selves. And then perhaps our speakers can come back at the end just quickly. Yes? Yeah, sure.
Oh, you got it. I was going to say, hold it like right up to your microphone.
Hi, I've been in the system for like 20 years, and I would say that alienation in young men is definitely fueling the far right, and mental ill health is fueling the far right in this way. I think you already answered my question as to, do you think that low intensity CBT is the solution to the mental health crisis? Because I don't.
Hello, this works, yeah. It seems, can you provide feedback on, it seems to me that there are two huge things dominating the psychological field. One is this lying, destructive, drug-dependent biomedical model that dominates psychiatry, and how we replace this by a trauma-centered approach. And the second is the elephant in the room of pornography, which is destroying this generation of school children, driving the boys into the far right and driving the girls into mental illness. How you would approach this?
Hi, Gary Halkins again. This is really for anyone on the panel. But don't you think that we should actually make the fight stronger against what is in the education system, which is stealthy privatization. Okay, it's privatization, the academies and so on and so forth, that have actually reduced the impact of parents in schools. And what we need to do is democratize the system. Okay? So, anyway, that's the question.
Okay. So I remember when I was at school quite a long time ago, this strict and uncaring discipline was quite common, particularly from the older teachers. But we were gradually moving away from that in the 60s and 70s. The younger teachers were better trained. Presumably, research showed that those methods gave better results for the kids. But then we've been moving away from that again, going back to the strictness. It all seems to be connected with academisation, SATs tests, 11 plus, assessing school ratings, assessing children purely on academic results and not any other criteria of development. And it can't be good for the teachers either, psychologically. And I'm just wondering what research there is that we can use to explain that we needed better methods. Obviously, it's ideological and not research-based, this change of going back to everything more strict, more disciplined. And, you know, as you already mentioned, it's a business model as well with the academies. I don't know if I've got exactly clear questions on there, but that might give you some I'd like to have some responses on some of those things. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then there was a lady down here.
You get into your step again today.
Certainly. Who was it? Oh, thank you.
Hi, I'm a retired teacher, and for practically my whole teaching career, which pretty much ended in 2010, very significant year. I was in charge of English as an additional language in secondary schools all over London, and also head of refugee education. When David Cameron came in, the Tory government, and austerity Mark 1 was to get rid of all support, paid support in schools for bilingual children from refugee and asylum-seeking backgrounds. That was my cue to retire. I've now gone back in to 1 day a week in an inner London secondary school, a very diverse, to say the least, culturally diverse, which is a joy, except it's not a joy because there is no provision, no funding for any support for bilingual children or children from asylum-seeking or refugee backgrounds. There is nothing, and currently, I've been working there for 5 years now, they've conceded that there might need to be a bit of help for unaccompanied kids who are turning up with no English, and, you know, anyway, traumatised and so on. So they've put 2 teaching assistants, unqualified teachers, in charge of EAL. There's that. The other thing is that since October 2023, the teachers in English schools have received at that point instructions from the Tory government Education Minister Gillian Keegan, advice on how to tackle the Hamas-Israeli conflict in our schools. And the main advice seems to have been to look after the sensitivities, I'm Jewish myself, by the way, sensitivities of the Jewish community in and around schools. So kids who might be Jewish, kids whose families might be Jewish, not practicing, but Jewish, enough to be Jewish. So we've got to think about that. And therefore, to discourage any, to bring up this issue of Palestine as even the history of colonisation. It will never come up. That if you see a kid wearing a badge, or God forbid, sewn into their jackets or whatever, that they have to have detentions, punishments, and any discussion be suppressed. Whereas, I'm very happy it happens for them, but the Ukrainian children, the school told me they get £4,000 per child if they take in Ukrainian children, to give them after-school supplementary interventions and so on. And I'm really thrilled for the Ukrainian children. And we fundraise and we have the flag. We can't say Palestinian in the school, inner city secondary school. And that if we hear kids talking about Palestine, there is advice that you talk to prevent, and you report that kid to prevent. This is how it is right now. So you've got kids who are coming into the school who are not getting any emotional and mental health well-being because nobody's supporting them as refugees or newly arrived bilingual. I will stop. But this is a real passion for me. Of kids who are being let down by not being allowed to talk about this conflict that is driving kids crazy because they don't understand how it is continuing to happen. They're seeing it online. They want to talk about it, but the school is not allowed, or feels terrified that somebody's going to report them for making someone else uncomfortable. And by the way, as far as I know, there aren't any Jewish kids in this school. Anyway, it's even more frustrating. But there we go.
Is that all the questions? I can't see. Or should we, we'll hear from you guys now and then see if there's any time for more? Yeah? Okay. Thank you for the questions.
I'll volunteer you.
Yeah, thanks, Claudia. Some great, some questions and some really important and valuable points. So I'll just respond on some of them. I think the first one was around male alienation and masculinity, which I think is just such an important issue. Thinking about what it means to be a man. When I started training as a therapist, I did a lot of work around men's groups. And just looking into, as a man, the expectations and the pressures and to be a particular way, to be strong, to not show vulnerability, the intense uncomfortableness, the intense kind of agony, if you like, of shame as a man. If you don't know things, or if you get stuff wrong, or if you're weak, or if you're scared. And I think that that is so challenging, and I think so important for young boys. And when we're talking about social emotional literacy, I think it is something about, challenging this incredibly toxic masculine culture to one where boys can talk about being scared, or talk about feeling shamed, or talk about feeling hurt. But I think one thing I wanted to say earlier actually is I think, it's easy to underestimate how much work that involves. Social emotional literacy is great. I'm not saying everyone should be in therapy, but for all of us, myself included, to get to the point where we can talk about our vulnerabilities. And this is not to say that that's necessarily easy for women, and there's a whole other set of really important issues for women, and not to try and make comparisons, because it is an unequal playing field. But I think that there are, really important issues for men. And I think the reality, and I don't know how this is going to land, but I think this also plays out in the political arena. And I think for politicians, men, and I guess a kind of masculine way of behaving in politics, it's really difficult. If you watch some Prime Minister's questions, for people to actually admit they're wrong, to say that they maybe made a mistake, that so much of the dialogue is about, I mean, we're talking about schools, and it's not a million miles from a school playground. I'm right, you're wrong, no, I'm right, you're wrong, I'm cleverer than you. You pull apart the dialogue, it's not two people having a conversation where they're actually listening to each other and actually thinking, oh, well, maybe there's a good point there. Maybe there's things we can learn even from our political opponents. So much, I think, of political rhetoric has that quality of masculinity, which is so much less about learning and development, and is so much more about how I feel I need to present myself, or I'm going to feel a lot of shame. And I think, in therapy world and in trauma world, there's a lot of talk now about shame. And I do think a lot of what happened in politics, underneath it, there's fears of shame. I think just on a couple of other things, on the biomedical model for the trauma centre approach, I mean, there is some really interesting developments around things like, as I was saying, as well as trauma-informed practice. In clinical psychology, they developed something called the power threat meaning framework, which has become very popular. And it's talked about a lot, which is really redefining psychological challenges rather in terms of diagnosis, but is in terms of things that have happened to you, traumas that have happened to you, social injustices. It's developed by people like Lucy Johnson, and in the clinical psychology and more broadly in the therapy world now, I think there is quite a lot of attention to this power threat meaning framework, and I think that's a really positive development. It is, on the point about privatisation and the education system and how that becomes more important in our children. I mean, Anna, you were making that point. And it really is disgusting, isn't it? And it's really true that privatisation and the need for profit of companies, and that also actually includes around social and emotional learning sometimes, that becomes a private thing, someone comes in and does a training. But the driver for economic gain becomes the goal. And I think what we've been talking about the whole panel is about putting children, young people, human beings, and the humanisation of others as our goal rather than profit and rather than making money. And just on the last thing about kind of strictness and what a colleague of ours from Task here, Michelle, I don't know, maybe in the next round, maybe you could talk a little about if there's any research about, and what the research is, I don't know myself, but about, the different ways of relating and how perhaps engaging in a more supportive way does lead to more educational gain. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, it would be really good if you can just tell us a bit there, Michelle. So just wanted to Comrade, that you talk about, that you retired and you were an ESOL teacher. I just want to say thank you, because a lot of our migrant communities absolutely really need and support that. I migrated without my child at the time when I relocated to the UK, and my child came in and received that support, and he couldn't speak English. He was 4 years old, extremely clever, we found out, very good in math. Now he's an engineer and now working in a school himself, and really proud of him. But he did receive that support for children that didn't speak English, and he would, for the first few days or weeks, he would just, give the answers on the board because he couldn't speak the language, but he was so into math and he continued. I'm just showing off, aren't I? Why not? Celebrating our young people, that's what we want to do, isn't it? We were no recourse to public fund family. And I just actually realized that that's what makes me so driven to support migrant communities. And that's not the experience now of migrant communities as we know now, because being used as a political football for every politician that just wants to score. It's almost like who gets to be the worst with migrants, Imagine if we have done that at the time that you came to colonize all our lands, when you had the British Empire, took our gold, took our silver, took our natural resources. Imagine if we had said, you cannot come to this country by boat. Hello, you arrived in boats. You came and took our land. You colonized us. You appropriate our resources. And actually, you rape our women. You violated. The list is long. So we need to understand that whoever is migrating, I want to take the time to say, we're not talking about who's migrating, which are citizens and human beings that are coming from countries where the British Empire continue to control them and create the economic crisis that they have. So thank you so much for your work. I was going to say just on the topic of I work predominantly with migrant communities and Latino communities, and we have seen a rise in young Latino Americans. It's not everywhere, but we've seen pockets where they had not been given a school place, and this is another hidden thing too. And there is, emotional impact on that when young people might not go to school for many months. And as a counselor, I've been able to support that, and then they've been given a school. But the reason that my question is, why is it that family waited 9 months or 7 months to be given a school placement, and when I sent an email, within an hour they got that place, right? So that shows us, the racism that exists in there, even though, well, of course, it shouldn't exist. I just want to go on the point of low-intensity CBT. As I was saying earlier, personally for me, I don't believe that looking at repurposing how the NHS talking therapies works is about attacking CBT. I think CBT is an incredible model, especially when there is crisis, and it's extremely, really helpful. But I do think that one model doesn't fit all. And even though I'm myself a talking therapist, yes, it's not for everyone. We do need somatic experiences. We do need to bring a variety of therapy that can cater for the needs of our varied and multicultural society. I will hope, and this is what we need to keep pushing, in that we repurpose this huge amount of money is being used and clearly not working because there is huge dropout rate, and we bring it back to the communities. And that is the experience that people can just go and get supported within their own spaces. On the point, very quickly, of academy. So I really loved how you framed the question, camarada, because you said, can we just actually go a bit stronger? And we're doing that in Hackney, especially now after we left the Labour Party. We feel some freedom to, as independent councillors, to push for data or to push for things that normally wouldn't have been maybe pushed. Now, I'm not claiming that my colleagues, in the council don't care about young people, but I think there is this party line where people just perhaps even look for their own roles. They look after, maybe becoming an MP one day, and they don't want to rock the boat with data that might look too scary, or it might look like they're not doing a good job. I think ultimately you have to look after young people, and you have to say, no matter the position that you're in. And I'm actually shocked that it's been over a year. Before, the excuse was, we cannot get into academies because the Tory government has made it that way, right? We don't have access to academies. We're still not doing that. It's been over a year of a Labour government. You used to attack the Tories because of that. Now you're still not doing it. Now the school well-being, I can never say it properly, sorry, well-being bill that is being proposed, it still doesn't take away the powers from academies to have these harsh school behavior policies. So why is Labour doing about it? And that's what we need to push. Thank you. Thank
you so much. And I think, what we're talking about essentially is the counterintuitive nature of society and the way that it's organised in a way that is quite damaging for everyone, really. I don't think anybody really gets out alive. Oh, that's a little joke. But everybody suffers, I think, in the way that we organise society, whether we call it colonialisation, whether we name it as that, or whether we call it sort of undereducating and over-controlling our young people. The way that Palestine is being dealt with and the way people are being penalised for showing humanity and actually talking about something that's very, very central to all of us, really, whether it's Muslim children being, terrorised and then on top of that made to feel like demons, really, for having any kind of empathy with themselves, let alone with anybody else. It's everywhere, and it's so important. And thank you both for sharing your thoughts, and thank you all as well for listening.
Oh, wow. Good. Yeah.
Hello, can we start now, please? Thank you. Welcome again for coming to the conference. My name's Marion Roberts, and I'm about to be confirmed by the Companies House as Director of Peace and Justice Project. And this session is on housing and environmental rights, and I'm really pleased to be chairing it. My interest in housing comes, as you might see from the bio, comes from the design side of it. in terms of, because I originally trained as an architect and then taught urban design. And so housing is such an important part of both our economy, our lives, and it has connections to so many other issues. You've just been hearing about health, and of course, housing is really important for health. And the Peace and Justice Project has made housing one of its 5 demands. We are also engaging or supporting housing campaigns. At the moment, we've been supporting a Retrofit for the Future campaign for warm, comfortable homes, and with other organisations. And we are supporting Homes for All, and you'll hear more about that towards the end. And I'm pleased to say that people from, First Speaker, in fact, is part of the Homes for All campaign. Housing is such a big issue. It's the cause and manifestation of inequalities in our society. And as I've said, has so many other connections. We wanted this session to not only to talk about what's wrong, but also how we can campaign on it and how we can campaign successfully. We shall have 2 presentations first, with questions after each, and then our final 2 speakers will be talking more in a kind of Q&A way, and then we'll open up to the floor for your questions, and also any which don't have to be necessarily on the talks, but can raise other issues connected with housing, because it's such an important topic. So we do want to hear from you in this session. So I'm very pleased for our first speaker to introduce Paul Watt, who is a visiting professor at the London School of Economics, and he has written a great deal on housing, estate regeneration, displacement, and you can read his full bio on the website. And over to you, Paul.
Okay, thanks very much for the kind invitation to speak. Okay, so I'm going to give you the bad news. I'm going to talk about the housing crisis and how we actually got here with a focus on social and council housing. Okay, so this quote is about the London housing crisis. And London is widely recognised as being the epicentre of the national housing crisis, and it illustrates all of the things that should be familiar to Londoners. High levels of street homelessness, high levels of homelessness generally, high levels of overcrowding, unaffordability, and increasing housing insecurity. So all of these things should be very, very familiar to people. This was actually written by Sue Brownell and Cathy Sharp back in the 1990s, 30 years ago. And what they say is that things will get worse unless radical reforms are introduced. The reforms were introduced, but not in the direction that Brownell and Sharp advocated. So what we've got then is currently the numbers of people in temporary accommodation have doubled since they wrote. So now there are 73,000 households in London living in temporary accommodation. Plus, and quite staggeringly, the ONS did a recent report which found that London house prices were unaffordable for all income deciles, including the top income decile. Okay, so this chart shows you in many ways what's happened then to council housing and to housing associations. Now, what I say in my book is that if you take the first 80 years of the 20th century, what we had in terms of public council housing was what I call the expansionary period, an unbroken period then of expansion. So it's by the time then that you get to 1979, which was the peak year, just over 5 million households in England, getting on for a third of the population were actually council tenants. Now, if you look at the red line, you can clearly see that what's happened since then is this 45-year contractionary period of public housing. If anybody ever wants you to say, well, what's a good example of neoliberalism? The red line is a good example of what neoliberalism actually is. So what's happened then is currently council housing, there's only about 1.5 million households living in council housing in England. As you can see from the yellow line, housing associations have actually increased, and housing associations now are the largest owners then of social housing in the country, about 2.6 million. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so try to work out then, how did this all happen? Well, firstly, is in relationship to building and provision. So the red line shows you there the red bars show the amount of public housing that was built. So if you go back to the late 60s, early 70s, getting on for 150,000 council homes were built per year. That then begins to contract radically during the 1980s because of Thatcherism, the grants get cut. And then you can see that the red bars virtually disappear. Now, what's really staggering about this chart is the way that under the new Labour years, 97 to 2010, you can see there's virtually hardly any public council housing is built. This is unprecedented in terms of all previous Labour governments. What's happened then is you can see that the yellow bars, housing association buildings increased, but 2023-24, 24-25, it's nowhere near the levels of provision that was built back in the 1970s. Okay, so there are three reasons. So we've got less building of public housing. But what's happened is that the existing stock has been reduced through three main ways. Firstly, through sales, largely through the right to buy. Secondly, is through stock transfers. And thirdly, then, is through demolitions. Right to buy then increased rapidly when it was introduced in 1980. It did tail off. New Labour did cut the discounts, and the bars then the sales did reduce towards the end of Labour government. Then what happened is Osborne increased the discounts again in 2011, and the sales go up. Okay, stock transfers. Stock transfers were introduced by Thatcher government back in 1988. But interestingly here, you can see that actually most of the stock transfers from council housing to housing associations did not take place during the Thatcher and Major governments. They actually took place during the new Labour years. So again, this illustrates the way that essentially New Labour very much continued in Thatcherite policies, and particularly in relationship to public housing provision. Public housing provision in 1979 was a key plank of the welfare state. By the time you get to 2010, it's been absolutely stripped back. And then, last but not least, is demolition. So this chart then shows you what you've got. From 1997 to 2024, you've got about 540,000 increase of additional, that's building and acquisitions, 938,000 sales plus another 238,000 demolitions. So the losses dwarf the additions. Now, Shelter then produced an excellent report back in 2019, and they estimated there was something like 3 million households who were going to be failed by the market. So at this point in time then, Shelter was arguing that we needed to provide 155,000 social homes annually. More recently, Shelter have had a campaign, which they've reduced it somewhat, but still, nevertheless, it's 90,000 social homes need to be provided annually. And interestingly, the Labour Party manifesto in 2010, it also very much adhered to kind of Shelter's demands, talking about then 150,000 social homes per year, plus renting the right to buy. And as they argued, the only way to deliver on everyone's right to a good home is to build publicly funded social housing. So if you look at the 2024 Labour Party manifesto, There is no numerical metrics about social or affordable housing. The only number, as far as I can see in the manifesto, is that we're going to build 1.5 million new homes. But there's nothing specific about social and affordable housing provision. Okay, so this chart shows you what's happened in terms of affordable homes in England, the provision from 1991 to 2024. And what's happened then is that particularly since, in terms of the yellow bar, you can see that the other affordable housing products, that's things like affordable rent, shared ownership, intermediate rent, these have particularly expanded. And the amount of money then that's gone into social housing has declined. So you can see then that even in terms of affordable housing, social renting is only a minority. So by the time you get to 2023, 24, only about 10,000 social rental homes are being provided. And Shelter's saying we need 90,000. So clearly there's a massive mismatch. The Affordable Housing Commission in 2020, they said the term affordability loosely embraces a range of intermediate rent and for sale products, many of which are clearly unaffordable to those on mid and lower income. So many of the products then, affordable rent, 80% of market rent, shared ownership, de facto are unaffordable. So the only truly affordable tenure is social renting. In terms of the amount of affordable homes that are provided by grant from the Homes England and the GLA, here you can see that social renting, about just over 5,000, is about 15% of the affordable total. So what's happened then is that the government then has said in 2025-26 they'll provide an additional £2 billion, which that will provide then about 18,000 affordable homes. And then the big spending announcement, the 2025 spending review, £39 billion over the next 10 years. So that would be roughly about 35,000 affordable homes. And if it's split between 60%, which is what they're saying, 60% social rent, Labour campaign for council housing then estimates you're talking about 21,000 social rental homes. But there was an article in the FT which estimates that £9 billion will be spent in this Parliament up to 2029. So most of the money is being backloaded into the next Parliament. So that means then if you do you crunch the numbers, essentially you're going to get 27,000 affordable homes in this Parliament, of which about 16,000 are social rent. Now clearly 16,000 is much better than 5,000. But again, it's nowhere near what we're talking about in terms of what Shelter estimates, the £90,000 per year. And I just want to highlight why this is so crucial. And it relates and why things are really, really getting worse. And this relates then to temporary accommodation. This chart shows you the temporary accommodation from 2019 up to March 2025. And I'll put the figures in at the end. In the last 9 months, we've had a 6.5% increase in the numbers in temporary accommodation, which is about 9% per annum. So by the end of this year, there are going to be 140,000 households living in temporary accommodation. Currently, there are 169,000 households in temporary accommodation. So there's no way that these people, all these households in temporary accommodation, there's no way that they're going to be able to afford home ownership. So the only viable solution is social rental housing for these people. So I just want to illustrate a couple of things about temporary accommodation. First is that it's temporally expanded. Again, if you go back to the 1990s, you can see that people would be in temporary accommodation for, maybe at most a couple of years. I interview people now in temporary accommodation in London who have been living in temporary accommodation for 10 years with their children. But it's also spatially expanded in the sense that people are being moved outside of their boroughs and they're increasingly being moved out of London altogether. You can see there the numbers being moved out of London. I did some research on following people living in TA up to Welwyn Garden City. And these are then households who've moved from various East London boroughs. This is a nurse's. It was originally nurse's accommodation. It's a 45-bed block about 2 miles outside of the centre of Welwyn Garden City, and you can see there in the lobby, it's mainly families. And this is the kind of housing conditions that people were living in. This is a family of 4, and they're living in a studio flat. And that's it. That's just the size of the flat. So the mum and the 2 kids slept on the beds, and the dad slept on the floor in between the TV and the sofa. Now you might say, well, it's temporary accommodation. But this family had been living there for 2.5 years. Plus, the dad had been a restaurant worker in Tower Hamlets. Because he couldn't afford the train fare into London, he had to stop work, basically. So the whole thing was devastating for the family. Okay, I'll speed up. Okay, so, sorry. Yeah, so what is to be done? Build and acquire more social housing, preferably council housing, end the right to buy, end socialist housing estate demolitions, fill long-term empty properties, re-regulate the PRS, end no-fault evictions, increase local housing allowance, increase tax on domestic and overseas owners of multi-property, and, ironically, rebalance the economy away from London. Genuine living up. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Paul. Sorry we had to cut you a bit short, but we want to allow time for questions. So do we have questions for Paul or comments? There's the lady over there. Yeah.
Hello?
Over here. And there's another woman behind.
Yeah.
And we've got time for another third question, and lady over here.
Hi, Paul. I didn't hear you mention housing associations in your what to do, the final bit. Are you saying that those should be retained, or that we should take, the council should take those over?
2, 3 questions and back them up. So, should housing associations be retained?
Has any research been done on what's going to happen to asylum seekers now that they're closing down hotels for asylum seekers? Because many of them sleep rough in the streets of London, and I think it's appalling. They're the most needy people of all in society.
And over here. Ruth's getting her steps in.
Certainly am.
Oh, there's one down here. Oh, anyway. Oh, well, carry on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I've got so much built.
Hello, hi. Mine wasn't a question, more a suggestion. I am a board member with a charity that works with furniture poverty, and I was just I guess a plea to say that, we talked yesterday lots about the interconnection between different things happening in different parts of the world. There's a huge connection between social housing being provided and people going into debt because those are just empty shells of properties rather than furnished properties. So I just wondered if we might just think about the connection between, yes, we provide social housing, which absolutely is a must, but the nature of that housing also makes a real difference to the quality of people's lives once they have it.
Paul, if you could respond to
this. Basically there needs to be, a recreation, if you like, of public housing. Exactly how you do that, the various ways. I don't think you can simply get rid of housing associations just like that. They're going to be around for a long time. They've got a lot of the stock. But the direction of travel needs to be, as far as possible, that any social housing provision that is provided, either built or acquired, should be
preferably council housing, because one of the issues is that, you know, I mean, I used to work for a housing association back in the 1980s, and what's happened since then is that housing associations have become much, much more commercial-oriented organisations. They're nominally not for profit, but nevertheless, increasingly, they're sort of run in a quasi-business sort of role. And so, yeah. Asylum seekers, yeah, I mean, clearly there's not enough affordable, not enough in hotels, there's not enough available move-on accommodation. Yeah. Yeah.
And what do you think about the, you know, the connection with housing and extreme poverty, where people have no, and Izzy may want to talk about this later, about having no resources to even furnish their homes?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't know.
You don't feel you could answer that one, okay? Well, I think we've had an introduction to housing and housing policy, and Paul's talked about London and England. And one of the issues about policy is that Scotland does have different housing policies and has its own devolved government. So could I hand over to Ruth Gilbert now, who is a trade union organiser and chair of a national campaigns chair of Living Rent, Scotland's tenants and community union.
Thanks very much for inviting me down and for that introduction, Marion. So yeah, as Marion said, I'm here today to talk about the work of my union, Living Rent. I'm well aware that I've crossed the border to be here today, so for those of you that don't know, Living Rent is Scotland's tenants union, and we organise in our local community at branch structures to build power through local campaigns. We then transfer that power up to regional campaigns and to the legislative level at the Scottish Government. We work locally to nationally to win for our class. So some of you may know, I hope some of you know, that we have been campaigning for rent controls for the best part of a decade. And this Wednesday coming, the Scottish Parliament, MSPs will vote for a new system of rent controls at stage 3 of the housing bill. I'd like to leave quite a bit of room for discussion around the ins and outs of this housing bill, so I won't be too granular on the detail here, but I just want to give you a bit of an overview of where we are and what's in the bill and how we've got there. So what's really crucial to say is that this bill would not exist without the work of Living Rent. Our thousands of organised members across Scotland have come together, and initially, when a few of our founding members started campaigning for rent controls 10 years ago, the entire political class told them they were clueless and that it would never happen. But it's happening because our union exists in the spirit of Mary Barber, and we set out to win by any means necessary. As you'd expect, under a moderate SNP government in Scotland, the bill that is on the table to be voted on next week has been watered down significantly since publication. It does not go far enough, but on Wednesday we'll see those MSPs vote for legislation that we have directly shaped and which represents the most significant transfer of power from landlords to tenants seen in 40 years. While I'm here, I also want to celebrate our comrades across a reinvigorated tenants movement in Britain and Ireland, where unions such as CATU, Greater Manchester Tenants Union, Acorn England and Wales, and London Renters Union are also building mass membership organisations and real democratic power from the ground up. I can only speak from the Scottish perspective today, and it's important to mark out the impact of devolution on our organising, our power, and our wins. We need to be serious about the victories and concessions that tenants in Scotland have won, because we want to see these wins replicated here too. And our wins have not been insignificant. Over the past 10 years, we've won an end to no-fault evictions, an eviction ban during the pandemic, and a rent freeze followed by a cap under emergency cost of living legislation. These wins have been temporary and partial, and they haven't been enough. But despite these wins, rent in Scotland, and particularly in our major urban centres, have risen in line with the rest of Britain because the caps we've been granted haven't gone far enough and have been subject to too many loopholes. So what's on the table in terms of the controls that are being voted on next week is a requirement for all local authorities in Scotland to collect rent data and determine if rents are rising too quickly. If so, rents will be capped at CPI plus 1%, up to a maximum of 6%. Crucially, these caps will apply to the property and not the tenancy, removing the perverse incentive for landlords to carry out evictions to hike rents, which we see constantly in our member defence cases every week. Now, obviously, to everyone in this room, that formula doesn't go far enough. It doesn't have the ability to truly bring rents down. So we'll continue to organise for controls that can, not just controls that can limit the worst excesses of the private sector. Additionally, the Scottish Government has proposed amendments to the bill which will seek to exempt mid-market and build-to-rent developments. As Paul's already covered, these are not affordable tenures. And this is a real failure of the SNP government's proposals, and one that we are organising around as I speak. Much like London and Manchester, Glasgow and Edinburgh are seeing waves of corporate developments approved which do nothing but increase the supply of expensive luxury housing while funneling our wages into international hedge funds. As everyone in this room will know, rent controls are a key mechanism, but not the only mechanism to tackle the housing emergency. What we need is bold political vision to shrink the private sector and transform our system towards public housing for the public good. So we are pushing for programmes from government, both in Scotland and Westminster, to bring private rented stock back into public hands in the immediate term through compulsory purchase orders. So that's briefly where we are this week, but living rent will not stop with mild rent controls. For our union, it's always been about undoing the damage privatisation and stock transfer has inflicted upon our class, and it is precisely the limitations of the bill that force us to assess objectively our strength for the fights to come. Because of the mass-scale privatisation of housing, our power is clearly fractured in terms of bargaining and leverage. We know that a fight limited to reforming the private sector, organised by tenants situated across a disparate and unaccountable web of landlords, has limited ability to truly disrupt the status quo. This is why our national demands must be balanced with local campaigns and member defence in our communities to build that membership and leverage, and why we walk on both of these feet at once. It is only through this grassroots community organising that we can build strategically out from rent controls to a vision to truly decommodify housing and achieve mass public housing. I'll finish by saying that obviously our class has always fought to take back what's ours. In our trade unions, we have built power to fight for better wages and dignity at work. Our tenant union extends that fight into our homes and communities, building power in everyday life. Through this struggle, we can redistribute the collectively produced wealth of society in the interests of us all. We need to see bold and radical vision from those MSPs and MPs who seek to build a real alternative electoral strategy, and not to put too fine a point on it after a challenging week, but we need everyone to get behind this and come together. We don't have time to waste. So I hope that's covered a bit of a broad overview of where we are in Scotland, and I just want to end with a final call out. I'm aware we're in London, but if anyone is adjacent to Edinburgh on Monday night, we're going to have a final rally for rent controls outside Parliament at 6:30. Please come along. Please bring your trade union comrades. Please support us in our final battle for rent controls. Thank you.
So do we have some questions for Ruth or contributions? There's a lady there and a lady with red hair there. It's great how many women are joining this debate, and housing, I think women have always been really important in terms of the housing struggles. The first council housing was built because of the rent strikes at Partick in Scotland, so that's terrific. So could we hear your question?
Thank you for that. I hope this campaign builds in England as well. Should our homes be regarded as investments? And is it appropriate that landlords can take out buy-to-let mortgages?
And actually, and
I'm actually a member of CATU in Ireland, and we've taken great inspiration from living rent. And I think it's more just a quick contribution. It's not unusual now to see rent in Dublin at 4,000 or 5,000 euros per month for 2 or 3 bedroom apartment. It's completely out of control. The government are out of control, and they've just brought in new housing things to make regulations to make apartments smaller, darker, one person, and they've brought in market rents, and I think we are at the level of despair right now.
And are there any more? Oh yes. There's a Mr. Corbyn who's got a question.
Thanks very much, and well done to all those who campaigned in Scotland to get this law coming through. It's absolutely fantastic, and it's an inspiration to many, many other people. I just ask a question to you, really. The operation of the local housing allowance, it seems to me, rises from time to time, but never quite keeps pace with the level of rent. And so we end up with an awful lot of tenants in my constituency in private sector subsidising the rent out of their benefits, and therefore living in even deeper poverty than the benefits have put them in the first place, because they want to stay in the area, keep the kids in local schools and all that sort of thing. I think it's time that we actually produced some more information about the vast level of subsidy to private landlords that's provided by public spending. We're actually looking here into millions and millions, probably billions that are paid into it. And so that is an added argument for very tight regulation of the private rented sector. But I think we should remember Mary Barber and all that she did that's brought this about. So well done you.
There's a lady right in front of Jeremy.
This is so handy.
Hi there, thanks. Yeah, I was just going to add to this before with the last speaker, but it's relevant after what Jeremy has said as well. So I live in affordable housing, and my rent is paid through Universal Credit, direct to Granger PLC, who have now become, a social affordable housing landlord. So what we're basically doing is we're subsidising these big developers to build housing which is affordable, and yet still really expensive. So we're sort of paying for it twice. And what I want to know is, perhaps I'm being idealistic, why can't Homes England, as a government organisation, build social housing and cut out the middleman, and then we're providing it for ourselves, and we're paying for it for ourselves, rather than subsidising the big corporations yet again.
I think they're really meaty questions, and actually it'd be nice to bring in the whole panel. If I can introduce Joe Penny, who's an associate, I've forgotten what you do, and has written about estate. He's going to be talking about the housing Haringey development vehicle, and Izzy from Hassel. So I'm doing this a bit the wrong way around, but I think there's such big questions. I'm sure the panel have all got very good thoughts on them. So if you could start off, Ruth.
Thanks for those questions. I'll try and cover the ones that are not so specifically related to London and England, so I'll do my very best. First of all, uncontroversial for me to say this, but should our homes be regarded as investments? No. But obviously the way that we're thinking this through as a union isn't about individual decision making, it's about structural power. So, something that we need to be working closely with our trade unions on is how we dismantle the idea of homes as assets as something that we need to depend on in our later years to fund either our living standards or eventually our social care. So, that's a real state failure that people are seeing it in that way. And it's the state that has enabled people to make these choices, to enact right to buy, to take out buy-to-let mortgages. So yeah, absolutely. Homes should not be seen as assets. Housing is a human right. Homes should be for people to live in. They should also be for the public good so that we can leverage the borrowing power against public housing to build more of it. So yeah, absolutely agree on that. And in terms of the discussion, Jeremy, around local housing allowance, that's something that we are currently writing up a bunch of reports on at the moment. We've done local work at the city level around temporary accommodation in relation to contracts by mayors. when the asylum process was sped up last year, a lot of members living in temporary accommodation were suddenly out on the streets within 30 days. So ostensibly they had their asylum claims sped up and they were free to work in the country, but they had no recourse to public funds, and then they're out on the street with absolutely nowhere to live. And so we need to be thinking through as a union, and something that we want to be doing more of is looking at the empty housing stock in our cities, making sure that there are compulsory purchase orders in place so that we don't have to depend on temporary accommodation. And we certainly don't want to be funneling local housing allowance, universal credit into the pockets of private landlords that actually are creating housing stock that causes children to die. We know that this has happened in London. We know that it's happening in the northwest of England. It will happen in Scotland. This housing stock is not fit for purpose and they are profiting from it. So yeah, absolutely, let's come together on that one and find a way to make sure that we build proper public housing stock to house the most vulnerable in our society.
Just on the question about why doesn't Affordable Homes England build social housing? I mean, the very simple answer is there isn't the money. I mean, even £39 billion, that's over 10 years. But compare that to the size of the defence budget, which is over £50 billion. So clearly, the governmental priorities are not shifting enough towards welfare issues. I mean, essentially, again, if you go back to the 70s, what you had in terms of subsidy was essentially you had bricks and mortar subsidy. So the government then subsidised the council house building programme. What you have now is the subsidy then has switched just towards the rental system through housing benefit, which then, as Jeremy rightly points out, then simply goes straight into the pockets of private landlords. So I think it's something like £40 billion a year goes out in housing benefit into the hands of private landlords. So there needs to be a fundamental rebalancing of the housing subsidy system towards direct provision and building of social housing rather than subsidising rents and ultimately through landlords. But it is a fundamental reshift that needs to take place.
Joe, would you like to add something to the question about housing as to the questions asked?
I mean, I think Ruth have given great answers. Yeah, I suppose the question around housing as an asset, I think, is a really important one, because I think it also increasingly goes beyond home ownership and this idea of home ownership as an investment asset. But increasingly, we're seeing forms of social and affordable homes being turned into investment assets as well, in particular for pension funds, insurance funds, and also some private equity funds. So over the last 10 years, we've had the emergence of, and this is a bit of a mouthful, for-profit registered providers of housing, which I think a lot more should really be made of. This idea that you can now make profit from social and affordable housing. When was that ever the aim of that kind of tenure of housing? And I think to Paul's slides, I think one of the really interesting graphs from that slide is the decline not just of social housing, but then the increase of other affordable housing. And we've seen this kind of complexification of affordable housing tenures. So we've got shared ownership. In London, we have London living rent. But certain boroughs within London have their own. So like there's a Hackney living rent, etc. And I think what that does, that kind of complexification, not only does it kind of disarm and in many ways kind of gaslight housing campaigners and tenants, but it also creates this space to see social and affordable housing as an investment opportunity, often kind of packaged in this sort of socially progressive language of patient investment, that there are investors who are just looking for a long-term, slow, incremental increase on their capital that tracks with inflation. And so it's seen as a kind of a win-win situation. Pension funds and insurance funds need to have investment opportunities that match their liabilities. The public needs more affordable housing, so match these two together. But from a tenant's perspective, this is coming at the expense of a ratcheting up of rents, which is included in the economic model of this. And so we know that wages and we know that state support in the form of social security or benefits are not going up at the same level as these kinds of rents are. So yeah, this whole CPI plus 1% might sound small, but you push this to 10, 20, 30 years. And some of these investments that pension funds are looking into are actually over 60-year periods. And it's building into the economic model unaffordability over the long term.
Thank you. And Izzy, would you like to say something about the, there's been lots said about temporary housing and asylum seekers, and just answer.
Just to follow on a bit from Joe as well, this proliferation of for-profit social housing. I guess in Hassel we're so clear that it's council housing, like even social housing has become a little bit blurry, and like you said, all the shared ownership, affordable housing, this like local living rent, and so whenever we campaign, it has to be council housing. So we know what we want, and it has to be this. This is the best type of tenant security of tenure you can have. And I guess when Paul said it, he said something where you're like, people can't afford home ownership, so we need social housing. But it's not just because we can't afford home ownership. Like, we don't want home ownership. Some of us, we want council housing. Because I'm not having a dig at you. It wasn't personal, but I guess it's just like council housing in its own right is this incredible thing. It allows workers to go on strike. If you have a mortgage, you'll be quite nervous to go on strike. But if you have council housing, you know that you have more power and more. It's easier to go on strike. So there's just so many reasons why council housing is the answer to the homelessness crisis that we're facing. But I wasn't digging at you, sorry. And then how these proliferations of different types of new tenures, like this shared ownership, and then this for-profit social housing. So one of the things that we do a lot is all of our members are on the housing waiting list. So we talk about bidding a lot, which is every week you have to log into your little account and you see what social homes are available in your borough, and it's incredibly depressing because there's very, very little that comes up each week, and it's that's another story. But so it's really difficult, and for lots of our members, they don't speak English as a first language, so it's actually really hard to obviously getting council housing is extremely difficult. But then there's all these other barriers that people face, and one of them is just using the website. But a little while ago, there was this housing association that came up, and I'd never heard of them before. I'm like, who are these guys? I can't remember their name. It was really long, and so I put a message on our WhatsApp, and someone else said, I was at a talk by Joe Penny, and he was talking about these guys and how they're linked to this really strange housing association, and how they're one of these for-profit social housing companies. And it just kind of blew my mind a little bit. It's like, oh gosh, there's this new type of so-called social landlord that it's probably linked to some pension that's linked to Arms for Israel or something like that. And we're like, we just need council housing. And so yes, I was just.
So we are getting into what is wrong, and we've heard about Scotland's very successful, well, hopefully, is there any chance your housing bill might fail, or is it going to be... It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. They're going to get rent caps and other things in Scotland that we won't have in England. So I think this is a good moment to move on to asking our two other speakers to give short introductions to the campaigns. Well, in Joe's case, he's written a book about the Haringey, if I got this right, development vehicle. It sounds like the new kind of electric car, but wasn't. And Izzy she has already talked a little bit about her organisation. But first of all, could I ask you, Joe, to say what the Haringey development vehicle was and what the campaign against it was?
Yeah, sure. Some people in this room might be quite familiar with the Haringey Development Vehicle and the campaign to stop the Haringey Development Vehicle. But very, very simply, and as quickly as I can sort of summarise this, the Haringey Development Vehicle, or the HDV, was kind of at its most basic, a proposed joint venture between the London Borough of Haringey and the international real estate developer Lendlease to redevelop an estimated £2 billion worth of public land and property, which included council housing as well as sort of civic and commercial buildings across Wood Green and Tottenham. So the idea was that the council would provide its land and Lendlease would provide finance and expertise, and then they would have this kind of 50-50 decision-making and profit-sharing stake. So kind of so far so bad. This is this was a form of privatization by public-private partnership. But I think digging a little bit deeper, the HDB was about more than just real estate. And I think whenever we're having these conversations about housing, it's always obviously important to remember that we're not just talking about units, we're not just talking about bricks and mortar boxes in which people live, we're also talking about homes within places and the social relationships that develop around those places and can create a sense of home that is beyond the physical house. And that's really, I think, what this was about. So the Haringey development vehicle then was also a very regressive political response to the 2011 uprisings in Tottenham. So under pressure from the Boris Johnson-led Greater London Authority at the time and alongside major landowners and property developers in Tottenham area, and without, and this is really important I think, without any meaningful engagement from local tenants organisations or trade unions or youth groups, seeing as this is supposed to be the political response to youth uprisings in the area. The council leadership was really intending to kind of transform, or in Joy White's terms, terraform Tottenham from being a diverse working class place into a space made for wealthier and whiter investors, residents and consumers. So the HDV was threatening to demolish working class people's homes, to disrupt their social relationships and livelihoods within places, and also to dispossess them of their collective wealth and their right to the city. It was a deeply undemocratic and speculative gamble in which the dice were always loaded against local residents. If the HDV succeeded on its own terms, it would have gentrified the area, displacing local people. If the HDV failed on its own terms, it would have caused it would have deepened the fiscal crisis of the local council, placing further strain on already strained local public services. So that's what the HDV was. And can we just talk about the coalition that emerged to defend it?
Mention the coalition, yeah.
So luckily the HDV never happened. So it's something which we can kind of consign to the dustbin of history, fortunately. And the reason why it didn't happen was because between 2016 and 2018, a grassroots coalition emerged in Tottenham that successfully defeated the HDV. And so this is kind of popular and sort of media myth that the Stop HDV campaign was a kind of momentum-led coup of a sensible and moderate council. But really the story is much more interesting than that, I think. It was really about a grassroots coalition that emerged across quite a politically eclectic group of people, really, from the whole borough's kind of ecosystem of liberal, as well as kind of more leftish and radical and autonomist groups, mutual aid groups, but also community groups, trade unions, including the branch of community trade union organising, some third sector providers, as well as some Labour and Liberal Democrat backbench councillors. So it was a really broad coalition that emerged together. Part of the reason why they were able to hold this coalition together was because of an organising model which really emphasised both public meetings, so big popular assemblies, but also much smaller working groups which were open and fluid, and people would come and work on things that they found really interesting, which gave the coalition the capacity really to operate on multiple fronts at the same time. And I think part of the reason why that was able to hold together, we know that coalition building is difficult, we know that community organising can be hard across differences, but part of the reason why it was possible, I think, was because of the deep sense of the need to defensively, to defend place and to refuse the speculative redevelopment of people's homes, but also the areas that they kind of called home in that more open and expansive way. I could keep going, but I think maybe you should ask.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so actually, if we could stick to coalition building, do you want to talk about your mutual aid co-op and about organising? Yes. This is Izzy from Housing Action Southwark and Lambeth. and they have a very interesting model of community organising.
Thank you. So Housing Action Southwark and Lambeth, we are a mutual support group of homeless families. We have all of our members are in temporary accommodation, or they're in overcrowded, like slum conditions in the private rented sector. And sorry, I just trying to remember. We've been going for 12 years now, so we're one of the longest running sort of mutual support groups of homeless families like in the country, and the scale of what we're doing is absolutely huge too, like reflecting the homeless crisis that we face here in London. So our members, our members, they're in temporary accommodation, but reflecting those at the worst end of the housing crisis. Our members are women, they're women of colour, they're migrant families, and as you said, that those at the worst end of the housing crisis. Like the housing crisis is racist. Those at the worst end are families of colour and migrant families. And we're hearing the far right trying to use the housing crisis and trying to distort things. But like our friend here was saying about asylum seekers and refugees, like these communities are very much at the worst end of the housing crisis. And our members, many of them don't have English as their first language, but as well as being homeless in temporary accommodation, they're also struggling with other issues, like families have children with disabilities, they're caring for elderly parents, they're working, they've got they're dealing with their own health conditions, and people are survivors of domestic abuse. So people are like they've got these multiple issues in their lives that are marginalizing them. But still, we come together we have 2 meetings every month, and we come together and we support each other with our homeless cases, and we learn our rights together, and maybe if we go for a few, so I'll come back to our 3, 4, 5 bed campaign in a little bit, but I'll just try and explain a little bit more about our organising. But maybe if here's some photos, our 10th birthday at the top, and then maybe the next photo in the next one, this one. So this is just to try and get a kind of idea of the scale of our group. So I say to people, we have meetings of 200 people like twice a month, and everybody who comes to the group has an immediate housing problem. Most of our members are from South London, so they're from Southwark and Lambeth, but through word of mouth, we've got people travelling from Islington, from Hillingdon, from boroughs across London. And this is, there's over 200 people. We're overcrowded in our meeting rooms. And this is one room. So this is one room of our group. We go into small groups, so there'll be we're in Southwark, so we have a very big Latin American population, and so we'll have a Spanish-speaking temporary accommodation group from Southwark. So we break into small groups according to housing tenure, according to language, according to borough, because every borough has different rules for their housing waiting list. So this is how we sort of break up. But this is one room, but then there's another room that's the same as this room. So it's very much I try and explain to people, it's 200 people, and I think people think I'm exaggerating, but it's very much that it's really large-scale mutual support. And I guess one of the issues we face is that we're doing this kind of mutual support organising on such a big scale that actually one of the constraints we're faced is that it's really helpful to hear from other groups and about the issues they face, but there's not another group that's been organising on this scale. So as a group, we've been trying to deal with the challenges ourselves, but it's a really, really huge achievement, because everybody who comes to the group, we try and get them actively involved in whatever way they're able to, because everybody's coming with different issues and different kind of capacity. We have these 2 meetings which are very much the heart of our group, but then every single day across South London, people are organising, they're translating, so someone can sign up to a lawyer, a legal aid lawyer, or they're helping people understand letters, or they're providing other translation. And one of my favourite stories was that there was a woman in McDonald's complaining about Lambeth Council and how dreadful they were. And someone went up to her and they're like, you need to go to Hassel, you need to go to this group. So she came to our meeting, and then she was involved in a judicial review legal challenge against Lambeth Council, because Lambeth Council, this is a number of years ago now, but they just thrown off hundreds of families from the housing waiting list. So the councils, they're all councils across London, they're trying to reduce their homeless numbers, not with the way you reduce homelessness with council housing, right? But local councils in London reduce homelessness by trying to push homeless families into the private sector or pushing them out of London. So Lambeth had done this little trick where homeless families went to get temporary accommodation and they pushed them into private outside of the borough. So then suddenly all these families saw themselves being kicked off the housing waiting list. So this woman rightly complaining in McDonald's McDonald's, came along to our group, and we supported her, but we had a number of other families who'd also been like wrongfully removed from the housing waiting list. And so we did this legal challenge with Public Interest Law Centre, who are these amazing radical community lawyers who I know Joe works a lot with as well. And they're just an incredible part of our London housing movement. So big up to Pilk. And so we did this judicial review challenge against Lambeth Council, and it didn't go to court, so we won before that. Lambeth Council gave up. And then, so she won that legal challenge. So from McDonald's to the High Court, that resulted in hundreds of families being put back on the housing waiting list. And now those families, so then the story continues very briefly. She's stayed involved in our group, and we know her and her family. Then the other day she bid successfully for a housing association home. So we're all very, very excited. Then this housing association home, it's a small one, a very local small one in Brixton. The housing association home invited her to the viewing. This was a 4-bed home, so we'll come back to our 3, 4, 5 bed. So this is even more exciting than a regular standard 1-bed. This was a 4-bed home. We were so excited. And the housing association contacted her and said, "You can't afford the property. You failed our affordability check, so you're not going to get the property." So first of all, how can you be too poor for social housing? What is going on in our social housing system when you are too poor for social housing? But the other point is that they've wrongly calculated in their affordability assessment that she spent like £200 a week on hairdressing or something, and we were like, "We think you've made an error in your calculation." I'm extremely bad at maths, but even I could say, like, please, there's been an error in your affordability calculation. So obviously there shouldn't be an affordability assessment. When you get council housing, when you're in homeless or in private housing and you're bidding and you get council housing, there's no affordability assessment. But some housing associations do this. But what's the point? If you're having this assessment where you're too poor for social housing, what is the point of this housing association? Anyway, so we were like having this back and forth, just being like, please, like, we assure you she can afford it. Actually, she was benefit capped, which is again, like, it did make her finances more strained. So it's again, our members are dealing with all these different issues, like, welfare benefit cuts, as well as homelessness and all of these things. But we're like, even with the benefit cap, we assure you this is affordable. The social landlord they were just refusing. They were like, we're just not engaging. She's not getting the property. So then we found her a lawyer. So she's taken 2 judicial review legal challenges. So her lawyer, her lawyer issued against the housing association. I don't know the legal grounds. Like, there's something in judicial review about stuff being irrational. And so probably it was just irrational, this situation. So I'm sure that was the legal ground, along with some other legal grounds. And so it got issued at the High Court. And again, like Lambeth, before it actually went to a hearing, the housing association withdrew their failed affordability assessment and they gave her the property. So she's got the 4 beds. This is just one story of the housing crisis, right? Like, this is how hard it is right now to just get the social housing or the council housing we need. She took 2 judicial review legal challenges. And right now in London and everywhere across the country, to get a lawyer, a legal aid lawyer, there's a legal aid crisis as well, right? So there aren't the immigration lawyers, the housing lawyers, like the lawyers that we need. So actually, she was, in some way, she was lucky because we had links with good lawyers who took on her case. These are really urgent cases. And she's the only person I think I know who's no, there's other families in the group who've had 2 judicial review legal challenges. But it shouldn't be taking these really serious challenges to the High Court to get social housing. But I will be quick, I got a little nudge. We use legal action, we use mutual support, we use campaigning, and we use direct action to fight for the council homes we need for our members, but also for everyone. We want 3, 4, 5 bed council housing for the whole of London, for the whole of the country. We know that's the solution. Maybe later on I can speak a little bit about exactly why 3, 4, 5 bed. It's a little bit nerdy, but it's very important.
I think Joe's got a final bit of his story to tell about the Haringey development vehicle.
We can open it up.
And we can open it up for questions, but basically they won, didn't they? So could we open up for questions, please, or contributions? If anybody's in a community campaign, perhaps say a couple of words. Right.
So this question's directed at Ruth, but it kind of leads on from Izzy about the legal aid crisis. And so I'm a legal aid lawyer. One thing I do quite a lot is Section 21 defences, and I think this is the point. And I kind of wanted to ask you, because I've basically never seen a Section 21 that's lawful or where I haven't had an argument. But the thing is, most people get that notice and leave, and that's because, in my view, rent regulation just has its limits. And I suppose as we're hopefully facing the rent controls coming through in Scotland, I just kind of wanted to get your view on what did the end of no fault eviction or Section 21 do?
Could you explain what Section 21 is?
It's the no fault notice in England. I don't know if it had a different name in Scotland. But yeah, you get it, and the landlord doesn't have to, you don't need to be in rent arrears. There doesn't need to be a reason to evict you. You just get that notice. It gives you 2 months, and unless there's a technical defence, then you can be got rid.
Could we have another question as well? So, there's 2, 3, 4, 5. And we'll do it in threes, otherwise we'll get in a complete muddle. Richard.
Hello. Can I ask a question about homelessness, which is at the extreme end of the housing crisis? I volunteer with 2 groups who provide outreaches and street kitchens for homeless people and rough sleepers in London. We do what we can, but it's not enough. We're not going to end homelessness. The only solution, in my opinion, is a political solution. The best framing of this issue I've heard from a politician is from an independent socialist MP called Jeremy Corbyn. He said, "Why do we tolerate homelessness? Why do we tolerate rough sleeping?" So my question is, if anyone here knows this guy, Jeremy Corbyn, would you please thank him from me for his support?
I think it's a bit difficult for the panel to follow up. There were other questions coming from...
Hi. I just wanted to go back on the solution or what we need to do. I work for a company that provides software to letting agents, so I get to speak about housing a lot, and tenants. One of the things that we see a lot is housing developments get blocked because of basic utility infrastructure. So there's no ability to provide water to that development. So Thames Water actually block a lot of housing applications. And developers have to pay towards it, but still nothing gets done. And I remember going into a black hole and Googling it. The last proper water reservoir built in London was in 1925. Scotland does much better. They built their largest water underground reservoir in 2006. So that's the issue that you haven't kind of raised, how all of this links up. And second thing is, I just really think we're in a political environment where the right constantly make very, very bombastic claims, which they're not going to achieve, but they make them, especially about migration and refugees and stopping the boats and all of those things. When it comes to housing, I think we just need to be very, very bombastic. We need to offer people a right to lifetime tenure if they're citizens of the UK.
Thank you. Yeah, could we? Yeah, thank you. That's other question. There's Anne down. Oh no, there's lots of questions. And Laura's just said, can we finish at 1:30? Oh, I don't know. So anyway, can we have another question?
Yes. Hi. I think Joe touched on the development that he's been involved with, the Haringey development vehicle, and I just wanted to hear a bit more about the impact of these top-down regeneration projects, and I really think that's a big cause of gentrification, not just in London but elsewhere now. And I do think, and a lot of this is because they're backed by councils, and these councils are not democratised enough because there's not consultations when these regeneration or these sort of public-private partnership developments are put forward. And I just wondered, we've talked a lot about what's wrong with the system, and I wondered what kind of reforms or how we could further like democratize our local councils to have more like citizen involvement in the way that these development projects and these regeneration projects are put forward, because we do need regeneration, however it needs to happen in the correct way. And I just wanted to hear more about that from Joe and the rest of the panel.
Right.
Thanks.
So thank you. So we've got
one more over here.
Oh, right. I think there's lots of people who had their hands up. So maybe we'll take another one. Down here, yeah. That's it, Morag.
Brilliant, thank you. Hi, my name is Morag Gilly. I'm from Homes for All, and I think, like the rest of the panel, and I think this audience, we all believe that the only solution to the housing crisis in this country is council housing. We all know that it pays for itself in the long term. And I think what we also know is that whenever we face any financial crisis, the working class bear the brunt of that. And we've really, I think, seen that since, and people have really touched on it, since 2007, when this country now we've seen, you know, these global asset managers like Blackstone coming from, you know, buying up land and housing across North America and Europe. And we've seen housing policy in this country, which is now dominated by the interests of private developers and builders, again to the detriment of working class people. I think just quickly on the SHAPE campaign, that's a real fantastic, really broad-based, and it's a brilliant model of how to build a broad-based campaign. This is in Southwark. You've got these Berkeley Homes, private developers. They want to completely overdevelop the area, no consultation with the local people. They're interested in these private companies taking over. Again, the impact on the environment and the local people is absolutely horrific. You know, as a result of the campaign, the council backed the SHAPE campaign, rejected the planners' application. Obviously, now the planners are taking it to court, and SHAPE are launching a massive crowdfunder to try and get support to back them up in court. I think I just want to say quickly on the Labour Party, you know, if anybody had any illusions, I think even before the election, they promised that they would insulate every council house from their green funding. By the time of winning the election, that had been dropped. What they're going for now, I don't know if people have heard of rent convergence. This is really, really serious. This is 100 councils and housing associations who their whole housing plan is going to be again attacking working class households because they're wanting a massive increase in rent. And I think it's above inflation for the next 10 years. So that's a massive campaign. For us in the housing movement, finally, what we are urging is a national demonstration, not just around housing, but on planning. And it's great. We're hoping that's going to be in the early next year before the local elections, bringing together all the private renters unions, the housing campaigns, because we have to put housing, you know, once upon a time a political party could win the general election on the back of a housing. Now we need to bring that back, we need to bring it back into our states and have a massive mobilisation, say that council housing has to be at the heart of winning any local or national election. And finally, I'd like to hand out a leaflet at the end saying migrants and refugees are not to blame for the housing crisis.
I think there's some issue about the lunch, so we've got to wrap up 10 minutes earlier than I'd anticipated. I'm really sorry about that. So could we have final words from our speakers? And we've raised S21 evictions, I think it's specifically for Ruth, democratising local councils, an issue about water, and you want to say something about 3, 4, 5 beds.
Sure, I'll try and be quick, apologies. So yeah, on the no-fault evictions, obviously we won, in theory, an end to no-fault evictions in 2017, but there are still loopholes within that system that are exploited. So we see with our member defence cases, at our member defence catch-ups every week, people being set the 84 days to leave under the proviso that a landlord's going to sell, or they're going to move in, or they're going to move a family member in. The problem with the legal grounds for eviction is that the onus to prove that a landlord is abusing that is still on the tenant. So that's something we've really been pushing on in this bill, and I know the Greens have submitted a particular amendment this week. We'll see if that's successful on Wednesday, to ban evictions within the first 12 months of a tenancy. But what we're asking for, and this is still being niggled out in amendments, is for meaningful penalties to be put on landlords. So when landlords abuse eviction grounds under the proviso of moving back into the property, and they don't do it, and they evict a tenant, and that tenant is out, and then they put it back on the market for 50% more, that is criminal behaviour, and it should be seen as such. So what we want to see is meaningful penalties in place that incentivise landlords to comply with the law, and if they're not, criminal proceedings put in place. It happened to me 2 years ago. I was renting a property for £495 a month. It was full of damp and mould. My landlord said he was moving in. I was out within 84 days. I checked Rightmove 3 weeks later, and it was back on the market for £850. He got away with that scot-free. I was already out. We have to have a process in place before that happens to protect tenants, and we have to treat landlords that do it as the criminals that they are.
I'll just make 3 quick points. First, interesting to know that Thames Water are London's biggest NIMBYs. I think that points to the importance of comprehensive public planning, and kind of reclaiming planning as a kind of an important public activity, because too much of planning has been commercialised. The idea around democratising local councils is really, really important. And I think we've heard a lot today about we need more council housing, which I completely agree with. But we also need to remember that local councils are not always and are often quite terrible landlords themselves. So we need to democratise council housing itself, and think about different forms of management of council housing, in particular thinking about long-term non-appropriation of council housing. How do we make sure that in the governance of council housing, it can't then be used as an asset by a local council in 10, 20 years to sell on, or to demolish and to sell off the land. So that's, I think, really important. And finally, great to hear a shout out for SHAPE. That's Southwark Housing and Planning Emergency. And they are running a crowdfunder at the moment. So I would just kind of use my position on this panel to underline that point. Go to SHAPE, SHAPE's website, and if you can, donate to their crowdfund.
Yeah, honestly, regeneration. It's far too often the case that if regeneration schemes involve demolition and rebuild, they do de facto turn out to be state-led gentrification schemes, because the amount of social housing goes down, the amount of market housing goes up, but often that market housing is extremely expensive. I've written a book about estate regeneration, which is available, so anybody's interested. Okay, thanks.
Great. So,
I'll just do a quick thing on why 3, 4, 5 bed council homes. Why this came from our group. This is how our group works. Our kind of campaign and activity comes from our members. So every week I mentioned the bidding. We're all going on bidding, and lots of our groups are families. And every week maybe there's a few 1 or 2 beds social housing on bidding. But lots of people in our group need a 3 bed, a 4 bed, a 5 bed. They're caring for elderly parents. They have a disabled child who needs more space. So we desperately need 3, 4, 5 beds. So at the moment, the bigger your family is, the longer your waiting time is. Council housing waiting times are too long. We know families are trapped in temporary accommodation and slum-like conditions, and the solution is council housing. It's been lovely to be in an audience where we all we're like, this is the solution, and we've had on our panel we've been able to have discussions of what are the tactics, how do we get there. But 3, 4, 5 bed is so important, because this is what we need. at the moment, there's not enough council housing being built. When stuff is being built, some like Southwark, they've demolished half their properties, and then they're building pokey 1 and 2 bed council homes, and that isn't what the community need. And we see hoardings in our communities about 1 and 2 bed luxury studio flats. We're like, no, we need 3, 4, 5 bed luxury council homes. And then just a few other very quick shout outs about action and resources. So if you're interested in our sort of community organising, there's this amazing pamphlet that you can also get online about organising in our communities. It's like over 10 years old, and when we first set up, we used this as our guide. I've also got a few posters down here, and then we mentioned Public Interest Law Centre, who are this radical lawyers, and they have some amazing resources on their website about housing. I think Joe Penny has a great report on there, and then there's a pamphlet about with voices from rough sleepers, and there's just a number of great housing pamphlets. So definitely read those if you're looking for resources. And the final thing is, if you want to see our group in doing direct action, occupying housing offices to get for the rights of families in temporary accommodation, there's a great YouTube channel. It's like Real News. They're an activist media project, and there's 2 films with Hassel in action where we deliver a Section 21 eviction notice to Michael Gove, and he left afterwards. It worked. That's one of our victories. And then last year, 100 of us occupied Lewisham Council's housing office and refused to leave until they rehoused a family who had been stuck in a hostel for over 2 years. This child couldn't be potty trained because he was having to share a bathroom with other families. And we went there for our Halloween protest, and we stayed there all morning, and the family were then rehoused into better temporary accommodation. So there's a great video of that on Real News. So yeah, just a shout out for those resources.
Thank you. Just to say, if you look on our PJP, Peace and Justice Project website, we also have information about our campaign for Retrofit for the Future. If you're in London, come and lobby your MP on October the 15th, demanding more insulation and better process, more unionised, offering for making warm, comfortable, decent homes. Thank you very much, indeed.
from now you need it.
Good afternoon. Oh, that's great. I can now shout at you loudly. Welcome everyone. I'm Alison McGarry, and I've worked with trade unions for a long time, which is why I've been asked to chair this session. We've got a brilliant panel, and the focus this afternoon will be very much on action, how we work, how we build unions. Can you hear me now? Not really. Still not really? I'm not sure that's right up to the mouth. Okay, that's fine. I can do that. Okay. But firstly, before I introduce the panel and we go into the discussion, we've got a brief film to show you, which we were meant to be having two speakers yesterday on economic perspectives, the battle against austerity, and we're now going to very briefly take that film. And we've got speaking Stephanie Kelton, who was the senior economic advisor for the Bernie campaign in the US. And we've also got in this discussion Sarah Nelson, who's the president of the Association of the Federation of Airline Workers in the USA. And also they will be in conversation with Jeremy. So we've got a trade unionist, Bernie advisor, and Jeremy, who'll give us a brief economic introduction by film. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. I know you can't be at our conference tomorrow. We're here at the PJP offices. We're going through austerity 2.0. Once again, cuts, once again, closures, once again, job losses. And we're told it's all for the good of the national economy. We were told that last time. We were told that the time before. We were told that the time before that as well. What's the alternative?
Well, job losses and cuts are never the answer, because really the economy is built by the many, not by one. And a lot of the things that we need to do to help people, they say, but where do you find the money? And that's why it was so important to me as a labor leader doing this work and fighting against austerity and all the hurt that that created, when I met Stephanie and learned about her work and about the question of where does money come from. So it's really a freeing notion. And so Stephanie, give your elevator pitch.
My elevator pitch
on where does money come from.
You know, it's ironic in so many ways, because there are so many problems that need to be solved, and the easiest thing in the world to do is to create the money to make everything else move forward, to mobilize the resources, to put people to work, to rebuild the NHS, to take care of our communities, to repair the damage we've done to our planet. Austerity is a suicide pact. And the people who think that the thing that you have to come up with first is the money to start solving the problems have the horse and the cart completely backwards. You have to figure out where it is you want to go, set the missions, be bold and aspirational, and understand that we're not on a gold standard anymore. Nobody has to go dig things out of the ground in order to find the money that we need to pay to start solving the problems. Finding the money is the easiest part of the whole problem. The challenges we face are big, and it takes a lot of work to think about how to start solving them, how to use our people and our technology and our raw materials, our real resources. How do we combine those and mobilize them and put them to the best use to improve well-being for millions of people across the country and the world? And it turns out that the money is the easiest part of the whole problem, but we get bogged down in it. And as a result, we end up with austerity. We end up hurting our communities, leaving our planet in despair. And until we get bold and visionary and start to wrestle with what it means to have your own sovereign currency and how to take advantage of that, we're not going to move forward. So I'm hoping.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because this is where people typically go. They think about their own household budget. Yeah. But what does the national debt mean for the average working person?
Not much, actually, because the thing we call the national debt is really just a savings account that the federal government allows people who have money to put their money with the government and get paid interest for doing so. The average person doesn't benefit in the sense that they hold treasuries or they hold gilts, and so they might not feel the benefit. The benefit comes in the real investments that are taking place in the healthcare system and education and across the economy and building a strong social safety net. The debt is incidental to that, okay? It turns out that wealthy people benefit as well when you're investing in the things the community needs. We just get too hung up on this word debt, and I think it's a distraction. What we need to do is stay focused on funding programs, elevating the well-being of the people who live in these communities.
I always use the fire tender example about this. If you live in a society and one house catches fire, and that one's insured for fire insurance, and gets put out. Next house next door is not insured for fire insurance, doesn't get put out. The whole street goes down.
The whole place goes.
And so, if you've got a fire tender, it saves everybody.
That's right.
Same with an ambulance, same with a casualty unit. It's all that. It is about, you're right, the social investment in people's needs.
That's right.
Yeah. And so many times I find that the first question is, where are we going to find the money? Well, they always find the money politically to give a tax cut to the rich.
Always.
Right? They
Or
always
for a war.
Wars and tax cuts.
Wars and tax cuts,
problem.
absolutely, not a problem.
Yeah.
But for the soldiers who go over and fight the war, do we have enough money to give them the proper armor? Do we have them enough money to give them an education
To
when they
take
come
care
back?
of them when they
Do
come
we have
home?
them enough money to give them proper health care when they come back and housing that they can live in? Those are political decisions too. So they're not different political decisions, correct?
That's absolutely right.
They're just, on one hand, are we going to take care of the people? And on the other hand, are we going to make people so desperate that they get to a place of fighting with each other and being so desperate that they're willing to accept anything?
And part of the reason that they accept less is because they've been told lies about what we can actually afford to do. We can't do more because of the deficit. We can't do more because of the debt. We can't do more because the bond markets won't sanction it. I'm sorry. The last time I checked, nobody voted for the bond markets to have veto power over democracy, right, over the decisions of elected officials.
We've got thousands of people watching here today. And it's also a message for activists of what they need to be doing as we build a strong, socially based, democratic political movement in Britain. What's your message to them?
Empower yourselves, work together, never forget that the limits on what is possible have nothing in the world to do with deficits, with the debt, with money. We are capable of so much more when we have a bold vision and a commitment and a shared sense of responsibility, and we're willing to work together to build that better world that we know is possible. Never let money become the barrier to entry.
Sarah?
And we need to set that bold agenda and not let anyone say that the people who are concerned about humanity can't actually get anything done. Actually, when we have this common understanding that we can actually set an agenda for the working people, the only way that that's going to happen is if we organize, we build up unions, we build up our communities, we build up that shared sense of solidarity, because that will create the power to bring the politics to us. I do think it's very, very important that people know where to learn more about this, though.
Yeah.
They can look up a documentary called Finding the Money and learn all about Stephanie's work. This was done by a documentarian, but this wasn't your project, it was her project, right?
Right.
But also fundamentally, it's The Deficit Myth, the book that Stephanie wrote, that will give you all the tools that you need to understand these concepts and then to organize with each other, build the power that we need for peace and justice and an economy for all.
As we say up here, look at it.
Yeah.
Peace and Justice Project. Listen to these very wise words. We're on the way. Oh, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Is it working now? Can you hear me? Yeah. Please do indicate if you can't hear. And I and the panel will speak more loudly and clearly. So I think that was a very useful introduction to our discussion. in terms of how do we fight for power, how do we influence, and not just influence, challenge economic forces that fundamentally try and weaken our class, try and weaken workers, and actually are destroying the environment in the process. But enough of the big picture. I'm now going to introduce our panel, and they will share with us, they're a very experienced panel. I will start with Petros Elias, who was one of the founders. I'm not sure you weren't the founder, but one of the founders of United Voices of the World, a superb union that organises and supports organising in very direct action terms. Workers, casualised workers, cleaners, mostly migrant workers, carers, etc. And Petros will tell us more about that. Sitting next to Petros, Isabel Cortez, who is the Vice President of United Voices of the World. And let me just say about United Voices of the World, you've got 6 workers, full-time, you're all paid the same, and that's the way I believe that unions should be. But let's move on, because they're going to be talking about the work that they're doing to support and work with workers. And we often talk about how we help workers, we do it for workers. We do it, we work with workers to actually challenge power. I haven't introduced a Lord for a very long time, but I will. Lord John Hendy. Many of you will know John's track record working through with the miners and the miners' strike, the Wapping dispute, which I'm sure people here will know the history if they weren't actively involved in it. An attempt to destroy trade unions. John was on the ground supporting, working with unions, and then went on to work on the legal framework for workers' rights with Laura Pidcock, who was in Jeremy's shadow team. And John has been since then obviously trying, and he will be talking about the attempts of unions to influence governments to introduce fairer, question healthier legislation. And last and not least, because I've got to read up on all the work that this comrade has done, Claire Trevor from Unite, led, participated, negotiated of the, thank God, it's Friday, workers, real solid struggle on the ground, precarious because you're going to get sacked any second if they discover that you're building a union. And now you're supporting internationally other unions, other workers are still in the hospitality sector to organise, but you're still working in the sector. Again, I think an important lesson for many trade union officers and leaders, says she, having been a trade union officer. On that note, enough about me. I'm going to hand over to Petros. Isabel's going to start. And I'm going to start with a couple of questions to the panel, then we'll hand it over to you, and then they'll get a chance to very speedily finish off. One more thing now before Isabel takes the floor is we're really sorry that Eddie couldn't be with us today. We got a very late apology, and as I'm sure you'll understand with the dispute the RMT are currently involved in, he wasn't able to get away to be with us today, and we're sorry about that, but most importantly that they win that dispute. Okay. On that note, Isabel, migrant workers are considered unorganisable. As some unions, I've met some union officers said we can't do it, but your union is proving that's not the case. Can you enlighten us?
Thanks, Alison. Before I do, I just wanted to clarify, we have 15 members of staff, which is equivalent to 10 full-timers, and we're super proud of our flat wage structure. The cleaner in our office gets paid the same as the general secretary. So I just wanted to share that. Organising migrant workers is in our DNA. Our union was founded 10 years ago by a group of cleaners from Latin America who brought with them a rich history of unionism. And today we represent low-paid, precarious and migrant workers from over 100 nationalities from sectors all across the economy. And we find that obviously migrant workers experience many of the same issues as British-born, low-paid, precarious workers. We're going to hear more from Claire about that. Exploitation, 0 hours, the same poverty pay, bullying, harassment, discrimination. But they tend to be less unionised because they also face additional barriers to joining and participating in unions and fighting for better terms and conditions. So accessing information on, for example, workplace rights and standing up to bosses is really difficult when English is your second language. It's difficult to challenge wage theft or unsafe conditions when you can't express yourself or don't feel confident enough to express yourself, never mind not knowing what your rights are. We also find that our members have digital barriers, so they tend to work in sectors where they are least digitally connected. So nowadays everything is available on apps, or your HR stuff, your pay slips, processes, information on shifts, that's all available on apps. If you're not digitally literate, you don't use computers at work, that's another barrier for you, and it's all in another language. And also importantly, our members are time poor. So they're low paid, they have several jobs, work unsociable hours, work through the night. Any time off is used to rest or spend time with the family or do the things that people would do possibly at the weekend. So participating in union activities is really difficult. But nevertheless, UVW is a community union, and we do find ways of getting around this. So aside from there always being a plate of food available in our offices, very important, food is very important, we do create spaces for learning, for empowerment and solidarity. So we run things like Know Your Rights workshops that cover contracts, wages, holiday pay, sick pay, all the issues that our members struggle with in several languages. We run digital skills sessions, so we help accessing those pay slips, sometimes information on visas and benefits as well, so it's not just workplace issues. Our organisers speak several languages, and we also produce materials in several languages. Almost half of our members at UVW speak English as a second language, so for us it's really important to speak to our members in the language that they're most comfortable with. And then we also organise things like mock hearings and role plays, so we prepare workers to speak up in grievances and disciplinary meetings, and at weekends and times that are better for our members, we organise like informal drop-ins where workers can get advice and training in a safe space with a plate of food. So all of these activities that we organise, they empower workers to defend themselves not only as individuals but together as a collective. And in our experience, and I think our website was up, but anyway, you go to our website to see all our campaigns, but in our experience, when migrant workers know their rights, have the confidence to fight for them, and use their knowledge and expertise of their workplaces and their bosses, they self-organise and they lead and win their own campaigns. And we had a recent win with some housekeepers at the Radisson Blu Hotel in Canary Wharf. They were all Nepalese women, nearly all of them Nepalese women. And they were fighting against poverty pay, unsafe work conditions. They were feeling really ignored and undervalued. They'd never been in a union before. I think it was a really quick turnaround. I think within 3 months of joining the union, or less, within 3 months of joining the union, They organised one-to-one conversations at a time in Nepalese. They joined the union and they voted to take strike action. They took action at the same time as I always get the name wrong, sorry, the Village Hotels striking workers in Glasgow. This was the first hotel strike in 46 years. It was led by migrant women in England, and they won all their demands. They were fearless. They called a 6 weeks worth of strike action. These are workers that had never been in a union before, never mind, gone on strike. And Petros is going to share a little bit more with you about our tactics later on. So for us, organising migrant workers is a challenge, but we're doing it because they organise themselves eventually when they know what their rights are. And the reality is, contrary to the anti-migrant rhetoric, we know that migrant workers keep our hospitals, care homes, schools, public and private institutions safe, clean, patients fed. Without us, all the services would collapse. And I think in London, 40% of the workforce is a migrant workforce. So I guess it's really important to organise migrant workers because they will help to renew the trade union movement. We've seen how our members bring energy and strength and creativity, especially in sectors that are under-unionised, in the private sector where we tend to find they work. And the strike by the housekeepers at the Radisson Blu is just one example of how migrant workers are advancing workplace justice. And their leadership shows us that our movement's future relies on recognising this strength, their strength, joining forces against across communities and standing with migrant workers as part of one movement.
Thank you. Petros, can you say a little more about the challenges? Because you're obviously using direct action, but you're also trying to use the legal structures. You're trying to influence the employer, build power in the workplace. But also, can you say what sort of support you feel would help you to win more strongly that other unions and other labour organisations could provide? Because sometimes, sometimes we know some of the other unions have felt that the more formal unions are longer established, that you're new on the block, so you've got to prove your case. Over to you, Petros.
Thanks, Alison. Yeah, I guess we still are the new kid on the block in many ways. We were only founded 10 years ago. And obviously, as we know, the union movement goes back about 200 years in this country. So we've been around for a tiny percentage of time relative to the rest of the unions. But just to speak to what we do and how we do it a little bit. Before that, just out of interest, before coming here today, had anyone actually heard of UVW Union? We've got a few hands up, but actually a minority, so that's good. So at least I'm speaking, at least I can I won't assume many people know much. But despite our youth and despite our size, we're a small union. We've achieved things that we're incredibly proud of, and we think in many ways have produced a blueprint for others to follow. And some examples of these include that we, as a union, were the first union to end outsourcing in higher education. We achieved that through, at the time, what was the largest cleaners' strike in higher education at the London School of Economics. That was in 2017. That group of cleaners, they were mainly from the Caribbean. They went on to become employees of the university, and with all the benefits that brings. We then followed that up with another strike in the NHS at Imperial Trust at the flagship hospital, St Mary's Hospital in Paddington, where the facilities workers there also succeeded through strike action with UVW to end outsourcing, and they became the first group of facilities workers to end outsourcing in the NHS. That led to 1,200 workers being brought in-house. And these disputes aren't just firsts. They set they created trends. And so in higher education, what we saw after the LSE falling was Goldsmiths falling, King's falling, SOAS falling, and all these other universities. And in the NHS likewise as well. There's been other hospitals that have followed suit and other workers that have sought inspiration from our work. And likewise, obviously, we seek a lot of inspiration from other unions too. So after St Mary's Hospital, we saw Bart's Hospital, where Unite the Union led a successful dispute there, bringing all the facilities workers in-house. So a main focus of ours as a union is the fight against outsourcing. And the reason is there's about 3.2 million outsourced workers in the country, and a large proportion of those are migrant workers. And it really is a scourge on society, outsourcing. It represents the structures of outsourcing that we see today in the public sector, in the private sector, really lead to, create and perpetuate racial inequalities that really have no place existing in society today. So you go into a hospital, you go into a university, what you're going to see, in London anyway, is most of the people that are cleaning, that are portering, they're going to be black, brown and migrant workers, and they will almost, in a lot of cases, be outsourced into private contractors with inferior terms and conditions. So one of our big fights representing migrant workers, as we do, as Isabel said, almost half of our members are migrant workers, and I think we're the only union that actually, in London at least, has a similar demographic representation amongst our members to the city at large. As you heard, London, nearly half of the workers in London are non-UK born, and in our union, nearly half are also non-UK born. And so this, for our members, is one of the most important fights, is the fights against outsourcing. And we do that wherever we can through strike action. We also have attempted to end outsourcing through legal action, and we actually went all the way to the Supreme Court after 7 years of litigation. When we got to the door of the Supreme Court, they didn't accept our appeal following the Court of Appeal case in the Royal Parks. But we've been trying to establish that outsourcing is not only an abomination, but it's also unlawful and a breach of the Equality Act. And we weren't able to establish that. But before we gave that a shot, it hadn't even been attempted. And I think it's very important to try and use the laws in new and novel ways. And we'll hear more about that, no doubt, from John Hendy. But our challenge as a union is we're trying to find every way possible to end institutional racism in the workplace and the exploitation that our members suffer. And so that case that went to the doors of the Supreme Court, where it got to the Court of Appeal, was the first of its kind to try and establish that actually it was indirect racist discrimination to choose to outsource a group of BAME workers on inferior terms and conditions to those majority non-BAME workers who worked in-house in the institutions where they work. We didn't succeed, but nonetheless it shone a light on the issue, which we're very happy with. And at least we've sought legal clarity now on the matter. You know, we had to find out whether or not the courts would accept our case. They didn't in the end, but you know, that's life, isn't it? You don't know until you try. But we've got other similar claims for in-house workers. In St Heliers and Epsom Hospital, that's a trust in Surrey. We represent 350 facilities workers who have just voted to strike. They're NHS employees, directly employed, denied NHS benefits. And it's another example of the institutional racism that we're fighting. Before, we were fighting it with outsourced workers who are having to argue that they should be treated as equals on equal pay and benefits. Now what we're finding is that public institutions in the NHS and higher education and elsewhere, they're actually doing away with the additional costs of outsourcing, but they're bringing workers in-house and denying them the benefits that they are, in our view, legally entitled to. But even if there isn't a legal entitlement, they are, of course, morally entitled to. They're employees of the same institutions, but just because, in our view, because of the job they do and the colour of their skin, they are deprived NHS pay and benefits, which is absolutely disgraceful. And so there will be a strike there next month if the board doesn't vote through our demands that we put to them at the next board meeting on the 7th of October, and we'll see what happens then in a few weeks' time. And just to finish up, we've the challenges that our members face, some, as Isabel has spoken about, they're common to all workers. You know, we've got one of the weakest employment law regimes in this country. Employers act with absolute hubris. They are the employers our members work for. It is like being in the Wild West. I mean, they behave as if they have no restraints whatsoever, as if there is nothing holding them back. And of course, there isn't. There are virtually no mechanisms in law to hold employers to account for breaches of the law. I mean, employment tribunal claims are just, they take years and they offer very little in the way of remedies at the end of the day, in most cases, that is. And it's certainly, they don't act as deterrents. The laws we've got do not act as a deterrent to stop employers from dismissing, punishing, discriminating against or victimizing workers. They absolutely do not. And so in order to compensate for that, we have to look for ever greater means in order to challenge employers. And that's why we have this focus on direct action as a union and strike action. For us, it's not a last resort, it's actually a first resort, because there is no other resort. Our members, even to get the most basic rights respected or offered or advanced, they're not going to achieve that through negotiation. They're not going to achieve that through litigation either. Well, perhaps if it's a clear breach of the law in 2 years' time, they'll get a declaration to that effect, but that doesn't obviously help them in the here and the now. So, the industrial relations framework that's so common to the union movement, particularly in the public sector, where we still see huge, very high densities and collective bargaining coverage. In the private sector, none of that exists. And even if it did, employers just don't care. So our members don't have the luxury of sitting around the table with their employer and negotiating and exchanging information and documents and going through, round 1 of talks and round 2 of talks and round 3 of talks. They have to go straight to the picket line every time. It's incredibly draining on them, incredibly resource intensive, but it is all they can do. It's the only option, the only avenue they've got. And of course, it shouldn't be that way. But it is, and so our time as a union is spent, always every other week in some kind of occupation of some workplace or some protest or some blockade or some picket line, not because we're politically, ideologically committed to these actions, but because we know through bitter experience that that's all that works, that's the only thing that works. And so, coming to the last question of Alison in terms of what people can do to support us, those campaigns, those initiatives take huge amount of resources, and these employers will never listen, they will never change, they will never stop abusing and exploiting unless they're absolutely forced to. And so the more support from larger unions that we can get in many forms, and perhaps I'll come on to this too later, just because time has I've gone over. But I'll come on to the matter of solidarity later, but just to say that it couldn't be more important for our members to receive as much solidarity as possible, not because they deserve it more than anybody else, but because their fight is much bigger than many other fights that groups of workers have to have, because they are the invisible army and they are the most exploited, and they deserve as much solidarity as they can get. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Petros. And if anyone wants to, you can always volunteer with United Voices of the World, join a picket line, take part in the action, I'm sure. They'll give you the details. And of course, Petros mentioning the law takes us to John, who is going to talk about what challenges using the legal system offers. Does it offer us support and way that we can influence employers? And think, John, of the key issues facing working people that possibly the legal systems and our so-called elected officials can help us with. John.
Well, the key issue facing working people today is the same issue that's faced humanity ever since one worker was earned their living by working for another. And that is the imbalance of power between workers and employers. It's as simple as that. But the problem has got worse since 1979. See, most of the audience, of course, were born since 1979. You don't remember back in the 1970s. But the fact of the matter is that during the development of capitalism, there was a parallel development, which was the development of trade unions and collective strength. And that had the effect not of negating employer power, but certainly diminishing it to a certain extent. And what happened in 1979, was everybody in this room knows, was that Mrs. Thatcher was elected on a neoliberal platform. Reagan was elected in the United States in 1980, and they followed the doctrine of neoliberalism, which had been developed after the Second World War. We haven't got time to go into what that doctrine means, but there are two essentials from our point of view. One is that the state, the role of the state is to facilitate the power of corporations. And the other significant element from our point of view is that trade unions, and in particular collective bargaining, that's the ability of unions to negotiate terms and conditions with employers, trade unions and collective bargaining are regarded as a distortion of the labour market. And the consequence of that was transformed into law by Thatcher and Major in this country. We haven't got time to look at parallel developments elsewhere in the world. In 6 major acts of parliament between 1982 and 1992, the effect of those acts of parliament was to constrain trade unions' ability to represent the working class. Now, the consequence of that, and of course it was enhanced by some of the factors that Petros has mentioned, the extensive use of outsourcing, the use of globalization to move jobs in this country, well-organized trade union jobs, to third world countries where labour and materials were cheaper, privatisation, and so on. But to my mind, the use of the law in those 6 acts of parliament was absolutely fundamental in weakening the power of working people. Now, we know in this room what the consequences of that have been. The greatest inequality in this country since the 1930s. 4.6 million people living in poverty, 2.5 million people living in deep poverty, which means that they cannot afford the essentials of human life. Millions of people in insecure work. And when you say insecure work, it sounds like a sort of sociological term, but the reality of insecurity is perhaps what Isabel and Petros have been describing. People that don't know whether they'll have a job next week. People that don't know whether they're going to have a job tomorrow. That don't know how much money they're going to be able to put on the table at the end of the week. And this is extremely debilitating. We can't go into the consequences of inequality. But that's what that loss of power has meant. Stagnant wages since May 2008. No real increase in the standard of living of working class people in this country. And that power, that loss of power, can be illustrated in this way. In 1979, in a workforce of 24 million people, 13.6 million of them were members of trade unions. Now, in a workforce of 34 million people, the membership of trade unions is 6.4 million people. So the percentage of people in the trade union has diminished from over a half to less than a quarter of working people. And people are not joining unions because they don't like unions. They're not joining them because they appreciate that unions no longer have the power, except in examples that my colleagues here have illustrated. Trade unions no longer have the power to negotiate better terms and conditions. And that is down to the law. And one other statistic, let me give you. In 1979, over 80% of workers in this country had the benefit of a collective agreement. That's to say, an agreement negotiated by unions on the one side and employers on the others, regulating the terms and conditions on which they work, including pay, pensions, and all the rest of it. Over 80%. In fact, that percentage had been at that level since 1945, the end of the Second World War. That percentage now is less than 25%. So from 4 out of 5 workers having the benefit of negotiated terms, we're now down to 1 out of 4 workers having the benefit of negotiated terms. And that means that 3/4 of our workforce have their terms unilaterally decided by the employer. And my point is that the economic factors apart, privatisation, outsourcing, globalisation, all the rest of it, the law has played a major part in disempowering trade unions and working people. The ability to conduct industrial action lawfully is now so limited that I don't say it's almost impossible, but it is very, very difficult for unions to organise strikes lawfully. And the other key aspect is that the law has destroyed the collective bargaining machinery that existed prior to 1980. Got rid of a contract compliance, a fair wages resolution, wages councils, and all of those sectoral collective mechanisms by which extended the power of unions to set terms and conditions. So that's the issue for me now, is what we do about getting the law back in shape to enable unions again to do what this union does, namely to represent the working class and prevent exploitation.
Thanks, John. Very quickly, how is the Employment Rights Bill, which is going at a slow pace through the parliamentary process, how's that going to help us? And what should unions be doing?
Okay.
Because we've got a lot of unions, well, not a lot, but certain unions going, oh yeah, it's great, it's going to give us, please share with us your perspective.
Well, the Employment Rights Bill is hailed by the government as the biggest uplift in workers' rights for a generation. They're probably right about that. I mean, a generation ago, 20 years, there was no uplift in workers' rights, so they're not wrong about that. But rights are all very well, and nobody in their right mind would say they don't want more rights. Of course, that is to be welcomed, and particularly, of course, by lawyers, because that's how they make their money, out of enforcing rights. But Petros has already identified some of the problems with rights, namely that they've got to be enforced in employment tribunals. There's a waiting list already of whatever it is, 46,000 cases, something like that. If you want a hearing for an unfair dismissal case, you're looking at 2,027 now. The reality is that nobody's going to enforce a claim for unpaid wages or holiday pay worth 200 quid in an employment tribunal. It's just not going to happen. So whilst I don't damn the Employment Rights Bill for giving workers more rights, and there are problems with certain of the rights that are provided for in the bill, which we haven't got time to go into. The real problem is that the bill does not address the issue of the loss of trade union power. That's the key thing. Now, I moved amendments in the House of Lords giving the Secretary of State the power to introduce sectoral collective bargaining. That's to say, to designate each sector of the economy and provide a mechanism by which unions in that sector could negotiate with employers and employers, associations in that sector to determine a minimum plateau of terms and pay terms and conditions, pay scales and so on. But the government was adamant that they didn't want that. So we've got no mechanism. We've got no mechanism in law for introducing collective bargaining. I know that there's a recognition machinery and the Employment Rights Bill does tweak it a little bit by making it a little bit easier. But those who followed the battle that the GMB has had in Amazon in Coventry will know how difficult it is to achieve collective bargaining through that mechanism. But the other area where this bill simply doesn't deal with the problem is over the right to strike. It's true, there are some adaptations to the Thatcher and Major laws that it brings into play, some improvements here and there, no doubt about it, very welcome. Getting rid of the Strikes Minimum Service Level Act of 2024, getting rid of most of the Trade Union Act of 2016. But it doesn't restore the right to strike as we had it in the 1970s. In particular, it doesn't restore the right of unions and workers to take solidarity action, whereby unions who are in a strong position, or workers in a strong position, can support those who are in a less industrially strong position. And again, I introduced, I know Jeremy did in the Commons as well, amendments to try and reintroduce the right to take solidarity action, but the government wouldn't have it. So I welcome the bill, of course. Nobody in their right mind would not, but it doesn't do what it needs to have done.
Thank you, John. Thanks, John. And can I also thank and appreciate the 11,000 people who are watching us on Zoom at the moment, who are also participating. So thank you to them. So John has outlined the issues we've got with the state, with the legislature, the macro environment in which we are trying to work. We're now going to go back to grassroots organising. I remember I was 16 and I tried to organise the factory I worked in, where women workers, I won't go into details, were not being treated very well. I was very young, naive, but we got a strike. I could go to 5 unions in Birmingham and ask them to represent us. And we won that strike and we won better conditions. Of course, that would be impossible now, unless I was with UVW or unless I was with Claire Trevor from Unite, who was one of the leaders of the, I'm just checking the date, 2018, the TGI Friday strike. You've led some of the negotiations, you're working internationally, and thank you for being with us. And it will be an overlap, but is there anything that you would want to add to the issues and the difficulties that Petros and Isabel have talked about when we're trying to organise precarious workers? And also, how do we build on those battles to actually strengthen trade unions and bring renewal? And most importantly, in times of despair, and we all know times of despair when we've been organising, what brings you hope? Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. Can everybody hear me? Fantastic. So in terms of the barriers, the decimation of industries with high union density under Thatcher is obviously the clear first thing that went wrong for union organising. The Office of National Statistics states that 95% of under 25s are not unionised. There isn't a knowledge or culture of unions in a lot of precarious workplaces, and unions aren't designed to accommodate precarious workers when they do find them. Pre-2017, there was very limited organising efforts for precarious workers, and it is actually very hard to organise the precarious workers physically because a lot of them are on unsociable shifts, on zero-hour contracts, and anyone who's ever been on a zero-hour contract knows that some weeks you're on 0 hours and other weeks you're on 60. There's no work-life balance either. Precarious workers are conditioned to feel worthless, replaceable, and our labour is worth the bare minimum. They would pay us less if they could. There's obviously issues such as youth rates. It still baffles me that a young worker is paid less than me, but their rent is the same. and that's still happening in 2025 in this country. There's fire and rehire, there's limited employment rights, and there's very limited, if any, union access into precarious workplaces. There is a culture in some precarious industries to compete as who is the most exploited individually rather than organising collectively. On zero-hour contracts, full availability is required, but there is no promise of hours, no income, and no work-life balance. So on one hand, you could be working 60 hours one week, and another week you might not even be able to afford to eat. Poor contracts, conditions, and high turnover mean that there's no investment in your own job. Nobody wants to stay in terrible conditions. People think that if it gets that bad, they will just leave. And then that means that people don't organise and fight for better conditions. The high fragmentation means that there's very compromised organising efforts. A lot of workers are very unclear on their rights. There's no clear channels for protection for grievances. And the effects of the cost of living crisis, Brexit, COVID-19, means that not only has there been a decline in the hospitality industry as a whole and other precarious industries, but now people have less disposable income. There is obviously aggressive union busting. Workers don't know their rights, and on zero-hour contracts, it's extremely easy to soft-fire workers. So there is a constant fear of this if they do organise. In terms of immigration, there's obviously the consequence of potentially losing a visa, but I know that you guys have done amazing work in combating this issue. And the increase of individualisation and the decrease of community means that people aren't organising in the same way. I'd like to highlight Unite's Not on the Menu survey as well, which found that 9 out of 10 hospitality workers experienced sexual harassment at work. This statistic really highlights that the conditions and the lack of capacity to take action. Also, hospitality and precarious workers are disproportionately diverse, so disproportionately affected by equalities issues. In terms of renewal, I would really like to highlight that intersectionality is crucial to trade union renewal. An injury to one is an injury to all, and we must remember this. If you're discussing the needs of any oppressed group without them present, then you've already failed them. You've got to incorporate young workers, LGBT plus workers, especially trans workers, workers with disabilities, Black and minority ethnic workers, migrant workers, women workers, into structures for meaningful input. We need to shrink the gap between workers and executives, and we also need to shrink the gaps internationally because international solidarity is crucial. It's important to try and implement key campaigns that already exist. So just to highlight some from Unite Hospitality, we have the Get Me Home Safely campaign, which is run alongside the passenger sector to aim to get workers from all sectors home safely from antisocial shifts. Third-party harassment legislation came in last October, and we have a campaign around that because there's now more duty on the employer to tackle harassment from guests. We have the Fair Tips campaign based on the legislation that again changed in October last year. And there's also the heat strike, which raises awareness of Section 44 and how that can be implemented, because a lot of precarious workers don't know about this. Trade unions need to focus on issues that concern young and precarious workers. So equalities, climate change, mental health, LGBT+, the rise of the far right, Palestine, of course, precarious conditions. These are the things that people care about, so we need to draw them in by focusing on the issues that matter to them. We need to remove the barriers to the democratic structures within the trade unions to make sure that when we do organise people, we can accommodate them easily. We need to do work adjacent to community organising as well. I mentioned earlier, there's this individualisation that's led to the death of the community. We need to revamp that. Community organising is so important. We do need new methods to reach young workers and precarious workers, and we need to be able to accommodate them and make spaces accessible to them. We need less jargon, less gatekeeping, less structural barriers and more inclusion. We also need to financially accommodate precarious workers because people on zero-hour contracts do struggle with union membership fees. We need to actively engage with precarious workers. When you encounter them, when you go out into the world and you're buying a coffee, you're going out for something to eat, you're getting fast food, speak to the workers about their rights. A lot of them have no idea that a union exists. They have no idea of their own rights. Like, you can all make a massive difference just by chatting to workers. We need to empower, encourage and support, because solidarity is the heart of our movement. And if we're not moving forward, we're actively falling behind. Young workers are not the future, they're here now, but without trade union renewal, there's no future for all of us. Finally, what brings me hope? Organising precarious workers is difficult, but it's not impossible. There's living proof of this here, here, and here. Cross-union solidarity is imperative to collective wins. So United Voices of the World and the Radisson Blu Hotel strike took place alongside the Unite Hospitality Village Hotel strike. And they were the first hotel strike since 1979. Change is possible, and there is proof of this from just this year. Regional hospitality branches and national grassroots, our national grassroots combine are member-led. Without facility time or collective bargaining agreements and recognition, although this is a key setback, it's actually produced some of the most dedicated activists, because everybody who's doing that 100% believes in what they're doing, because they're doing it on their own time and they're doing it around precarious jobs. Coalitions like Lesbians and Gays Support the Miners and Lesbians and Gays Support the Migrants prove how it can change history. And I'd like to draw your attention, of course, to the joint strike on the 4th of October in 2018, which was TGI Fridays, McDonald's, Wetherspoons and Uber Eats. They came from 3 unions and had one big strike. I'd also like to thank Jeremy Corbyn for the support for TGI Fridays, the 13th Note strike and the Village Hotel strike. This support is crucial as well. The support that we get from the movement empowers us to keep going. International solidarity, shared experiences and strategies and build trade union power. The international solidarity is something that I always want to talk about because it's so crucial. So a few examples of this, and don't worry, I am wrapping up. Haringey in Germany had the Lieferando workers. They were delivery drivers that went out on strike. McDonald's, there's been workers in Brazil, France, Denmark, and of course the UK with Bakers Union. Starbucks Workers United in the US and in Chile have gone out on strike. We've also had a Baristas United campaign in the UK with Unite Hospitality to organise coffee shop workers in this country. I'd also like to shout out Rock City in Nottingham, who are organising through my branch in the East Midlands, and Cat House in Glasgow. It's really important that we keep at it, keep organising. You can follow any of these campaigns that I've discussed via Unite Hospitality, but also if you want to look at what's going on internationally in more detail, there's also the IUF, FAP and LGBTIworkers.org that has more details on international campaigns. It might get worse before it gets better, but we are proof that when enough is enough, we organise and we fight back. We do have a fight on our hands, but it is a fight we can win. And I'd like to thank everybody for giving us support and giving me a platform to speak on today on behalf of precarious workers, because it's things like this that make organising in precarious sectors possible. So thank you.
Thank you to all the panel. It's now your opportunity. Questions, contributions. There's a roving mic here. I'm not sure who's taking it. They're behind me. And also for people who are following us online, if you want to put a question online, we will try and take that too. So who would like to open up?
Just very quickly, Jules Crossley from Rushmore. I just wanted to ask if United Voices had any contact with Amazon workers who, obviously, the one I've had contact with is in Coventry. A lot of them don't have English as their first language.
You hear that? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to take sorry, can I just take a couple of questions and then I'll invite you in? Who else? Thank you.
What? No, you already asked one.
Oh, you're being rationed. Okay.
Hello, can you hear me? Yep. Okay. Isabel, I wondered, and the others as well, actually, because this is all such good news, these successes that you've had, and I wondered how they were shared with the media. I'm not very hopeful about our media, I have to say, but because this needs to, I didn't know about you. How do you get this out to people so that they know you're there for them?
Okay. Anyone else got a similar?
In the spirit of democracy, I'm trying to prioritise people who haven't asked a question today. Sorry, Janice.
I have asked a question, that's all right. It's just,
I didn't hear you.
it's just I wanted to point out that when I was working with asylum seekers, we made a point that whenever we had a conference, we got an asylum seeker to do the catering because they really welcome it. They're doing catering as a living, and if they can provide for a conference like this, they'd be overwhelmed, and it seems a shame that we're hiring sandwich makers when we could have lovely African food made by asylum seekers who would benefit from the money.
Point taken. We'll invite UVW next time. Okay. They're workers. Anyone else? And then
I've been active in trade unions since I was 16, and I'm still waiting for the point at which we are not still having to have sectors, or not sectors, but black workers group, women's group, because we're still not, in my opinion, properly integrating the issues of discrimination and how that actually impacts people, because they are intersectional, and it's still not very clear, it's still not very coordinated. And also as well, if you do try and speak out and say, well, actually, I'm not happy with this, or I feel like I'm more tokenistic than doing something effective, then you really get hammered. And that puts people off from taking part. And the trade union movement isn't moving fast enough in some ways.
what we're going to do, I think, is just take a few questions and then come back to the panel to sum up and respond to the questions. Someone over here? Oh, someone else. Yeah. Your running is still? Where are they? There was some. Yeah. Straight ahead, to the left. Up the back. Sorry, I'm not being clear enough.
Hi, it's mainly a question for Petros and Isabel. Just in regards to some of the successes, some of the direct action campaigns you've spoken about, just be interested to know if there are any particular characteristic counter tactics from the employers that you've experienced and anything that you've kind of learned from that.
Okay, any more final questions, contributions?
Thanks to the panel, absolutely brilliant. Surely the issue facing unions and all of us is the lack of membership and organisation amongst the gig economy and increasingly in the hospitality and so on sectors. And well done those unions that have organised, and well done the success at TGI Friday and the success at in the Inn Hotel in Scotland. I mean, there's been some great successes. But how do you think we as a project and others can do practical things to help union organisation, help union recruitment and help union membership, particularly amongst migrant workers who often don't have permanent status, are frightened of their position and are grotesquely exploited and put to enormous danger within our society? What role do you think our project and future party can do to assist in those areas?
Okay. So we've got one here. Oh, yeah, okay. And then there's someone to the right over there, yeah.
Yeah, just picking up on the point that John Henry made about the massive decline in union membership. When we were younger, we got it from our parents. They'd been union members and they persuaded us that was the thing we had to do. What do we do now to inform and encourage young people, maybe people who are still at school, of the importance of becoming union members when they start in the workforce?
John, you hinted at the deficiencies in the current Employment Rights Bill. At this year's TUC Congress, I think the Congress recognised it was deficient and called for a further act before the end of the Parliament, or further bill at least before the end of the Parliament. What chances do you think yourself and Jeremy have got of a more robust employment rights bill through the Parliament?
Okay. And middle row, the middle section. You've got about 3 or 4 minutes left for questions or contributions from the floor.
Yeah, hello. Is there a trade union, a radical and a progressive trade union that represents older people?
Anyone else?
Thank you. Thanks, panel, for your contributions. My question is around AI. This is the buzzword, I suppose, at the moment. I actually went to the other Queen Mary campus and had a lovely chat with 2 of the cleaners who work there, do some work in AI. And they were quite positive about it, because a lot of the research coming out at the moment is the knowledge economy, office jobs are the ones at risk of automation. And it's actually the type of hands-on work which at least is less at risk. And so my question is around, is this a conversation that's coming up in unions at the moment? Does it potentially give you back some power in terms of the risks might not be as prominent for migrant workers or workers in precarious work because of the nature of their work not being easily automatable? So yeah, is it a topic of discussion? Have you been using it as part of your tactics? What does the future look like?
Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to ask our panel to sum up. Sadly, we haven't got any more time to discuss in the arena, so I'm going to move over to Petros. We'll take the table as we started, speakers in line. Thank you.
Can you hear me if I speak without a mic? Yeah. No? All right. I think the first question was about Amazon workers. So obviously GMB has done some amazing stuff with Amazon warehouse workers, as we heard earlier from John as well. Unfortunately, did not end in securing recognition, but I think they actually lost by, again, speaking to how ridiculous our current laws are, they lost by a few dozen, thousands of workers voted, and the margin was a couple of workers that prevented them from securing recognition. So we do not currently represent Amazon warehouse workers. We do, however, very proudly represent many of the cleaners in Amazon warehouses. We represent cleaners from across about 9 different Amazon warehouses. We actually organised a strike in 2023 of Amazon cleaners, and that was against cuts to hours, and that was against discrimination. We're currently about to ballot the cleaners at Amazon's headquarters as well in London. So our contribution to the fight against Amazon is by supporting the cleaners to stand up and kick off. So that's what I would say about that. A couple of other things that I'll speak to about the counter tactics from employers. As I said, many of our campaigns end up involving actions that we would really rather not have to take, but we find ourselves needing to take. And just some examples, there was in the dispute I mentioned where it's at Mary's Hospital, we had to where we ended up winning. That was a really bitter battle. Very loud, lively picket lines, hundreds of workers outside the hospital. But days into that strike, they still didn't have an offer to negotiate. They still didn't have an offer of anything. And so they ended up occupying the hospital. I mean, no interference with patient care took place, I should say, but they ended up occupying the hospital. That was the first in a dispute of this sort that we'd certainly come across. And so that's the kind of action that our members often have to take. We actually occupied the Ministry of Justice as well in the course of a strike. Our members that worked as receptionists, security guards and cleaners in 1 or 2 Petit France, just opposite St James's Station, they had to occupy the bloody Ministry of Justice headquarters to get a meeting to discuss the terms of the dispute. But again, that's the kind of action that they had to take. And of course, employers don't always take kindly to that. We do often get away with it. We do often our demands met through that kind of action. But of course, there are employers that are, verging on verging on sociopathic. And so I won't deny it. We've seen our members, successfully organised strikes. We had a strike in a pub in Brighton. Again, a very rare fact these days to see bar staff on strike, but they managed to organise and get themselves out. And in response, they shut the pub down on a couple of occasions. And in response, the boss sacked them all. Now that is unlawful. The boss said, in open confession, "I am sacking you all because you're in a union and I hate unions." I mean, that was not a verbatim quote. We even had the local MP call him up and say, "What are you doing?" And there was a great local MP that was offering us solidarity, and he said to the local MP, "I'm sacking them all because they're in a bloody union." And again, this speaks to the complete lack of deterrent effect of the law. He paid out over £100,000. We managed to secure what's called interim relief for all of those workers. They saw their wages continue to be paid after their sacking, but he succeeded in breaking and busting that union. That pub is now union free. So the legal regime we have allows for employers to openly and flagrantly flout the law. Maybe they'll have to pay a little bit, but trade union rights, don't forget, aren't any old rights, they're human rights. And so we have a system where employers can literally buy their way out of breaking the human rights of workers, smashing the presence of unions in the workplace for money which for a lot of employers is really not that much. So there are lots of counter attacks and tactics. That was the most extreme case we've seen in our disputes, actually, just a blanket sacking of the workforce like that. But yeah, there's lots of things that employers do to break our campaigns, from bribes and threats and lots of other things. Those were the two questions I took a note of to come back on in the first instance.
I'm just going to respond to the question about the successes and media coverage. So I'm also the head of comms at UVW and everything else. We're a very small union, so we all do a little bit of everything. And we have had some really good media coverage, but we make our own news. We have an amazing newsletter that features our workers' voices front and centre. And we do have a solidarity network, so you can sign up to it. You can get involved in the actions, come with us to the occupations and strikes, and you can get the latest on all of the disputes, the campaigns, and hear from our workers firsthand. So Solidarity Network, head to the website and you'll be able to join via the site.
Can I just address a couple of points? One taken up by Jeremy about organising in catering and hospitality. Obviously one pays respect to Claire and her comrades in TGI Fridays. A really heroic dispute, and there have been other ones in other hospitality outlets in the United Kingdom. But it's very difficult to organise people who are on 0 hours contracts, who are only working temporarily and don't see it as a career. And this is something that was recognised many, many years ago when the Wages Council's legislation was set up. It was set up before the First World War, but in the Second World War, a Wages Council was established for the catering industry, and that was because it was recognised that it was very, very difficult to organise catering workers, and the consequence was that their terms and conditions were absolutely appalling, as they are indeed today. And it does seem to me that this is one further argument why we need legislation to establish sectoral collective bargaining, whereby collective bargaining is established by law in particular sectors of the economy. Catering and hospitality is one. We can think about the gig economy, parcel and food delivery, agriculture, of course, where there was a wages council abolished in 2013, and so on. And the second point I wanted to take up was my comrade and good friend Adrian from the Campaign for Trade Union Freedom, who asked about a second employment rights bill. Now, the government's given no indication whatsoever that there will be a second employment rights bill, but on the other hand, they have got a particular problem, and that problem is that the bill at the moment doesn't deal with the status of workers. So some of these rights are given to employees, some of them are given to what the lawyers call Limb B workers, and none of them are given to self-employed workers. And the government has said that it will consult over the possibility of a single status to cover all workers, with the object, of course, of giving all employment rights to all workers, which is something we feel very strongly in favour of. Now, if that consultation is carried out, there will have to be further legislation to implement it. And it seems to me that the task of the trade union movement, I speak generally, not just to my colleagues here, but the task of the trade union movement generally is to press now for a second employment rights bill to fill in the loopholes in the current one and sort out this problem of the status of workers. Now, Adrian has got a document which he can hand out to anybody who wants it, sitting over there, on the campaign for trade union freedom. Carries an article by myself, my good friend Professor Keith Ewing at the beginning, about what is needed for a second bill.
Thank you. Thanks, John. I noticed at TUC conference a motion was put, it wasn't passed, sadly, talking about bringing unions together to work sectorally across the UK economy, which would also be a step forward. But over to.
Thank you. Can you hear me still? Yes, super. I've circled the ones that I think I'm qualified to answer, and I apologise if it turns out not to be the case. In no particular order, the question on AI. In some cases, yes, I think AI, if AI is being used to make a worker's life easier, then great, but it is being used to replace workers, and this is something we really need to keep our eye on. I won't say too much about AI because I'm not an expert in it, but I'm very, very suspicious of it. Certainly in the hospitality industry, I've already seen that in some places there's these server robots that are trying to replace actual servers, which sounds very dystopian, but is actually true. To the person who asked question number 4, saying about how there's not proper integration in unions, they're not properly coordinated with equalities issues, keep holding them accountable. It's unacceptable. Intersectionality might be a new word, but it's not a new idea, and we need to hold unions accountable when they're not doing enough. None of us are tick boxes. We all deserve to be here. Thanks. In terms of how do we do practical things to help union recruitment, speak in a way that our voices are heard. We need to speak in ways that are accessible to workers, especially workers from oppressed groups. So whether it's a precarious worker or a migrant worker or just someone from Gen Z, we need to speak in ways that they can hear us. I know that somebody else touched on this. How do we encourage people in schools? I know that Unite runs a Unite in Schools programme that's excellent. I've done the training for that, and that's very promising, but obviously a lot of schools aren't letting people in. So more needs to be done. Speak to people in the community. The community is where people can do their learning. We need to really improve this. And another thing that needs to really be considered, I know people fear social media, but if there's this increase in individualisation, and more people from Gen Z are at home on their phones rather than out in the community, then we need to reach them. Starbucks Workers United, the SEIU affiliate, they have member-led social media, and it is incredible. It's reaching the intended audience because the members are creating the content. Rather than leaving someone in charge of something, the members are reaching the intended audience because it's the members speaking for themselves, and that's something we need to emulate here. I think in terms of practical things as well, show up and just support us and keep spreading the message. And I think there does need to be a two-pronged approach. The legislation needs to change in order to give the workers better protections for when they do organise, but there needs to be a ramp-up of grassroots organising. I will finish on this, but I would like to quote my branch chair, Fraser Maguire, who is 21 years old and absolutely incredible. He doesn't know I'm doing this. I found an article that he'd written, and I'd love to just quote what he's written in this article. The power needed to beat the far right exists in the hands of organised workers who can stem the tide of alienated young working class people drifting to reform through the demonstration of class power that comes with the flexing of the industrial muscle of organised labour. And I'd like to just end there.
Can I thank the panel? It was a privilege to hear, and I've trained workers for a lot of the last few years, and we always start with the maxim of we listen. We learn from workers' experience and we listen before we actually start to talk in detail about the union and bringing people together collectively. I think it's been an honour to listen to this panel. Thank you very much indeed. I also want to thank the volunteers who have been organising this whole conference. Thank PJP and thank all those online, and most importantly, thank all of you for joining us this afternoon, and good luck with the work, building unions, building workers' power. And of course, you've got another session. So thank you very much indeed.
Works. Yes, obviously it works. Once you can hear me, you know that you have to come to order. So, greetings, everybody. I'm Melissa Benn. I'm a writer and a campaigner. I've written a lot about education as well as other things, and I'm really delighted to be chairing this session on education, culture, and activism. And I'm realising that in this rather large hall, I'm going to have to keep turning to make sure that everybody feels part of the session. So we have 3 excellent speakers today, and just to explain how we're going to organise the session, I've asked everybody to give a briefish introduction on what they see as the main themes and challenges of their particular area of work, which do broadly come under the heading of education, culture and activism, each of them. And then I think I'll open it up for questions, because I was watching the housing session this morning and I saw that there are many people have many questions, and then we will start to have a conversation arising out of the questions that you ask. Can I just check that everybody at the back and at the sides can hear me? Yes, okay, because that is really important, I've learned over many years. I mean, it's obviously the whole point, I've learned over many years, but the worst thing is people coming up to you at the end and saying, that looked very interesting, but I couldn't hear a word. So I am going to start by asking Jinsella Kenaway to speak, and if I can just introduce you, Jinsella. Jinsella is co-founder and executive director of Demilitarized Education, which I think is known as DEAD, okay? You're right, that's your acronym. I think that's rather good. A UK-based initiative working to end university ties to the arms industry, and since launching DEAD in 2019, she has led the creation of the world's first universities and arms database, uncovering billions in defence sector partnerships, and spearheaded the Treaty on Demilitarised Education. So welcome to the session. Over to you.
Thank you, and hello everybody. It's really great to be here. And yeah, my journey actually started back in 2017 at the Stop the Arms Fair protest outside the Excel Centre, where I witnessed a whole load of Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament grandmas getting arrested while the police those women are something else, like the Greenham women are amazing, an absolutely iconic group of campaigners. But yeah, the police were there protecting war machinery being brought into the Excel Centre to be sold to war criminals. I don't know if anyone here or perhaps watching online were at the Stop the Arms Fair protest this year, but of course it was ramped up more than ever, and we love to see that activation. I honestly had my illusion of what British foreign policy was pulled at that moment, and I went back to university to raise some awareness, only to find out that our education system is also deeply entrenched in arms trade partnerships and military partnerships. And since then, I have been working with campaigners in the peace movement and disarmament movement to build a database that really set out to tackle the issue of student campaign handover. Demilitarization campaigns have been happening for decades, but as soon as students graduate, that information is lost and the next generation of people are forced to start again. So we do not only track partnerships that the university have with the arms trade, and that means investments, research partnerships and academic partnerships, but we also track campaigns that have happened, what's worked, what hasn't, the networks involved, so that the next generation of students can pick it up much easier and, continue momentum forward. So since starting the world's first university and arms database, we have so far uncovered over £2 billion worth of partnerships. And we're in the middle of a massive data haul at the moment, and by the end of the year, early next year, we'll be dropping even more on what's been happening in our institutions. And right now is a monumental moment, and I'm calling on everyone here to join the hundreds and hundreds of us who are already working within our education systems to criticise and scrutinise the military presence that is in our lower education, which is really where a lot of ideological manipulation is taking place, and of course higher education spaces where the economic externality of those investments and those partnership choices are ending us up in perpetual war at a rate that we really haven't seen before. And last week, the UK government launched the 2025 Industrial Defence Strategy, which is set out to invest millions and millions more into making the university system totally entrenched in the war machine. And what I mean by that, for some practicalities to take away, is for the first time, they are actually calling the university space one of their defence industrial bases. They've been trying to hide it in the shadows for a long time, but now they're just openly like, yep, this is happening and we're investing even further into this. They're also getting UCAS involved to promote defence careers at the point of university recruitment. They are putting forward 24,000 defence apprenticeships a year for students, and they are investing 182 million into creating 5 defence technical centres, which are going to be basically there to prepare students in engineering and technical jobs that will funnel them straight into arms trade positions. This, of course, is deeply worrying, and the Russell groups are welcoming this because of the financial crisis happening in higher education. They are desperate for more income in any way they can get it, even though it completely goes against educational values, which are, of course, to make the world a better place, not entrench us in perpetual war. So, a little bit more context on how bad it is. On the 26th of August, 24 people in Sheffield campaigned against the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre. And I quote, "This was to make it clear that we don't want Sheffield University involved in designing the next generation of weapons of mass destruction." And what they mean by that is Sheffield University has partnered with the Atomic Weapons Establishment and are working on a project called Astraea. Astraea is the development of new nuclear warheads, which are being designed to replace the UK's current Holbox fleet. This is just one example of many, many case studies we have untracked across the country. At Edinburgh, the AI technologies, at Imperial College, it's autonomous drones. Portsmouth, it's the Navy stuff. Every university has their niche and their own way which they focus, speciality in how they're helping to advance the military agenda. And this is something we need to counter at every level of education. Again, in lower education years, it's a serious problem too. £90 million since 2012 has been spent promoting military ethos in schools. Military ethos is the need to aggressively defend one's own interest at a time that we'll all agree we need to be coming together, not be looking to defend aggressively our own interests, but community interests. So, and that is Forces Watch's research, so please do check that out. So how we're countering this is we use our data to campaign for adoption of the Demilitarized Education Treaty. This is a call for disclosure on arms partnerships. It's a call for accessibility and inclusion in policy renewal. And what that would lead to is policies which actually exclude arms partnerships. This is also military partnerships. That will lead to divestment. And of course, we are then finishing our campaign with the need for them to reinvest in sustainable, peaceful sectors. And we've already had some great wins. King's College Cambridge actually changed their investment policy and are now divesting from the arms trade. We've had York and King's College London. So this policy campaigning method is working. However, this new defence industrial strategy is going to make it a lot harder, particularly, as I mentioned earlier, we track investments, research and academic partnerships. Investments is the easiest because it's like the side hustle of the university. Research, some of these partnerships are decades long, and it's much more entrenched in the way that the universities manage their bottom lines. So now that we are working against the tide of increasing militarization, it is more important that all of us come together to oppose militarism and arms trade presence in all levels of our education system. And every one of us has some level of connection to an educational institution. So please do go out and do that. If you are a university stakeholder, so a student, alumni, or academic or staff member at a university, please do sign our open letter. We are calling and bringing our names together to put a very strong stand against the complicity that our institutions have in wars all across the world. And again, and together our research with Campaign Against Arms Trades Research gives a really clear picture of how our educational institutions are developing technologies which are then exported across the world and causing devastation. So please check us out. And yeah, please be very aware of this new industrial defence strategy. And any conversations happening around it, please be ready to criticise and scrutinise it, because it is a really strong wave of militarism that we're facing.
Thank you very much. I'm sure people will have questions for you. I have some questions for you, but we'll wait till after everybody's spoken. And you're a chair's dream. You came in 30 seconds under your allotted time. Not that I'm a kind of, obsessive about these things. So our next speaker is very well known, I'm sure, to many of you. It's Jo Grady. And for those who don't know Jo, I'll tell you a bit about her. So General Secretary of the UCU, University and College Union. Jo has championed a manifesto for a modern education union, notable for its grassroots energy, prominent use, not least by Jo herself, of online platforms, and a focus on empowering members to take action. Jo played a key role in securing the greatest pension win in UK trade union history, which we may well talk about, but a victory that underscored your focus on defending professional standards and long-term security for educators. Please welcome Jo Grady.
Thank you. And thank you very much for having me. It's a real honour to speak alongside so many great speakers over the course of this weekend. Thank you very much to Laura and to Jeremy for inviting me. I also just want to say, from my perspective, really how supportive Jeremy has been for years, for me as General Secretary and for other General Secretaries for decades. We see, through this project that Jeremy stands up for peace and for justice, but I can confidently say on behalf of me and other GSs, Jeremy does that for our unions as well. I don't think I've ever visited a UCU London-based picket line and not seen Jeremy there. He comes and joins us in all weather, and I think it's more important than ever now to have politicians who are fighting with and for the Labour movement. So thank you from me. In terms of this session, I think we can look to inspiration in terms of what we want to achieve from your dad, actually, who is well known for saying that what we should be seeking is a fundamental and irreversible shift of wealth and power in favour of working people and their families. That's what drives me as a General Secretary. I think it's what drives a lot of our members. I assume it is what drives everybody in this room and watching along online. And if we want to do that, then education is utterly crucial to how we go about it. It has an incredibly important role in all of our lives, but it also has an incredibly important role in how we think about politics, how we can imagine the future. It's no surprise, therefore, that we have seen the right, both in this country and elsewhere, be utterly obsessed with education. We've seen quite nakedly in the States Donald Trump seeking to have whole departments shut down, seeking to withdraw the right of universities to essentially bring in income through tuition fees and students if they don't comply with his orders. And whilst we didn't see anything quite that draconian in the UK under the previous Tory government, they had a crusade against education, particularly higher education. Higher education was the political catnip of the Tories whenever they needed a distraction against their many, many failures. Michael Gove had a crusade at the DFE of culture war hysteria. And I think really did make education, particularly higher education, a battleground. I'm glad that kind of toxic culture has alleviated under the current Labour government, because we were in constant battles with the government, which at least they have dissipated. But I think it's true that, if we allow our education system to be degraded, it further degrades society. It darkens our future, and education really does have the ability to radically transform. And I think this is why it's been so detrimental that we've seen the market introduced into education. So at UCU, we represent 120,000 members in higher education, further education, adult education, and also in prison education. And pretty much every sector that we represent, we have seen marketisation, we have seen profit being introduced. It's been terrible for staff. It's been even worse, I would argue, for students. Our learners in prisons, the idea that education there is rehabilitative anymore is a joke. For our students in colleges, it's a real lottery now as to what subjects you might be able to access. In higher education, obviously, we know that there's eye-watering levels of debt. And for our adult learners, we've already seen that cut to the bone, and Labour have introduced a 5% budget cut as well. Adult learning in particular is a real second, third, or sometimes even first chance for people who didn't achieve in education first time around. And I think it was one of the reasons I was so sickened and frustrated and angry when I saw Keir Starmer give the really regrettable speech about an island of strangers, because actually adult education and further education are the sectors he should be investing in. If we have people that need language skills, if we have people that need to integrate better into communities, where better than in a college? Where better than through adult learning? And there was such a positive message for him to deliver. And when you are the government, you have the capacity to be generous with your messaging. You do not have to deliver a negative message. So I just want to say a little bit about UCU and what we do in this space as activists. So I will say a little bit about defence spending, because we were obviously horrified to see the announcements that investment now in colleges and universities is going to be linked to defence. We do not want to see that. We want to see growth in other types of areas. So, I was talking before we got on stage. Over the past 5 years in the UK, there's been approximately 10,000 heat-related deaths associated with extreme weather. So essentially climate change deaths. We should be talking about how we take the millions and millions of pounds that we've just seen that want to be invested in defence-related jobs and saying there is a clear climate emergency now. Our colleges are the best place to be training people to work in future economy, of the green economy, of training people in the jobs that are going to be needed. That is the positive case that our union is making. It's the positive case that our members are making. In our colleges in particular, every time our union branches submit a pay claim, we have a Green New Deal element in that pay claim. So how can the college either have more efficient supply chains? Sometimes it's to do with the facilities in the institution, or sometimes it's more political. So there is definitely things that we can and should do in our unions to make sure that we are pushing for those arguments as well. I think we also have been lobbying the government, and again working with our own members, to really speak about how important education is in terms of social atomisation and disconnection. I don't need to rehearse what's happening in the UK right now. I think the estimate of 150,000 people that joined Tommy Robinson's march in London, to me, looking at it, I think that was a low estimate. I think the numbers were much higher. And, you know, we have, you know, I think the austerity that we had under the Tories, the complete lack of investment in education has fostered real lack of cohesion across our communities. And from our perspective, education at university level, but more crucially at further education and adult education level, that is where we need to do the important work of educating people, of giving people other spaces to go, and really, really taking social cohesion seriously. We have been making that case to Labour, and actually saying there are radically neglected and underfunded sectors, and we can see the consequences when we look all around us. And, you know, atomised young men have and are being drawn to the far right. You know, they are falling prey to misogynistic propaganda online. These are the people that we need to get back into the education system. They are people that we need to retrain. They are people that need routes back into education that don't come with a £60,000 debt attached to it. And there's a really, as I say, positive message to be made for this type of investment and funding. So I think that there's a lot that we are doing as a union. There's a lot that I think we need political buy-in from more of our politicians, because there's so much more that education could be doing if it was invested in properly. And, you know, I'll say this just on my own behalf, I'm sure you'd agree with this, you know, education, when it's not done properly, as well, is where we see class inequalities really get cemented. And we see this so much in the UK. You know, there's a reason the Tories were not bothered about FE, and that's because they won't even know what a further education college is, let alone, you know, the horror of sending one of their children there. They don't send their kids there, and they don't care. I actually think there's probably a problem that a lot of Labour MPs don't send their kids there and they don't care. But our kids go there, we work there, and we know the transformative power that colleges have. So, you know, I don't just want to make the case for FE colleges to retrain skills and growth, though I think they have that as well. They're fundamental sites of learning, of bringing communities together, and of giving people hopes and ambitions and dreams that maybe they wouldn't have had otherwise. So there's a lot more I can say, but I'm going to close there so that we can have Paul's contribution and have a good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Jo. There's a lot I would want to ask you again from what you said, but I'm sure others will want to ask you things too. So our final speaker is Paul Fleming. Paul is the General Secretary of Equity, the Performing Arts and Entertainment Trade Union, and I was able to tell him when we met just before this session that was where I had my first ever job was at Equity. When I was 18 years old, I was in charge of the stunt register at the union. And I see that you beat a stuntman to get elected a second time. So obviously I didn't do very well with my particular group that I was supposed to be looking after a bit of a long time ago. So Paul is the first LGBTQ plus General Secretary of a major UK trade union and has been recognised for his progressive leadership and commitment to building a fighting progressive union with an industrial agenda focused on delivering the industry that your members deserve. Over to you, Paul.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the welcome. And thank you as well for platforming the issues that matter to our members in this way, in this forum. I think there are a lot of trade unions out there that become deeply frustrated when we're treated almost like pressure groups for the industries in which we organise, rather than the voices of the workers and within them. And so to speak on a panel like this, in a context like this, is really, really important. And when I arrived, Laura said, "You look so much younger in real life than in photographs." So not only are we going to, is it a chance to put our members' perspectives in front of you all, it's an ego boost for me as well. So a perfect combination. So equity, for those of you who don't know, we have around 50,000 members across the performing arts and entertainment industries. Mostly actors, most infamously actors. About 60% of our members are actors. But 20% of them are what we call, perhaps slightly idiosyncratically, variety artists. So children's entertainers, clowns, contortionists, drag acts, stand-up comedians, those sorts of people. They're a significant part of our membership. And the remaining group are directors, designers, choreographers, stage management, and other creative workers. And when I started working equity 15 years ago or so, I thought, well, this is a very strange concept, isn't it? It's an industry that's marked, infamously marked, with a sort of star quality, X factor, individualistic novelty that hangs over all these people. So why on earth do they have a union, and how on earth does this thing function? But what you come to learn very quickly when you work with our members and organise our members is that it is the most profound expression of solidarity to be an artist, to be a performer. Not only are you moving in time with the chorus line on the West End, the physicality of your solidarity, but you also have to inhabit the world of the character that you're playing. You have to connect with the audience who you are playing to. It's fundamentally about ensuring solidarity and collectivism. And so at the root of the union, the root of the union's challenges is a centuries-old desire by the bosses to promote the idea of precarity. And our members are really hammered from the point of their training institutions, and indeed we're all kind of presented with the golden baubles and the allure of stardom and the pretense of individualism. It's really focused on our industries because they are so intrinsically collective. They have to try a lot harder with our people than they do in other workplaces. And it's one thing that we talk about in terms of equity's kind of vision, if you like. The function of any trade union is to ensure that working people can be artists. That's what every single union does. You're not just a number on a balance sheet. What your union is fighting, not just for your pay, your terms and conditions, but your education, your work-life balance, your dignity at work, your ability to be something beyond an economic unit. That is being an artist. Our job is that too, but we have the inverse problem as well. In most unions, convincing working people that they are artists and they have this potential is quite hard. But with our members, they know that they're artists. Convincing them that they're workers and working people and that identity is fundamentally complementary to, enhancing of being an artist is a challenge. So we've since I've been elected General Secretary, we're trying to talk more coherently about the vision of the union for a world where all workers have good art, all artists have good work, and all people have equity. It's a fundamental part of how we have to see ourselves. But what we have to do in order to counter those narratives that are at the heart of the industry that have caused so many problems, as I say, right back to Shakespeare's time, kind of pre-capitalist problem. You'll be familiar that all actors in the Elizabethan period were men. The reason why they were all men is because acting was likened to prostitution, the sale of your body. And therefore it was considered unacceptable for women to act because of its connections with prostitution. That's how deep and how long this kind of smearing, if you like, both of sex workers and of actors, and the kind of deep individualism that is endemic in the industry. We need to move our members from a culture of resilience to a culture of resistance. They are used to being told that it is very, very good to be a bohemian artist. The more bohemian you are, actually the better you become. The lower your pay, the better you are. And sauce for the goose is never sauce for the gander, is it? I mean, Andrew Lloyd Webber seems to have carried on getting richer and richer and richer, and nobody's told him that he's got worse at art, although his recent production track record might suggest that there maybe is something in it. But there is, it's a narrative that's pushed on the workers but never pushed onto the bosses, that actually introducing money, introducing class struggle, introducing class consciousness is something that is going to make you a worse artist. And an impoverished, precarious, bohemian existence is a good thing. And that actually, so in that context is how we're organising. How do we do it? How can you do it? Our membership, the majority are under 40. There are more members of Equity who are 28 years of age than any other age group. As I say, we have 50,000 members, and it's about 3/4 of the actors you see on stage and on screen are members of the union. So our density is high, our membership is relatively young, and also is relatively engaged. 40% of our national executive is under 40 and so on. The figures of the union are reflected in the demographics now of our activists. But that is a really difficult context where the average job in theatre lasts 8 weeks and the average job in television lasts less than a week. That's a very, very difficult world to organise these, by and large, relatively young workers. The key to it is sectoral collective bargaining, which is something that the union, unlike lots of other unions, we have retained ours in the private sector. So 95% of British TV, film and theatre are all made on collective agreements, which are almost exclusively sectorally bargained. That is the only way in which we keep that system together. And it's not a perfect system. The average income of our members is £15,000 a year from the industry. They're incredibly low paid. So, I mean, it's certainly not a silver bullet. But without it, you're not able to reach that level of organisation density and pushback. And there are some really neat examples. So in independent theatre, which is a sort of small-scale project, probably funded by an arts council in one of the 4 nations of the UK, pay has gone up 16% ahead of inflation over the last 15 years, whereas the average worker's salary has gone down 16% compared to inflation over the last 15 years. That's only down to the fact that we have a sectoral collective agreement that covers it, which essentially the arts councils in all 4 nations fund too. We are in a situation at the minute where we are negotiating for a new agreement to cover most of TV and film, following on the back of the American negotiations that happened 2 years ago. And the big sticking point is AI. But Netflix, Apple, Amazon, Paramount, Disney, all those big American producers, plus independent British producers, have to sit round a table with us, have to have a conversation, have to reach an industry standard agreement on AI. And if they don't, we will be taking industrial action to protect our members' interests. Without sectoral bargaining, we would have no mechanism to do that. So you compare that to video games, where our members are working increasingly. That's a big potential, a very real positive to AI. Not a single video game company works on a collective agreement. You're funding it, I'm funding it. It's well over £1 billion worth of tax credits have gone into the video games industry over the last 10 years. That's your money and mine. The largest recipients are American companies, notably people like Microsoft, who just take that money essentially straight out of the UK and ask artists to work for around £200 a day, turning up to be confronted with violent and explicit sexual scenes. Low pay is an indicator of a lack of dignity at work, and not a single ongoing payment. So although the video games market is larger now than the market for film, what you see is that artists, workers, are not sharing proportionately in the gains and the expanse of that sector. So without sectoral, we exist in 2 worlds. One, our old world, where we see sectoral collective bargaining doing what it's supposed to do, and actually I hope now doing better than it's done for the past 30 years or so, through a sort of newly active and militant union. But in our Wild West worlds of TV commercials, of video games and so on, you see the real risks of where it all goes without that kind of provision. I'm going to round up now, but I think there's one really a kind of a final theme that cuts across all of the discussions we're having. It is the impact of austerity and the economic model with which we are all currently lumbered. There is 25% less work in British theatres now than there was in 2017. There's 40% less work in the smallest British theatres compared to 2017. Smaller theatres are more likely to put on new work, new writing, and that's a workforce that's disproportionately women, disproportionately black, disproportionately disabled artists. That is a real problem, because the way in which they have the arts is sidelined, not as a key tool for economic growth and development in a sustainable and ethical way, but also as something which is encouraging social debate, encouraging inclusion, is encouraging people to actually think slightly outside of the box. It's the biggest threat to freedom of expression and censorship is the continued austerity agenda and the impact that it's having on our members. And I think that is something that feels very, very, very common. And if you look at where it's targeted, a really good example recently was the loss of 100% of the funding for the Oldham Coliseum in Greater Manchester. The Oldham Coliseum, which produced I, Daniel Blake as a stage play to start off with, it is foolish to think that they are not targeted for those purposes. The English National Opera, down at the Coliseum in central London, one of the most progressive and diverse opera choruses in the world, out in East London doing breathing exercises with COVID patients, going into primary schools, encouraging new communities to encounter and experience opera, all opera at the ENO produced in English. Well, they get their 100% funding cut and their forced move to Manchester, no building, and no guarantee of permanent work, permanent jobs. You know, audiences in Manchester not getting what audiences in London get, and audiences in London, working class audiences, disproportionately working class audiences for an opera environment, having it ripped away. Different approach taken to the Royal Opera House. There is an ideological agenda that's being driven, flying in the face of economic sense. We know that for every penny that's invested in the arts, for every pound that's invested in the arts, it returns between £5 and £8 back into a local economy. Keeping a taxi firm open, keeping hospitality open, keeping pubs and clubs and bars, local businesses, town centres open. The nighttime economy is dependent on our members' work. And actually the government would much rather, I include this government in it, would much rather trash that, to limit social debate, to limit freedom of expression, to limit the horizons of working class people and audiences, than they would engage in something which has a fundamental economic benefit. It is a huge, huge challenge to organise in an environment where our members' work is shrinking and our aspirations for their pay, their take-home pay, to grow. But those are the challenges. Hopefully it feels a little bit more hopeful than my final marks. But yeah.
Thank you very much. Is this working? Yeah, it is. Okay, so I think we'll just go straight to questions, as we only really have half an hour, and I'm sure there are lots of questions. I've been told that the way to do it is to go from the left of the room to the right in terms of taking questions. So has anybody got a question in this block? Oh,
just
right.
a quick one for Paul. How hopeful are you about appealing the court decision over Spotlight? All the young actors I know, 100% with you.
I didn't hear that. Did you? No. Could you shout that? Question.
Quick question for Paul. Right. Just asking him how hopeful he is about appealing the court decision over the Spotlight ruling. Lots of young actors, even last night that I was with, were saying how much they hope that you would get somewhere with that. Paul can probably explain it better than me, but it's an online platform for actors, which is like a database, and they're charging extortionate prices, and if you're not on it, then you really struggle to get work in the UK as an actor.
Okay, did everybody get that? All right, yes. So, Paul, can you briefly talk about the Spotlight legal case? There should be two microphones. Oh, they've taken that.
Thank you. So, so 95% of productions in TV, film, and theatre are cast through this platform called Spotlight. It used to be an old-fashioned book, a huge directory. Melissa will probably remember the huge directory, where you literally, there was a kind of, you physically opened it and you could find any actor you like. It's essentially a requirement at every level of the industry to be on Spotlight in order to get work. And it is, by its own definition, a legal monopoly. We understand it as an employment agency. It's obviously a very different sort of employment agency from Office Angels or indeed from a theatrical agent. But the legislation is very broad. It defines it simply as an organisation which is about matching work seekers with work or those offering work with work seekers. That's very broad. It's not limited to workers. There's no employment law definition. It could be freelance people. It's a very, very, very broad definition. We were and remain very confident that Spotlight meets that definition. And we are very hopeful that, to be brutally honest, I think an overworked court system is giving us a 50-50 chance of an appeal being granted. If it is, we are and have always been very confident that Spotlight will clear that first hurdle. There is a second hurdle, which means that in our industries, it is legal to charge for work-finding services upfront. So most of you will have had some engagement with an agency at some point in your lives, and you pay out your wages. In the entertainment industry, you are allowed to charge a fee upfront, whether you get work or not. when you're operating as an agency. But there are caps in the regulations as to how much that can be. And it can be no more than the cost of the compilation and distribution of the directory. In short, they can't make a profit off of it. They can cover their costs, but they can't make a profit. Spotlight makes well in excess of £1.25 million a month, even by the most conservative estimates. There is no way that hosting a website costs that, and so. But there are lots of. It's quite complex how those caps are applied and how they're worked out, and who is affected by them. That's the bit which is legally complex. That's the harder hurdle to pass. That's the bit where we think we have a good case, but we're perhaps a bit uncertain. It was our big surprise that the High Court ruled that Spotlight didn't meet the first hurdle, and that exposes workers across the economy to a level of risk, because what they said is that it was akin to a dating service or a marketing agency, had nothing to do with employment, even though the sole purpose of the platform is for artists seeking work to be matched with producers who are trying to find it. And if you have such a broad definition, you'll all remember those retail workers who were very much in the news over Christmas, where there was an app that was asking them to pay a fee in order to get their wages paid to them more quickly, and so on and so on, really sharp practices. Apps like that are now open to be able to charge, if it's a directory of workers, to charge an upfront fee as a result of this ruling. So there's a big movement-wide or economy-wide impetus in us hopefully overturning it. Sorry, that was a bit of a long answer there.
No, it's good. That was great. The trouble with one microphone is I want to ask you a quick question, but I don't want to keep passing it up, which is how much people have to pay to get into Spotlight. Can you? Yeah.
It's about £20 a month.
Okay, that's quite a lot. Okay, thanks. Any questions here for? Yeah.
Hi. Very recently, we saw the actor Daniel Perry showing a Palestinian flag at the Opera House, and so there was some, a lot of talk about it and everything. And this protest led to, the cancellation of the shows in Tel Aviv, so it was quite effective. And in the university, we are seeing the BDS movement, for example, trying to push divestment in the military industry, especially Israeli industry and everything. Now, with what's happening now, what is the frame for protecting the artists, students, teachers, protesting Gaza, protesting the genocide? I would like to remind also that tomorrow Italy is going on global strike to protect the Sumud flotilla and against the genocide in general. I would like to invite all the categories to organize the same, to internationalize this mobilization. Thanks.
Okay. I wondered if you might go take that first. Yeah.
So we have seen, as you will be aware, particularly at universities, a real attempt by some universities to essentially crush Palestinian solidarity work on campus. We've been working really hard to support our branches. There was one university that would, get in touch if it was clear that there was a union event in support of Palestine and ask for a register of everyone that was coming. Obviously, we didn't do that, but we had to work hard with our branches to push back. We've seen student encampments being attacked, particularly here in London. Our branches have been really key in helping protect students against disciplinary action from universities. We do have academic freedom in the UK. Which is supposed to protect academics in particular from consequences, and victimization where you are, you're taking advantage of your academic freedom to criticize. But, particularly under the last government, they were very, I think, in opposition to that, and particularly over this issue. We as a union have also been using negotiating opportunities to push for action in support of the Palestinian people. So the pension scheme, which Melissa very nicely reminded everyone we saved, it's called USS, and it's the University Superannuation Scheme. It is Britain's biggest private pension scheme. And following significant pressure from UCU, earlier this year, they dumped £80 million of Israeli assets. So, you know, as trade unionists, and we recently, last week, we didn't attend some negotiation meetings that we were supposed to have because we were following calls for action for Gaza. So there are real opportunities to us as trade unionists to make sure that we are standing up. I agree with you that there are pressures, but I also think that it's really incumbent upon us, because when we do work really hard, we can have really key achievements.
Great. I think I'll pass the microphone along and each of you answer that in your way.
Yeah, it really is an indicator of not just our institutional governance failures, but international governance, and how the genocide has really exposed the international, universal collapse of trust. And when we're looking at the university space, there's been crazy surveillance as well, hasn't there? There's right now I've forgotten the publication that put this out there, but I'll comment it on the YouTube afterwards when I find it. But there's been collaborations with police to actually get the police involved when there's been any sign of Palestine protests happening. Now, of course, education should be there, as Joe was saying, to help us transform the world, to create a better space for people to learn and people to develop. So the way that we have been tackling this and frameworking support for students trying to stand up for their values is by making sure they're actually aware of how the current governance systems in these institutions are working. And there's a massive gap of knowledge around that space. And of course, many of you here will know that we go through those processes and they still don't push into the change which those procedures are supposed to account to. However, archiving them and making sure that we are tracking them and being really acute with our agenda proposals for those meetings means that we then have much more legal precedent when it comes to place like Birmingham and Nottingham University students ended up in the High Court because they were put under disciplinary for their protests against Israeli complicity. So yeah, I think what we can offer at Demilitarizing is education in terms of resources for people campaigning in that space, is just an understanding of how to speak the policy language, how to be listened to better in those administration spaces, and how to be efficient with the very limited time you get to put forward such proposals.
Briefly, in terms of the arts, what I'd say is there is, we face a very serious culture of censorship, particularly around Palestine, around other issues as well, particularly trans rights and so on. But Palestine is a real hot topic that nobody wants to go near. There's two types of censorship that are in operation in the UK at the moment. The censorship which is seen, which, as unpleasant as it is, it is something that the union can tackle quite head on. So when the cancellation of the Midsummer Night's Dream at the Royal Exchange in Manchester last year, which was around scenes that were dealing with the conflicts in the genocide in Palestine, but also around trans rights, it was very, very clear that that was the reason why the production was cancelled, pulled before it was presented to the public. Everything from using the industrial route to ensure everybody was paid, so there was a financial penalty on them for that, for their action of censorship, but also ensuring protest, direct action, and governance reviews within that institution. In a very similar position in the Royal Opera House, where what we have is a member of ours essentially assaulted by a member of management against every agreed protocol about stage invasions. There is an industrial process that we can operate through the Royal Opera House and support our members who have found themselves put under pressure by Royal Opera House management for speaking out in support of those taking that direct action. The bigger problem is unseen censorship. So we're currently dealing with at least 3 artists who have been dropped by their agents because of taking a pro-Palestinian stance. Certainly 2 of those artists are very profile ones. There are people whose work just isn't funded through the highly precarious mechanisms of funding through the arts councils. There is the fact that every major national institution doesn't have a problem with lighting up in Ukrainian colours, but has done nothing. There is not a single major national institution which has done that for Palestine, because there's a very clear idea about what you're allowed to speak about and what you're not. There are people who just simply are not cast, who are not getting work because of their positions, and it's very, very, very hard to prove. And then the consequence of that is there are people who are not speaking out because they are genuinely terrified about what it will do for their career and their prospects and their ability to pay their rent. So that is a much more frightening culture, and I think that's something that, as a union and as a movement, we've really got to grapple how we deal with the kind of the unseen censorship that is growing, not just on Palestine. It's a cultural problem within our creative industries.
Can I just ask you? You've laid out what is a real growing problem very clearly and eloquently. How are you beginning to think about how you're going to deal with that? Is that fair to ask you, just to give us a sense of what equity is going to do about that, particularly that second kind of censorship?
I think it's about the union being an alternative space for expression, an alternative space for activism, and an alternative place to practice your craft. And if the union takes pretty uncompromising positions of calling out a genocide, calling out our politicians, having strong bilateral relationships with arts organisations in Palestine, it means that we are bucking the trend and saying this is an acceptable conversation to be having. You know, we are the recognised union at the BBC, at the National Theatre, across the TV and film industry, and we are prepared to say it. The job of the union has always been to say unpopular truths for precarious artists who face extraordinary pressure to not say the truth. Even though I think the job for an educator and the job for an artist is the same, to reflect the truth, to find out the truth, to express it. The union doing that, I think, is the first way in which we do. But fighting for alternative funding models, fighting for funding models that are not so precarious, to mean that organisations are more bold and more brave. We're currently going through a process of BBC Charter renewal. We're going through a process of a review of the Arts Council in England. Those are two big mechanisms to have a stable funding system. The stable funding system will lead to a stronger culture of freedom of expression.
Okay, I think Jo wants to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, I was just inspired by Paul, and I wanted to kind of share something more with you from higher education. So we, as UCU, have had a very strong stance on solidarity with Palestine for decades, and obviously particularly over the last 2 years, we've been doing a lot to empower people to actually speak out and to be confident. We brought one of our sister trade unionists, Sundos Hamad, who works in Palestine, over for a speaking tour. Our branch has hosted her all around the UK. She was here. Yeah, it was. If any of you went, it was amazing. And we really sought to get as many people as possible hearing from her and hearing about the reasons why you should have solidarity with Palestine. We've also been working non-stop to ensure that students in Gaza who have visas to come and study here are kept in the press. We've been successfully making the government change their stance on that. So I think it's really important through your unions to identify, what is within your remit, what is your responsibility, and campaign relentlessly for it. Because if we're to draw parallels with Ukraine, we saw immediately in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine, universities setting up partnerships, students, being, and quite rightly so, welcomed to the UK to study. And we have not seen the same sorts of mechanisms put in place. And it's our responsibility to keep campaigning on this until we get some sort of parity. So I just wanted to kind of add to that, really.
So it's institutions like yours showing boldness and courage in order to embolden those who are precarious and in an individual fragile situation. Okay, has anybody got... Yes, there's a hand waiting. A lot of running going on.
Hello, I'm Stephen. I'm from Belfast, and I wanted to ask, and I'm an equity member, so there you are. All good. I wanted to ask, it's a question again following on about about censorship, but it also tying in with both from the arts and an education point of view. We recently had which I know is not unique at all. This has unfortunately been happening across the UK and further afield and in all of Ireland. We had a drag story time event in Belfast that was part of an arts festival. Brilliantly run. It was in a local library. It was totally sold out, very happy parents, very happy children. And the event was picketed by right-wing protesters outside, saying that this was a disgraceful event and you know, this was an act of paedophilia and all the rest of it. It was just shocking. And the police were called to protect our members, our workers, colleagues of mine, you know, so that they would be able to get away from the library safely. And we were then waiting for our equivalent of a culture minister who culture doesn't appear in the title of the department that he runs. So the Department for Communities, a DUP minister, Gordon Lyons, who's our communities minister, to stand up and defend our workers. And basically what he said was that this was an inappropriate event, should never have happened, and that he would be investigating the library and the festival. He had already sent a very sinister letter to all recipients of Arts Council funding in Northern Ireland saying that since he became minister, he would be keeping an eye on any work that was seen to be in any way criticising any other culture, or not culture in the sense of, you know, kind of being insensitive to other cultures, but anything that challenged any other opinion, which is kind of what art's about, you know. You know, it's about challenging things and making people think. And my question to the panel really is, how do we wrote, Equity wrote a very stiff letter to the minister to say, what on earth's going on here? And I spoke to my MP, who's also the leader of their party, and he basically said, well, he's allowed to voice his own personal opinion, isn't he? And I kind of, well, is he when he's the Minister for Communities? Doesn't he have other layers of responsibility and nuance to bring to it? So anyway, my question is, how do we tackle politicians when they embed these attitudes rather than challenging them and standing up for their constituents and the people they represent?
Very eloquently summarised, if I may say. I think that's partly for Paul and partly for Joe, but I wonder, do you want to just briefly? I mean, we don't have that much time, so could you give briefish answers? Yeah.
Yeah, my answer won't be as direct as these guys, but I just think that's a apt time to remind us all that our current education system was designed to create a obedient workforce and military. We really have to break out of these structures. We have to break out of the hierarchical violence that they entrench and the obedience of dominant powers that they entrench. And until we do that, and why I love that we've kept coming back to the deficit myth this weekend, is really looking at our economics in a way which is apt for a transformed future. And I think also it's important to just lead a little bit into what you're saying about like the culture of communities as well, and how that feeds into economics, and let you all know that Lossiemouth High School has renamed their school houses after RAF fighter jets. So yeah, until we get our economics right and think about the power struggles, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
What do we do about politicians?
Yeah. I meant to add extra to that. But.
I think, Stephen being very modest, Stephen is an honorary life member of Equity and chair of our Northern Ireland committee. There's a degree of obviously being honest and not accepting crumbs from the table. To be honest, I think trades unions for a very long time thought that by keeping a cordial relationship with ministers of every party, everywhere, you can maybe build a dialogue. I think we've learned over the last 15 years that doesn't work. And if you're getting a crap responses from politicians, to call it out. I feel that there isn't a sort of, I love a stiff letter. As a bureaucrat, I love a stiff letter, but it's actually about us thinking, well, how are we building a movement that can effectively challenge it? So in South London, we've had a lot of far-right interventions against drag performers, drag artists. We've been organising members to get down there and physically defend those artists, and also encouraging those members to go down to house raids where immigration raids are taking place, make sure that they're making those connections, so that who is this community? This community is the drag artist. This community is the immigrant. This community is the cleaner, the striker, the railway worker, whoever. Making sure that we connect those dots. The politicians are the end step, and directing them tackling them directly doesn't deal with all of the inputs that have created a system where far too much lip service is paid to the far right by our politicians. So yeah, I think it's building that sense of organising and that sense of oneness across the communities that elect them.
We live in a really topsy-turvy world at the moment, don't we? Where people who would say they defend free speech like a holy grail also want people not to be able to say things they don't like. But we, as the organised left, also need to appreciate that the right wing don't care if you call them hypocrite. They don't care. So they're actually very comfortable in a space where they're saying, I want free speech, but not like that. Because what they have is a very regressive agenda, where they want, women back in the kitchen, they want people out of the country, they want what they want. They want everyone in their boxes. So what it is incumbent on us to do is to, get offline, get into our communities, explain this to people in a way that isn't defensive or attacking, but actually generates broad support. And in terms of what do we do to politicians who we don't like, well, we don't elect them. We get them out. And I'm being really serious. We identify and articulate what our alternative is. We generate broad communities of support, and we make it clear to MPs that if they won't back it, we will unelect them. In my experience, politicians move when we make them move. That's the approach we take at UCU. It might be quite combative, but I really don't care. So that's my take.
Okay. I've got a question for all three of you, which is quite general, but it arises from either things I've read about you getting ready for this session or things you said at the session. And it's something about what activism works in the current situation we're in. So you said, Joe, just now, get offline and get into the community. But actually what I noticed about you is you're tremendously effective online. And I can sort of watch YouTube videos by you. So obviously it's a little bit more complicated than that. I think that partly you've answered the question I have, all of you, in a way that it's about boldness and courage and offering views that go against the establishment, which includes now most of the mainstream political establishment and so on. But I don't want to say, have you got any hints for anyone here? But what in 2025 have you found to be, each of you, a new or a particularly effective way of sort of arguing for and winning a case? Because I think it would be useful to know that. Yeah, so maybe, Ginsella, because... Sorry, one thing you mentioned was you said that you are building up, you were saying about lessons of activism get lost from generation to generation, and that it's all reinventing the wheel, and that's very familiar to me, being of a certain vintage. So in a way you answered that you're saying to people, look, this is what we did before, try it again or try something different. That may be your answer to my question, but can you start with a brief answer to what I've asked, pass it to Paul, and then we'll finish with Joe.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, of course, every campaign we run is multi-pronged, and we have to be strong in each of the prongs that we put out there. DED as an organisation has chosen the prong to be collecting data and creating infrastructure and models for campaigners to adopt. And we know by the success of the investment policies that I mentioned earlier that having that framework and having that community for people to come to and follow and get support has been incredibly helpful, and obviously saves so much time. We're so in lack of capacity at all levels of our lives, let alone, our campaigning. So making it easier for each other and being efficient and sharing. We don't get any fund. None of our funders even look at us if we're not collaborating with different movement makers. And I think continuing on that path of networking, sharing resources, and coming together around how we can work smarter towards our goals is what we need.
I think it's really important that, particularly for those of us on the left, to ask the question, do I want a convert or a heretic? And very often the conversations that we have is not about building broad support for your positions, making compromises with people of goodwill and meeting them where they're at. It's about saying, I have a position which is right, and this is what we're going to, and it's going to be this way or the highway. Our position as a union on Palestine is a very good example where we've moved very significantly over the last 5 years, and obviously material events have had a big impact on that. But we weren't affiliated to PSC. We didn't have a sort of broad, a solid position on it. We didn't, and we don't, and this won't be popular in the room, I imagine, don't have a BDS position as a union. But what does having a BDS position mean? It means asking a low-paid actor to not take a job on a Israeli-funded, partially Israeli-funded blockbuster film. And it's not going to happen. It's not going to stick. But how do we get to the point where we can, where we know that will happen? How do can we get to the point where we've organised a union? Our union, had a very clear position on apartheid South Africa. We caused a media stoppage in South Africa for 3 years. Nelson Mandela said it was the most effective action of any non-South African trade union for bringing down the apartheid regime there. But as a union, we had to have the conversation internally and win the referenda and win the members over. And I think sometimes we end up with the perfect endpoint without the input and trying to bring people with us and learning from them in those conversations. And the second element to it, there's a challenge I think to us all, is am I vacating this space? And if I did, what happens after me? So if you think, well, if I leave this branch, if I leave this bit of activism, nothing will happen, it'll all fall apart, then maybe you should go. Because if there isn't a collective behind you, maybe this isn't real. And I think sometimes for a progressive movement, we're very wedded to structures and things which are the way things have always been. Because so much has been taken off of us, we're desperate to hang on to what we've still got. But if you think, well, if I leave this space, if I'm no longer the branch secretary, if I'm no longer organising these meetings, nothing will happen, then stop and move on to something else where people are. There are loads of interesting spaces where people are at now, building broad coalitions with people that don't all look like you. And that is a really, really big, it's very difficult to deal with our own egos. It's a very difficult thing to let go sometimes. But that, I think, is the biggest thing. Us as individuals letting go and letting a collective take over.
Yeah, I will say something about digital campaigning, because when I said get offline, what I really mean by that is, and a lot of people do this, they're posting content for clout, they're posting content that they hope will go viral, but actually what is happening in the real world? Are you doing anything in addition to that? And I think, Paul's just summed up really importantly, actually arguing and winning a case with people in your workplace is really, really important. Identifying, is there someone in your workplace who is actually an organic leader that people listen to? Because if there is, that's actually a person who's crucially important to bring on board, even if you don't like them, because they are going to go around and actually campaign for the thing that you're looking for. So digital campaigning is really important. We as a union, if I end up on question time, we're really, really keen to make sure that we share the content where, I'm ripping into someone from Reform, because members feel proud when they see their union represented in a way that aligns with their values. So I think digital campaigning can be really important, but you've got to be really strategic about why you are using that type of content in that moment and not allow it to kind of dominate your life or your worldview, because actually pickets are formed because people do the graft work in branches. Rallies are big because people talk to each other. Raids where people turn up on a street where they know that someone is going to be deported are successful because there's a community of people who are aligned and are there ready to fight. So, yeah.
Okay. I know, I'm sorry, Ginsella's got to go and we've been told we have to stop. So, I thought that was a very inspiring set of contributions, and it's always good to end on an inspiring set of contributions. Not that the rest of it wasn't, everybody, but it was particularly inspiring. So can I thank our three panellists? I think it's been great, and can I thank you? And I'm sorry for those who didn't get to ask a question. Thank you.
We have keen and dedicated workers in all of the sectors where we represent, trade union members. I talked about further education. Our members there are some of the most dedicated educators that you will meet, performing miracles, sometimes with students that have been written off by the rest of society. So we as the left have the skills, both in terms of the workplace and in our trade unions. We have the networks, we have the will and the drive. So I think we should be leaving a conference like this feeling really hopeful and really inspired, but really full of drive in terms of what am I going to do? What is the new thing I'm going to set up this week in work? Who is the person I'm going to contact for a conversation so that we can get an initiative off the ground? Because we know from observing the right in this country, they are incredibly organised. And they really have one goal, which is to make sure that their class thrives. And they are willing to hoodwink, manipulate people who they do not have the answers for. We know this. Reform does not have answers for working people in this country. They have no answers for them. All they seek to do is manipulate and exploit. And unfortunately, we have a situation in the UK where our government are not offering solutions either. So actually, they are happy to join in the politics of finger pointing because it's expedient to them. But we have the skills, we have the networks, and I think we need to, leave and be really, really serious about what our next steps are. So I know it can be difficult to kind of keep focused and keep hopeful, but that has to be our paramount goal right now, to be focused, to concentrate, to build our networks, to rebuild networks, and to be really super relentless in it. And I really hope this weekend has given you a shot in the arm, given you a sense of the conversations you need to have and the solutions that we need to get initiated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jo. First of all, thank you all those that have attended this conference over this weekend, and the number now watching online of 13,000. To all of you online, you're welcome. Thank you very much. I don't know what the total number of online will be, but it will be much more than that because people came in and went out of various sessions over the last 2 days. This conference has been a mammoth work of organising, and I want to say a huge thank you to the PJP team for everything they've done to put this conference together. And I particularly want to say a big thank you to Queen Mary University, because they've been absolutely magnificent, incredibly helpful. Security team and the university itself. And is Saskia here? Can you get her to come in, please? Yes, it's coming. Saskia is the events manager of the university.
But he's volunteers.
Well, the volunteers as well. Yeah, come on, volunteers, come on. Well, I'm not surprised Ruth's probably a bit tired with all that running around. Can we say thank you to the volunteers, the volunteer team here? Take it out. Take it out. Magnificent volunteer team. I think a special mention to Ruth, because she's the one who's got the most steps in this weekend, running around with the microphone. Saskia, if you could come forward, please. Saskia has worked with us for the last 2 years at this conference for the university, and she's leaving next Thursday to go to New Zealand, which is a great shame. It's the university's loss, and it's all of our loss. She's been absolutely fantastic, and so I'd just like to give her, on behalf of all of you, no expense spared, a jar of homemade jam. It says, PJP Jam for the Many. So thank you so much. Just thank all the people who have been so helpful here.
Absolutely, yeah, thank you so much. Loved it, thank you.
Can we come back? Of course. Yeah, we got a deal. Oh, great. Thank you, Saskia. Thank you to all the team as well. Just a couple of things from me. The office team are magnificent and have done enormous work. Barry and Peter here have been glued to those 2 seats there, making sure everything is recorded from the whole conference. You can stand up now and just take one quick break. Martin, who's part of the team, has done incredible work, not just at this conference, but all the other times of the year, helping organising union work and so much else. Martin, thank you so much for everything that you do. Sam, who organises Music for the Many, is looking after his kids this afternoon and can't be here, but he did the Music for the Many event last night. We've got another one on tomorrow night, and he's done so much to promote good quality music all around the country. So big thank you to Sam. And Laura Alvarez, does the international work for PJP, working with Belgian unions, Mexican unions, and many others, and it's been an incredibly successful area of our work. And so, Laura, thank you very, very much for everything you do. Marion is a co-director who works in the office all the time. Stephanie is recently joined us. Stephanie, step forward and say hello. Does a lot of work, particularly on this conference. Sinead, who's not here at the moment, does the admin work, and James Schneider works jointly with Progressive International and ourselves, so we have that symbiotic relationship with international work as well, and that is what makes the PJP team what it is. What we need from this conference is a recognition of the amazing array of speakers we've had and the inspiration they've all been, because they've been incredibly intuitive. I must say, I find, I've been in most of the sessions, you pick up so much. It takes quite a long time to digest such a huge variety of subjects and information all over 2 days. And so I was thinking that in going forward over the next year, the first thing we need is a feedback from people online, as well as people who've been here physically, of what they got from the conference, what they didn't get from the conference, what they thought could have been done differently or better, or other sessions they thought that we should have organised. Otherwise, we're not going to get any better, but let's do that. I also am thinking of very important projects we could do. I was discussing yesterday a project on education, on the effect of incredible levels of testing in primary school children and secondary school children, the elite idea in education, which is often so damaging to so many children who are not necessarily top of the class, and the way in which many underachieve later in life because of that, the philosophy of education. And also what came out of many discussions was the quality and quantity and purpose of history teaching and the effect that has on children, particularly on imperial and colonial history. And you look at racist attitudes in our society, they haven't come from nowhere. They've come from somewhere, and we have to be obviously confronting the far right in what they do, but also understanding where they've come from and why they get that support. If we don't understand that, then we're missing a very big trick there. So that's one area I think we should look at. The other area was a very good session this morning on housing and environment. The housing crisis is massive, the rent levels are astronomical, and the rent reform bill doesn't go anywhere near far enough any more than workers' rights bill goes anywhere near far enough. And I think those are two potential projects for us to work very hard on and promote things on that. Because our project was set up to promote peace and justice around the world, and that is what we're doing all the time. We've done a great deal of work on Palestine, and again, I remind everybody, and everybody online, please, 11th of October, please be there in central London for the biggest ever demonstration in support of the people of Palestine. The government has just announced they're going to recognise Palestine. I see that as a step forward. I see that as a product of decades and decades of campaigning by many of us for recognition of the Palestinian people. But we need to be clear what exactly we are recognising. And if the country we've just recognised, Palestine, is under occupation, under siege, under bombardment, with weapons that we ourselves supply, then we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to do the right thing. Stop all arms sales to Israel immediately. And so, that's why it was wonderful to have a direct link to the flotilla yesterday morning during the international session. So there's a great deal to be done. You will have all been following in the social media area the questions around yourparty.uk. I am determined, absolutely determined, this thing's going to work. It's going to happen. The launch conference will take place in November. The portal for membership will be open very, very soon. And peace is breaking out all over, I can assure you of that. It's an opportunity we can't break, can't mess up, and can't lose. Poverty at unprecedented levels in our society. A triopoly of economic and social thinking in Parliament. Wars around the world, and a government in Britain that is determined to build bigger and better and stronger and longer range weapons at the same time as underfunding health, underfunding education, underfunding housing, and trying to take benefits away from those with disabilities. Tell me which of those priorities is wrong. They're all wrong. We ought to be doing something different, like building a coherent society that cares for all. That's what we're about, and that's why we're determined that yourparty.uk will be that force. And it will be a force based on democracy, based on the grassroots, based on mobilisation, and it will be a community of people to bring about the social change that we want. We're not interested in excluding people, we're interested in bringing people in to defeat the far right, by uniting communities for better housing, for better schools, for better health. That surely is what we all need. That's why we founded the Peace and Justice Project. We have a very important role in giving space for these kind of debates, giving space for the development of all these policies, and all the papers that we've heard over the last 2 days will go online, there for debate, discussion, and so on. That is what we're about. So our role
is about bringing people together, is about developing those ideas, and is about supporting people that are absolutely up against it. But you know what? When people win, they feel so, so powerful. I went to Glasgow last month. I got off the train and went down to the hotel where there'd been a strike going on. Bizarrely, the managing director of the hotel and the chief executive of the whole company was there outside the hotel and saw me walking along. Okay, nice to see him. And they said, "Are you coming to stay in the hotel?" I said, "Nope." Nope, that wasn't my plan. They said, "Well, it's lovely to see you here. Would you like us to welcome you inside?" I said, "No, it's absolutely fine, thanks." They said, "Oh, well, any particular reasoning?" I said, "Yeah, I'm going over there to join the picket line." I went across there and joined the picket line, and they'd actually just won the dispute. They'd won the dispute against zero-hours contracts. They got a 10% pay rise, and they got security and safety for predominantly young workers going home from work in the hotel and catering industry. And the speech that was given by the shop steward to round off the strike was absolutely brilliant. And do you know how old she was? 19. Who says young people can't join unions? Who says young people can't organise? They did it and they won. To me, that is a real inspiration. That is what motivates us. That's what keeps us going. That is why we exist. That is why your party is going to succeed and triumph. That is why PJP exists, to bring people together on all of these causes. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you all, wonderful team. Everything you do.